Big gap down here for the S&P 500 to start this Tuesday morning. Here is the SPY closing here around 743, currently poised to open around 736. NASDAQ also gapping to the downside. Now, a lot of this comes after some weakness in the overnight session. We'll take a look here for the FXI. We know that China's Hang Seng Index currently nearing at one point actually into bear market territory during the overnight session. We also have weakness in the Kospi in South Korea and the Nikkei over in Japan. So lots of weakness here overnight, bleeding here into a lot of these tech names that we're seeing this morning. Here's Micron. They're poised to report earnings tomorrow after the bell and actually traded higher even into the aftermarket session, but they're gapping down a lot along with their peers in the memory space. And here, speaking of spaces, SpaceX, SPCX, is actually was trading below that 150 IPO opening price this morning. Right now, trying to battle back, but lots in focus here for SpaceX. In terms of earnings, nothing too massive. We had that PRIM, which gapped down a lot of these big gap down plays, but some quantum in focus. Basically, a lot of different names across the tech sector are going to be on watch today. Good morning, Sharif. How are you doing today?
Good, Dara. Thank you. Yes, guys, it is a very red morning here to start. A lot of volatility in Asia. In fact, we actually got a limit down on the South Korean exchange. So hopefully that won't happen on this side of the border, guys. But yeah, as Adair mentioned, SpaceX trading down, but they did have that new monetization as they look to generate revenue from basically renting their computers. Oracle as well, cutting 21,000 jobs. A bit of a tough look there. They're also starting the morning down. But if you're looking for some greenery and some positivity, look no further than IBM, already up 5.25% here on the back of a cybersecurity AI push. You also have CAR. Who remembers this one? AVIS also up 3%. So a lot of red in the morning, Adair, but some green.
Yeah, certainly some green. We'll be talking a lot about these quantum plays in a minute, I am sure. But in the meantime, we're going to bring on Neil and Joe, who's on for Sean today. Good morning, guys.
Joe in the house. We're semi-ball brotherhood.
Yeah,
as the market, we ain't going limit down.
Limit down?
Not here. That's over there. We're not no limit down over here.
Scared of who?
We ain't scared of nothing.
Scared of who?
2.5%.
Come on, man.
2.5%. Come on, man. You got to do.
Come on, son.
You got to do more than 2.5% to scare the markets.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're a day before the Micron earnings. We'll get Cerebrus tonight and CCL at some point this morning because, well, quite frankly, CCL likes to report at like 9 to 9:15. They just sneak it in before the open. Yeah, but we're off the highs a little bit here on the Qs. Not terribly, but you can see and smell that 50-period moving average. Will the dip buyers come back in? I feel like every single time this year, and someone else can fact check this, but it feels like it's true. We've been staring down at 2, if we're 2+% at this point in the morning, usually you're thinking first thing rally, and there's oftentimes you will get a pullback, but if you're looking for that, you have to be a little bit more patient. SpaceX, there's 150, bounced pretty heavily pre-market, almost like $10 into 159. So that IPO issue price has held, but it hasn't had to do so yet in the open market. Just the pre-market, but it's already got to bounce off of that level. That'll be a big one. But man, Joe, those memory names.
Yeah.
Micron, SanDisk, I mean, DRAM double digits.
Like, I get it. As soon as I walked in, everybody's like, oh no, you and Trevor, like, don't look. And I'm like, all right, well, I just have that other mental, well, I shouldn't say that because we think alike, but I'm like, okay, cool. Why? Because this is going to be a good opportunity for me potentially to get involved with some of these names. Exactly. So you have DRAM down there. You have Micron. SK Hynix getting hit overnight as well, too. So, I mean, listen, for me, I get it. The portfolios are hurting. But if you're sitting on some cash like I've been talking about for quite some time now, then you can't help but have a little bit of a smile on your face because these names that have been on this parabolic run, you have Micron up 230%, you have DRAM that's up 40% off after that 15% pullback, and you've seen them start to come back in a little bit here. I'm like, okay, cool. This is what we've been waiting for because by no means do I think this is the end of the trade. It's far from over. I mean, you hear what we talk about, obviously, in regards to memory is that the bottleneck can last up until maybe 2027, 2027, or 2028, right? So for me personally, I like this opportunity. And if it sells off a little bit more, then hey, I get things at a better price. Yeah, unfortunately, NVDA got hit. You see Google to the downside, but I'm like, okay, let's see what some of the staples are up to. Target was up a little bit here, and then that's why a little bit of a balance in your portfolio is good. You have the banks that are relatively flat. So, I mean, the one thing that I was like, oh no, when I did realize that everything was down and the Nasdaq down a little bit more than the S&P. Was like, oh, that kind of ruined my option strategy for this morning, but that's okay. We can always adjust something. So we're doing a little something different strategy-wise. But yeah, man.
Nothing's ruined.
Nothing's ruined, man. Yeah, exactly. It's all coming into fruition and into play. So yeah, man. Looking forward to these pullbacks.
Oh, here we go. Constellation Walmart announced long-term agreement to support reliable, emissions-free nuclear energy in Illinois. Hey, CG, you need a few things to get off the schneid. Remember, some of these energy names are moving with the tech space because it's all about data centers, right? So that's actually not too bad. Only 2.5 points down. So this isn't necessarily going to move Walmart or CG that much, but a slight bump in there. Walmart's one of the names, I mean, you already mentioned Target, that you'll find to the upside today, right? When we see tech weakness, specifically the AI trade, I should say, you're going to see a little bit of strength coming to Walmart. Even Netflix is up a point today. The interesting thing is, though, software is pretty flat. Like the IGV, so into all of this, the IGV is dead flat. Microsoft is actually up, or at least it was the last I checked. Yeah, up 1.25%. So a little bit. Palantir is flat after its flat bottom break yesterday. So interesting note, this is more or less chips, AI, data center. And you look at most of the other sectors. I mean, quantum play is obviously going to be up because they have a headline, but interesting to find that we have the software names not really languishing. So keep that in mind. If these are your bag trader, you're looking at the IGV. If you catch a significant bounce, from the chip names off the open, which has been typical, I would suspect that that kind of rotation happens. Maybe don't be as bullish on some of the software names because they didn't really have that same dump to be able to revert back into the open. And the crazy thing is there's so many things. There's so much. If you're looking at your quote boards, if you're looking at your regular list of stocks, whatever you happen to use, or you're looking at a Gapper list, you're looking at our free watch list, there's a lot that's actually double digits or significantly moving overnight. I didn't even notice any small cappers. Sharif, you got anything to watch today? You're going to be dipping your toes into all the rest of them. Maybe some of those like leverage ETFs that give you the bigger moves.
Let's have a look here, Neil. Let's go through the scanner because right away you're seeing this CIIT, which is gapping up pretty aggressively here, about 70% below that. We've got another very similar one, HSCS, trading above the volume weighted average price, trying to hold on to $3. A double top there through 350. This will have to hold VWAP as well. We've got Bold as well, BOLD, just gapping up, close out at $1.33, trying to hold 2.25 right now. But the price action is so new on this one. We're going to have a volume weighted average price. So we'll keep an eye on these, Adair, for the midday.
To get a news catalyst here for a favorite for a lot of people watching the show, this just came in here. SoFi, introducing this composer by SoFi. Not a big move on the SoFi stock, but the catalyst itself is pretty interesting. AI-powered investing from idea to execution. I was reading through this press release. Sounds pretty similar to Robinhood and their similar product where you use AI to come up with, or you have your own ideas rather, and then you put that into AI to come up with a product that basically helps to execute for you, automated execution. Sharif, how do you feel about the AI entering this kind of execution world for trading and investing?
I don't really have an opinion, Adara. I mean, let's just see how it all goes out.
Yeah, fair enough. We'll have to wait and see. Let's talk, though, about IBM. IBM kind of part of this quantum story, but they also have a handful of catalysts of their own, Sharif.
Yeah, they do. OpenAI's Daybreak Cyber Partner Program. That's what IBM joined. It's going to bring frontier AI capabilities into enterprise security workflows. This is a good look for them. Building on the already existing Project Lightwell, IBM launched an application security services that kind of uses OpenAI's models to identify and validate software vulnerabilities faster. This is something that we've already seen through Mythos and other related entities. Just as a bit of an off note here, over the weekend, Anthropic has a newer model, even more advanced than Mythos, and they're set to be using that that as well to kind of look at legacy software again through a new lens. And then the NSA was also chiming in on their use of Mythos. And basically, the NSA said that it took the Mythos hours to break into their classified databases. So very interesting development here, Adara. And you have to think that there's probably sorry for the crude term, but this is going to light a fire under a lot of these companies' asses.
And it's interesting, too, because IBM actually caught an upgrade from JP Morgan and got some love from U.S. President Trump during his signing of that quantum executive orders, or rather pair of orders yesterday, actually specifically highlighting the CEO of IBM. But let's talk about these quantum orders, because there were two. And, I mean, quantum stocks actually not reacting too well to them initially, but trading higher in the lead up. Interesting look here for these quantum orders.
Yeah, I didn't really get to see this too much over here, but yeah, President Trump orders positive quantum compute industry. This is a report by Jefferies. Let's just have a look over here. So he signed two EOs aimed at strengthening U.S. quantum computing ecosystems, as well as accelerating the transition to what he's calling a post-quantum cryptographic world. Jeffrey analyst specifically here, Kevin Garrigan, he says these executive orders are positive for the quantum industry. He named some names. We're talking about IONQ, QBTS, or GTI. The firm views these sort of quantum companies as best positioned given their exposure on every part of the quantum stack, Adair. So it should be an interesting development here.
Yeah, and of course, IBM also in that quantum space as well, which is why it was brought up during that EO signing yesterday. How do you guys feel about IBM and or quantum today?
Yeah,
I separate them. I'm separating them a little bit because IBM, those other names are, when we talk about Rigetti, we talk about D-Wave, QBT. Like there's companies that are making money like IBM, have other businesses, have a moat around them, pay a dividend. Like it's just a different ball game. Whereas you're chasing a dream here, like you're trying to turn. Okay, so D-Wave, right? Their algorithms are going to be potentially useful for driving revenues when it comes to securities. That's fine. That's great. But the stock could also end up at zero. It's a possibility. Now, I like the fact the administration's behind this space. And what's been happening on this stock, in this one in particular, because I'm putting it in a different category than IBM, the last couple of sessions, you'll see it's had like a few green days in a row. It's like, yeah, okay, maybe we're breaking this trend and you're holding the 200 period SMA. But at the open Wednesday, dump, catches a bid. Yesterday, dump, this would have been Thursday, dump, catches a bid. So I'm especially coming into this market, which is now down 2.7% on the Qs, I'm looking for a similar thing. Right, like you've got 24 area hanging in. It's put in higher lows each time it's pulled that dip. So the way I see it is like if it loses the 23.5, like that pattern's kind of broken. Allow it to try to catch some kind of a bid, but not really chase the early move in QBTS. IBM, I think, looking at it from a different lens, where if this space is going to win and they're going to actually drive revenue here from the future from quantum, then this is a chance at something pretty special, right? So if we look at this on a weekly, which I like to go to a weekly chart when we're sort of diving back out, it has had a ton of support in the 220s. A couple of years ago, the reason I liked it was the higher low hold of the 220s back in the end of 2024. Like that was actually, it was like this little structural dip buy and was starting to accelerate. And that's the same level that's been held. So I think this one, even if the market goes into a little bit more of a pullback, you've got this 220 level, which is looking really nice there for IBM. For the day trade today, yeah, I'll look at QBT, look at D-Wave, just because I think that's going to move a bit more, and I'll be patient with the dip buy. We got a weak market this morning. So if the first move is down on something and the market doesn't immediately start a rally, this isn't one of those you're buying a dip on a heavy candle at 9:31 kind of moments for QBTS. Those lows I was talking about yesterday, 11 o'clock. You could have had you could have caught a few bounces in here before. Maybe you just took a break at the open. And then the day before that, like on the Thursday, similar story, but a little bit earlier, it was about 10 o'clock that it made that bottom. And some of that's market conditions, but it does require some patience if looking for that dip, and you just lost VWAP. So I think that dip is going to be there for us.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be winners and losers within the space. Some of them we might even not even be talking about in 5, 10 years, 10 years more or less. Don't forget, Donald Trump also, the government investing $2 billion, the majority of that going to IBM, right? So they're getting $1 billion, and then you have the trickle down effect where RGTI is getting like $100 million, QUBT getting $300 million or something along those. So the government is funding this stuff. There's a couple of the names here. The only green one is going to be QBTS, as Neil was mentioning. So, I mean, that's not too bad. And as I was looking last night, just closing up shop, I run through just a multiple amount of names, and the quantum space was something that was hold up. This is the ETF here as well, guys. That's down 2 3/4. You go to RGTI. Sorry about the organization. I don't know why this stuff gets all mixed up sometimes, but nonetheless, I mean, the government's investing in this. You'll see IBM on the upgrades and downgrades list as well this morning. So, I mean, there's going to be plenty of opportunity. QUBT up 1.4%, RGTI holding on to positivity. You're up 0.8% there. And you look across the board, are you surprised that Ethereum's down 4 1/5? Probably not. BM&R down 3.5. You go over to IBIT, you're down 3 1/4 there as well. So if you're looking for signs of strength, head over to your watch list, see where you see some positivity, and then there it is. IBM up 5.5% here this morning. I mean, liquidity, there's some issues there, but I think that'll change after the open. But then you have some of the heavy hitters, like another 2% to the downside here in Google, and then NVDA. Oh, surprise, down another 2.5%, unfortunately. So there it is. I said we're going to breach this $200 marker. I think it's only a matter of time. On today's session, I wouldn't be surprised if we do get bought back up a little bit. This is all South Korea's fault. I'm obviously being highly sarcastic at that, but Samsung, SK Hynix selling off last night as I was reading this morning, which is unfortunate. But like I said, this is going to be a good opportunity to get involved with some names. Looking for signs of strength, I think this is a day where you can head over to the staples and maybe you'll find some relative strength there. We have Target up, Costco up as well too. So if the chip trade, listen, we talk about the funds not being able to go cash. So where are they going to rotate that funds into? And it's usually into some flights of safety, the banks and the staples. So if the chip trade doesn't work out bright and early in the morning, then I'm going to be heading over to Walmart and Costco to see what they got going on.
Yeah, you see some strength over there.
Yeah,
and that's
exactly.
And that's sort of the thing. We've seen that theme play out. Like, know where it is that you want to hide. And weirdly, as I was saying earlier, like weirdly, one of those names sometimes has been like a Netflix. We'll see if that actually holds up today. But I just want to acknowledge we had a rip in the chat was saying, hey, what about the names? What about the quantum names that the U.S. is actually putting money into? Yeah, look, INFQ is another one there, and it's on the free watch list. One of the things that Dara does, if you get the free watch list, is you'll usually see the key sympathy names. If it's like a sector move kind of deal, like it'll just say quantum stocks, right? Like it's, you got to go out and look at which one what sets up the best for you. Like, in this particular case too, IBM was separated from the quantum names in particular because these are going to move a little bit differently. They're just structurally different names. But what sets up best for you? Like, what levels do you like? What's doing the volume you like? Is it at a price that you like? Because when you're trading it, like it's gotta fit your motive, right? And ultimately, like if I might like the pattern on QBTS better, or think that it's closer, has better chance of hitting a support level than say like an INFQ, which is more clearly like these prior highs, like 13.8 to 14. Like you'd have to drop hefty to get down into there. It doesn't have really the same kind of pattern. But yeah, it's all out there. And that's one of the best things about the watch list is you'll be able to see some of those sympathy plays and other places where your eyes should be or can be going within a space so that it's not just, oh, okay, quantum, or this is the first thing that comes to mind. So we're just going to go to Rigetti because everyone talks about Rigetti. No, there's plenty else out there for you. And if you happen to like Rigetti, that one's still... it's still holding.
Yeah.
I think it's only at 1%. Like QBTS, INFQ, they're just both a little bit stronger today. So if there's going to be a bounce, you will kind of like them there. Where there isn't a bounce right now? Joe, SpaceX is gearing up to retest the 150 level. So look, the 150 bounce, it did happen. Like you cannot say that it didn't already bounce off the 150 level with a push in a 159. We have yet to see it tested at the open, and it might get another test, which is just in the pre-market as it heads back in. Someone was saying in the chat, every pop is a shorting opportunity. Well, I was looking for 60 into the lows. Like I wanted to see a 6 handle on it first. We have a super chat from Ankit. Your thoughts on SpaceX at 150 and silver 62 long?
I don't know.
We just talked SpaceX, but silver is
I think SpaceX sells off. Like, listen, I told you guys yesterday that I had orders 180 for a small percentage, 170 small percentage, and then 150 was going to be my largest percentage allocation, but still not full-size position. And I actually removed that and placed that at 125. I think that there's a lot more selling. $4 billion needs to be bought, I believe, by the end of the month. Then you have all the locked up shares in the coming months that will be released. So that could add a little bit of selling pressure as well, too. And I think we're just going to head into price discovery for a while, man. It's the same narrative, I believe, with Tesla, is that you remain forward-looking with this name. Like, we're not going to be asteroid mining tomorrow or anything along those lines. But it's literally the data center play, right? Like him renting out cloud and XAI. This is really what the fundamental. This is really what this company is based off at this given moment right now.
And he said 2028, and Bezos is saying more realistic is the mid 2030s.
Yeah, we know how Elon is. Yeah.
So like this is
for asteroid mining.
Not asteroid mining for data centers.
Yeah.
But like at scale. Like you look, you can launch them and you can put small ones up there, but like we're talking about at scale, which is making a difference and putting a dent in the overall game. And I'm sort of with you. Like I said yesterday, like I didn't move my personal bid in front of the 150 on the CDR, and at this point, if we get down to the 135. I got a bid down there, and I'll be 20% in on what I think is, for myself, a long-term position. And then at some point in the back half of the year, maybe the third or fourth quarter, that's where I personally would want to go from like 20 to 40%. So we'll probably get to that 20% if it keeps on heading down the way that it is. The second part of that was silver. We've been getting a lot of questions about silver. Okay, so a lot of times I'll pull up SLV, but because you said 62, it doesn't really matter, but I'll just put up the silver chart. Same thing as when we look at and trade SLV. But this doesn't look very good. It's one thing to be at a support level, but it's not showing much signs of bouncing off of it yet. Like you got the Fed to worry about. You've also got a little bit of concern with, okay, well, what happens if we head into like some kind of recession? Because then the demand picture also becomes a little bit of an issue. The good news, I think, is from a staple side, I think there's going to be a bounce. We said this was it yesterday? It might have been last week. I think it was yesterday. Like, when you're in a downtrend, I think I want proof that there's some kind of a bid starting to come in. Like, it's one thing, to be at a big historical level on a weekly or a monthly chart, but, like I'd rather, if it had done this, you get this kind of like a wick bottom and then a run up, and then, you buy that to give to there. Like, that's the kind of long that I'm generally a fan of. If you're looking at a trade, if you're just thinking about, if the brain is just at, okay, well, I think this is DCAing opportunities when you're at historic levels. Well, that's of course always a different story if that's your cup of tea. But nothing about this yet seems like we've broken the trend here on the metals. Joe hinted that he had some options plays for you, so he's just moseyed on up over to the screen. So let's hear him.
All right, guys, good morning. Let's take a look at some potential option strategies here today that I think we can deploy, especially in a market where we may feel is a little frothy. Now, what we're going to establish here, guys, over the next couple of slides is it's not our typical way of going through things, but we're going to be looking at the NASDAQ, guys. And what I really want us to establish here is a non-directional biased trade, okay? So sideways is the objective, or essentially what we're looking for is our underlying asset to close not above a specific strike price and not below. We don't care what it does in between. We're going to create a range. And for those who are familiar with options trading, you know exactly what strategy I'm talking about right now. And that is the Iron Condor, which is essentially a range-based strategy where we don't need the underlying to go up. We don't need the underlying to go down. We just need it to stay within a specific range. Now, what we're going to do here is we're going to kick things off with our bear call spread to start things. Now, what we're going to be looking at is we want to draw atop a potential resistance zone. And this is what I was referring to earlier this morning. We'll say, hey, well, there's a little bit of a hinder within the strategy that we now established, considering the market has a little bit of a gap down this morning. But guess what? This is going to work a little bit better for our bear call spread, and then it can also increase our premiums because we are now lower on our bull put spread, which we will go over momentarily. Now, we're going to kick things off here, guys, with the $760 strike price, and this is going to be expiring July 2nd, okay? So we have about 9 trading sessions in between them, including today, 10. So what we have here is we're always going to establish our short contract first. Now, if you have your triple Qs chart up and you're ready to draw some lines, I want us to put a resistance zone at $760. This is going to be the start of our Iron Condor strategy. Okay, so this is where we're going to write or sell our first option, and it's going to be a call option. And with that being said, if you don't have the cash on hand, we're going to turn this into an Iron Condor, so we're going to buy our protection. First things first is congratulations. If you're looking to establish this strategy, you collect on the short call side $347. That's pretty good, okay? There's a slight increase in implied volatility, market feeling slightly frothy, and we were actually closer to this strike price before the pre-market selling and the overnight selling. So 760 is going to be our first short call, and then we're going to buy our protection 10 points higher at $770, and we're gonna have to pay for this. So essentially it just subtracts from our debit, okay? So you have a nice return, around $145 roughly, that you're going to be able to collect on the $105, sorry, on this specific contract combination. Now, our delta metric's not that important, but the way that we can establish and determine if this is a specific call option on both sides is the positive delta. Don't forget, on our call side, positive delta always. So this is the first leg of our contract, okay? Our contract combination, I should say. We have a bear call spread. We're writing the 760 and we're purchasing the 770, establishing our first leg. Moving forward, we are now going to establish our bull put spread. This is going to be our base in which we believe the underlying is not going to trade below. Now we're going to write our first contract at $695 and collecting a $252 credit. Once again, both combinations are going to be expiring on the same cycle. Now, what we also are going to do is buy our protection, and that's going to be at the $685 strike price, having to pay a debit of $180. But notice, we're still net credit, okay? So we're going to be receiving the premium, so you're getting $72 on the bull put spread, and then you're collecting $105 on the bear call spread. Once again, they are going to be expiring on July 7th. But really what our focus is on this specific trade setup is $695 is going to be our floor. Can you hit the screen for me? $695 is going to be our floor. And then 760 is going to be our ceiling, creating a specific range where we need the triple Qs to stay within before July 2nd. And then you have the ability to collect all of the premium, $180 plus per contract combination. And all you need is the underlying is to stay within that specific range. That's how you establish and construct your Iron Condor. Send it back to Neil.
Thank you, Joe. And we just came so very close to 3% down. I mean, like razor thin there on the Qs. Obviously, you know, Joe was just talking about the Qs, and we'll mention that the SPYs, if you're just tuning in now, it's been mostly tech. SPYs only down 1.3%. And I made a comment in the chat about, I said in the chat that I was surprised that AMC had an offering. What? AMC with an offering? Okay, I was being sarcastic. It comes across much better when you do like an eye roll or like some kind of, or you just tell in the tone of my voice that I'm not even remotely surprised by this, and I don't think a lot of people are. But this is going to be in play as well. Yeah, 24% down. Now, keep in mind, hey, to its credit, it had been making a pretty good rally. There were some good box office. Toy Story had a good box office there, so maybe that was giving a little bit of a jaunt. But yeah, a bit of a rejection here. Usually you settle down after the offering, catch a bid in the morning. But with this market, the way that it is, not a very good start over there for AMC. And Darwin the Trader in the chat. I see you, Darwin. I see you, Darwin. He's got a small capper. He's moving around this BLZE, which is back blaze. It's light, very light volume. So like put this into the high probability halt category there, Darwin. Higher probability halt off the open. Obviously, it's not going to halt in the pre-market. So 20%, but it's like a local breakout on the daily with like close to $11, a little overhead resistance on BLZE. Just call it Blaze, just Blaze, let's call it. And we got a super chat up here as well, so let's quickly throw that one up if we can. We appreciate all the viewers. Hey, send a super chat, tag us, ask a question, jump on in. The water is nice and warm. Oh, the market is bleeding. Jero, morning. Any thoughts on? Oh, we're just talking about AMC. AMC and Nokia. Thank you. Well, I don't own either one of those stocks. I can tell you that pretty simply. And if I had to pick the two,
It's Nokia all day.
well, I was trying to think of a polite way to say that it's not AMC, and on no planet would it be AMC.
But they like didn't AMC sign some form? Oh yeah, they're doing like the Taylor Swift concerts and
Yeah,
stuff.
that's nice.
And, yeah, exactly.
That's nice.
You know what I mean? Yeah, cool beat.
Yeah, stop being it. Look, man, if I'm buying like a cheap small cap, or I would just rather personally just take shots in other places. Nokia, on the other hand, granted, I know yesterday in the afternoon show, Nokia was a short for me, and that's a momentum thing, just where the market was headed. Obviously, can't really hold on to that. Like it was at a nice. It was like kind of like a nice prior head and shoulders area. You can't know that it's going to gap down this much and all that kind of stuff. It is what it is when you get this kind of a gap down. But even with this market pullback, Nokia is right into support and the 50-period moving average. So it's at a decent bounce zone. What you have to be careful about is if a stock on this kind of momentum loses that, it's realistic to be a hat size again on Nokia. So yeah, do I think would I rather have it than AMC? Sure, but if it doesn't bounce here, then how comfortable are you with 25 to 30% more down? That's a question that you have to ask yourself. On AMC, that's a question you're literally asking yourself today. With Nokia, that's like kind of like a worst case scenario in a matter of time. It's not going to do it necessarily overnight like you have here with the offering on AMC, but you've got to know the tone of the stock. If these guys are going to continue to dilute, that's going to continue to be a problem. And there's other meme stocks out. It's not really a meme stock anymore, but there's other stocks out there with a little more hype than an AMC.
Yeah, I can definitely say that. I mean, everyone's in the chat's talking about this Blaze stock. I know
Just Blaze.
Yeah, Backblaze. Backblaze announced its five-year multi-exabyte data storage agreement with CoreWeave. Thoughts on rum? Ooh, okay, is it not Rumble?
Been into like bourbon lately more, even though as a West Indian, rum is.
Yeah,
usually,
is that? I know you like the hard stuff, man. That's crazy.
What's crazy? You're a Jamaican.
Yeah. Apple.
Ray nephew, man.
Nah, Ray and the white. No, you gotta avoid. I mean.
The rum punch. That's what you do.
That's like I love Ray and Nephew. Listen, if you want, was that you, Randy?
I know we'll talk Rumble. Don't worry.
Yeah, we're gonna talk Rumble here momentarily. But no, I mean, listen, if you don't want a hangover, you drink the white stuff. All right, that's it. What do you like? Bamboo. Okay, all right, man. Yeah, I mean, listen, I avoid the Ray Nephew at all costs. That's just me. When I'm on the island, brother, it's nice red stripe. You know what I mean? A nice,
you keep it
cool
simple.
lager. You know what I mean? Keep the body flowing nice, and try to avoid, man. If for all my fellow Jamaicans out there, I don't know if they probably don't have this, but do you know what Boom is? Like the energy. It's like the Jamaican energy drink.
I do not touch energy drinks with a 10-foot pole, bro.
Dude, like you drive down the street and everybody has this like orange colored. Obviously, everyone's in the clear cup, and everyone has this like Mountain Dew colored liquid in their cup, and everybody's drinking Boom mixed with their Rain.
See, and that kind of energy. That's why you see them daggering videos, because people are hyped up on that.
But as for
Rumble. Then.
Yeah, as for Rumble,
Thanks,
enough of the actual stuff. Here it is, right? Like, you're breaking down 650. You broke through some key support levels. Where's that next level of support going to be? Maybe that $5 marker. I mean, this stock was almost cut in half at this point, 37.7%. And if it falls off anymore, you're going to hit that 50% marker. And then at that point, you need 100% return just to get back to where you're break even. And for me, what I've been saying over the past couple of days is, listen, it's your money. You obviously do what you want with it. But ask yourself, like, we're looking at AMD that's down 6% here today, right? Like, where are the hyperscalers' money funneling to? And that's where you go into the Microns, the AMDs, the SanDisks, and Marvells of the world. And it's like, okay, any opportunity, you don't see any sign. Like, we're rolling into earnings season soon. And then if it's like, okay, oh, yeah, we have to increase CapEx once again, which I would be surprised if they do, then it's like, okay, no problem. You just got some of these names at a discount because the money will flow down eventually into some of these other companies' pockets, like MRVL. Pull back so we can get involved. Same thing with AMD, because I don't see the CapEx slowing down, especially you have big names like Google, obviously for different reasons, heading into the debt markets, but everyone's depleting, like the hyperscalers are literally depleting their free cash flow. So it's like, okay, like Amazon depleted 85% of its free cash flow and intend to spend a little bit more. So that's where I'm like, okay, let's follow the money.
And throw in the fact that, hey, we're not getting rates lower right now, anytime soon. Now there's, after the first FOMC meeting with the new Fed chair, you know, like everyone was talking about, everyone was scared. It's like, oh, a little hawkish, raising rates, the possibility down the line. You had some members basically saying that that's where they saw things in the dot plot. Potentially a couple of hikes by the end of the year. Then throw in the fact that there's going to potentially be less transparency. Not transparency is the wrong word. Like less. Like, look, if Warsh doesn't want to give his the dot plot and he thinks he wants to revamp the way in which they signal what they're doing in the future, that could lead to a little bit less certainty for the bond markets as to what the Fed's going to do going forward. And when that's the case, bond markets don't like that. So you throw that in. Also, throw in the fact, again, rates could be going higher, and the mega caps tapping the debt market, cost be overnight. Like, there's enough canaries in the coal mine that this could be different. That said, we've been bouncing every other time. And I don't know that I'd be overreacting to today. Let's just say we don't catch a bid and we do close here at 3%. Like, maybe we go sideways, try to bid, and don't get anywhere. If that happens, there's still the reaction of Micron earnings. I think they'll put up some good numbers, and you'll want to see how the market reacts to that, and that's going to be after the bell tomorrow. We do have here's one from our TikTok viewer here. East meets Westy Bestie. Okay. I would never have guessed he was Jamaican. I thought he was Italian. Obviously talking about Joe.
Hey, man.
I don't know why it's obvious, but it's obvious. There he is.
Hey, oh, Assassino. That's crazy.
That was, yo.
Yeah, that was quick.
Andre was quick to that.
He was quick to that, man.
Not even playing around.
Pull it up one more time, man. Let me take a step back and good times, man. This picture, I guess you guys can't see, but the one where it looks like the sun and everything, I was on the beach in Dominican.
Chilling.
At that time, yeah. So, yeah, we're just chilling out there in the Dominican Republic.
He's a yardie. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, man. Don't worry about it.
We have $2 Canadian. Okay, thank you from Omen. Thoughts on, Microsoft. So one of the things about Microsoft today is, hey, it's actually up. At least I hope it's still up. It was up the last two times we looked at, and it's still up 1%. But below the 200 EMA, I mean, that's like 2 weeks ago.
Joe,
the loss was 2 weeks ago when we lost that and lost the $400 level. I think at this point with Microsoft, you've really got to be thinking, all right, this is not the place that people want to dip by first. You know, who's looking at value? People are probably looking at Alphabet for dip buys first, maybe Amazon next, and I don't know, maybe Apple or something before they get into the software play. Like this is really just about the 20, I think it's 23. Double, fact check me on it. I'm pretty sure it's probably 23. 21's wrong. 23 PE. And if you think that's a value, I think that matters. That's going to matter more to you than the downward momentum, and you like to pick up the value because that 200 period's gone. You've lost the 200 on the weekly chart as well, right? So on both these time frames, and sometimes I like to pop over, see how we're doing on the monthly. Oh, would you look at that? We're losing the 200 period for the 50 period on the monthly chart. So like that's like you've already lost the daily charts, lost the 50 and the 200. The weekly's losing the 200. The monthly's losing the 50. I am not a fan of, at the moment that it's doing that, that's like an entry for a bounce. It would have to be, oh, I just think I'm DCing into value, but the bounce needs to be holding those levels. Like, show me the wick. Because if you look at this, like, look at the monthly charts when it bounces off these levels, right? That's an entire quarter when it's holding the 50 period. See all those like wicks underneath? Like you could get it like 5 months in and still have a good price. Here, when it bounces and holds, oh no, what did you do? Great, where'd it go? Yeah, when it bounces and holds, you can have this, again, the following month on the bounce anywhere in here. Like you don't have to get these things on the way down when you pull out that higher time frame. I think that's an important thing, but if it's a value in the 23, the 23 PE, then fine, fair enough. That's a totally different ball game. And I think when you're in that case, sometimes I prefer if I'm buying into value, 20% here, 20% a quarter later, that kind of a deal.
Yeah, exactly.
But these levels right now are breaking down on the chart. Let's go up to Adair. We have some news.
We do have some news here. Let's take a look at some of these nuclear plays. SMR, OKLO on watch. This headline was put in our screen, but I'm going to read it for you guys here as well. Keep an eye on these nuclear plays as the Wall Street Journal reports that the U.S. Energy Department is planning on offering $17.5 billion in low-interest loans for utilities to finance the Westinghouse AP1000 nuclear reactors. So nuclear reactor financing on watch here from the White House. Again, this is just being reported by Wall Street Journal, not yet confirmed, but watch OKLO and SMR, by far the ones to have the biggest reaction to it, even on a WIC basis. NNE would also be on watch. While we're here, let's talk some stories and do some housekeeping. So from a housekeeping standpoint, no economic data today. We did have weekly ADP data, but not the monthly prints. Just beware of that. That came through at 8:15 a.m. Let's talk NVIDIA. NVIDIA having its annual shareholder meeting at 12 p.m. Eastern. So that's going to certainly be on watch here for NVIDIA coming through tomorrow. So that's, I guess, in about just over 24 hours while the NVDA in focus. Let's talk CCL, though, because Carnival Cruise Lines, this should say 9:15 a.m., they're reporting in about half an hour here. We're expecting revenue of $6.63 billion, earnings here of 34 cents per share. Is this a sector you watch a lot, Sharif, this cruise travel space?
It is not, Adair. I don't really keep my eye on it, more on the airlines. But yeah, Carnival Cruise Lines is an interesting one. Obviously, we were talking about this one on the midday show yesterday. Not one of my favorite.
Yeah, I'll certainly give you guys those earnings, or we will here at this desk when they come through again. We're expecting around 9:15 with the earnings call to come at 10 a.m. Now, I mentioned NVIDIA with that annual general meeting tomorrow, but let's talk in the meantime about Qualcomm, because just a week after we were hearing about a different acquisition, we're hearing reports now that they might be acquiring a company called Modular.
Yeah, so Modular, apparently they're going to pick it up for around $4 billion. If you're wondering what Modular is, they are an AI infrastructure startup, but startup kind of used loosely here. Let's get to it. So the deal here is, though, that there is another possible acquisition by Qualcomm. It's not just Modular, and it's for more than double. So there are leaks right now that Qualcomm is also aggressively moving to buy AI chip startup Tenstorrent for up to $10 billion. That would be a deployment of $14 billion within a matter of weeks. But let's just track back for a second. Let's go back to last year. Who remembers the failed NXP semiconductor acquisition, where they were looking to schlep $44 billion for NXP? That failed, of course. There were a lot of regulators, global and domestic, who were none too plussed about that. So that didn't end up going through. But this shows Christian Amon, whatever his last name is, his intention to sort of acquire his way out of being a strictly cell phone chip making company. They're really looking at diversifying the AI, hence the reasoning why they're looking to acquire so aggressively. So let's do a little bit more talking here about what this modular company does. So everybody wants to kind of label them as an infrastructure company, but they do actually a lot more: AI software as well as computer infrastructure. And their crown jewel is something called Mojo programming language as well as Max Inference platform. This allows AI developers to kind of run workloads heterogeneously on chip architecture without rewriting the code. So it makes everything a lot more transferable and easier. But this company also raised $250 million, I believe it was less than a year ago, September 2025. And listen to this, guys. They were valued at $1.6 billion. That is a hefty premium from the last raising round of 1.6 to be paying $4 billion for them. That's a 150% valuation jump. Darren, listen here.
Yeah, interesting look here for CEO Cristiano Amon and Qualcomm. Are you guys watching QCOM today?
I'd be a little bit more. Look, obviously, acquisitions, you can get every now and then you'll have a situation like AbbVie yesterday where you make a big acquisition and it goes up. But for the most part, in this environment, if it's only, $4 billion, it's big, but it's not super big. So I don't know that you're terribly concerned about that. But overall, they have been usually met negatively for at least the first little bit. So we'll want to see where this gets announced. And at the end of the day, when you start talking about deals, a lot of times it's like, okay, well, how are you financing? And that'll be the concern. It literally didn't. SpaceX made a huge acquisition. It was making a huge acquisition,
exactly.
like 15 times this size, and nobody liked that yesterday when the market didn't seem to, and it didn't really matter. And you're at a tipping point with Qualcomm. Like it's at the bounce level. So much like a few other names that we've looked at today at the 50 period or the 200 period moving average, this is it either holds and goes, which I think is pretty binary at this particular point. But once 206 is gone, I think your hands off for a couple of days, maybe after Micron earnings, and its sentiment might change a little bit here for them. But you're seeing this. There's been a huge amount of large deal making this year, and a lot of it's actually been in the private market, right? Like not all these massive deals that are happening. It's like $4 trillion in deals have happened this year, and the bulk of it happening in the private markets. And this is another case. And I don't think it's going to stop, because what you're going to have is you'll have all these AI startup companies and everyone that's trying to catch the wave, or a lot of them are just buying their way into that growth. Like, okay, well, instead of getting beaten out, let's just make the acquisition, integrate, and hope that we can win that way. And so it's something that's worked in the past. So good luck to Qualcomm, but not that optimistic. Yeah. Like if you're on a 15-minute chart, if we're closing above 210 after the opening range, totally different ball game here. But it doesn't really look all that great. And typically speaking, when I hear deal and trend break at the same time, I'm like a 3-day rule as if it was earnings.
Palantir is moving here. It's moving up here, up to $120. I mean, nothing crazy, but it did break a little bit of a consolidation and continuing on that path. But I mean, as for Qualcomm, I'm not going to say we have a mixed bag, because that's not the case. We have a $195 price target, so that's a little bit lower than what we're trading at right now, 206.80. B of A also giving them an underperform rating. You did have a breakout, but at the end of the day, you're not going to complain about 72% in the past 90 days, right? Past 60 trading sessions. That's not bad whatsoever. This name was lagging, and then eventually it did break out, and now it's coming back to retest the levels. So let's see what Qualcomm can get up to. But across the board, I think there's just a couple of other opportunities that I would rather deploy some cash into, and I don't know if Qualcomm's one of them. A 92-cent dividend. I mean, hey, I'm always going to keep an eye out on that, just in case. To say, are you going to be paying your investors, your shareholders? So for me personally, Qualcomm, listen, it's a pass for me, something that we don't typically trade. And then you can see from an intraday standpoint, that is the pre-market, I understand that. But with this catalyst, not that much liquidity stepping into Qualcomm here today. Oh, yeah, this is what I actually wanted to talk about. Yeah, Eddie. Yeah, exactly. Eddie Petit. I don't want to botch that. Does Google continue to bet it? Yeah, okay, bet it. I like that one. Yeah, we'll bet that for sure. Does Google continue to drop today? This is what I actually wanted to pull up and talk about. Now, I mentioned $320. You get 2% from what we closed at yesterday. So, I mean, for me, I'm going to be patient. If there's any stock in the market that I'm looking to dip by, Neil, it's this one.
At 322.42.
At 330 is where is it? You like 322.42?
Well, 20, so 42 is that was my favorite number.
42 is your favorite number. 16 is my favorite number. So I don't know. Maybe wait till Austin 316 to get involved. But no, I do
Brett
believe.
Hall?
Is that
who? Why 16?
Darcy Tucker.
I knew that.
Darcy Tucker, yeah. So you're down 16% at this point. I thought 13% was a good dip buy. You deploy a little bit of cash, just a couple of percentage points. And then if it continues to sell off, well, guess what? You deploy a little bit more. I like Google. I mentioned if there's any out of all of the hyperscalers, whoever's spending the most amount of money, Google's up there. This is a company that there's so many things in the pipeline for it. It's like, okay, cool. The AI trade cools down, and then now we're talking about AVs, autonomous vehicles. All right, that cools down. You head right back into the quantum space. Congratulations, you have Willow. And then don't people forget, like I feel this is such a segment within the company that isn't talked about too much is YouTube. It's like, do you not understand how massive of a giant
huge.
YouTube is? Just the digital ad revenue and how many people are actually just swaying. Never mind linear TV. Everybody watches so much on YouTube now, and it's just such a giant. So that's why I'll forever like this name. Sharif and I call it the tech ETF because it's exactly that.
Biggest moat out there. No question.
Yeah, absolutely.
Huge moat.
Search, where it's like, where do you start? They have it. They
got it all.
With it.
We've got David Jiang here. I think the market overreacted. Thoughts? You know what? So we've been here before. And I know we have short-term memories. It's good to have a short-term memory as a trader. You want to be like a closer in baseball, like move on to the next trade, move on to the next opportunity. But remember June 4th? Closed all the way up at 740 on the Qs, and the next day it wasn't a huge gap down. A lot of it got made during the market, which is different, totally different. It's actually different when you have a lot of the selling happen in the open market to drive you down. But we ended up closing 700. There was a bounce, following day bounce, and then made a fresh low. So I understand the sentiment that it's like, okay, well, we overreacted. We haven't even had Micron earnings here, but compared to where we dropped last time from this level, we haven't even gotten close to where the bottoms got made. I think that would be, it would be a bit harsh to say that in a longer term sense, like stepping back, that it's overreacting if we have like half the move from where we dropped last time on these levels, right? Like we have a really short term memory if we think that we've given up a lot here on the Qs. It always seems like more than it is because we've retraced to the highs, right? Like if we're losing lose the mid 6/8s there, lose the 50 period on the daily, which is where we bounced from before, that's a different story. Until we get to that point, then I don't want anyone like freaking out and running to the hills. It's obviously going to be different if you're sitting over leveraged to a bunch of memory chip names and say SpaceX. I get that. But most people aren't, would be my guess. And the overall market itself, we're just looking at the NASDAQ here. Go back and look at the 5th. We start losing some of the bids that came in the couple of days after that. I think you're in a world of hurt. Maybe that's what Micron's going to tell us on Wednesday. We have some time until then. We got some upgrades and downgrades, although I can see one of them. Already, because it's very distinct and always on the downgrade side, Joe.
I think you're referring to Nike there, Neil. Always on the downgrade side of things. Yes, guys. Sharif and I actually talking about the retail space yesterday, so go and check it out. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off. A lot of retail on the board here today, guys. Some downgrades. Evercore ISI outperformed to in line here for Nike, guys, the sports apparel brand, with a price target reduction to $47. That's down from $57, so not too good of a look here. 5 below, going from outperform to peer perform. You're down 1.9% here approximately this morning. And then Wolf Research giving them that downgrade. Ross Stores also down 1 3/4, guys, going from an overweight to an equal weight with a $240 price target. Wells Fargo giving them the downgrade. Now Home Depot going from an outperform to peer perform here. Surprisingly so, $315 is going to be that specific target. Now Wolf Research giving them the downgrade. You're down 0.6, a little bit more than that here this morning. Now to look at some more positive sides of things, Target up 1.5% here, guys, going from a peer perform to an outperform. No specific price target on that one. Wolf Research giving them the nod. And then we have IBM up 4 4/10 here, guys, going from a neutral weight to an overweight and a $291 price target. That's up from $270 from JP Morgan. Now Synopsys also getting the nod. You're up 1/3%, going from a neutral weight to an overweight, and a $550 price target. That's up from $450. Piper saying they're giving them the upgrade this morning. And then also FedEx, guys, slightly negative 0.7 to the downside, but a buy rating by Jefferies. That is separate segment than what we see from FedEx Freight now, so that's interesting to see. Negative this morning, buy rating on FedEx. Jefferies giving them the nod. Let's send it back to Neil.
I gotta wonder, like what would it take to use that not like bleeding Nike logo? How much does Nike have to get off the bid? Because ever since Joe used that, I don't know, it basically looks like it's like dripping, or it's like slashing something and like the blood's dripping from that Nike logo. So I don't know, does it have to be over $60, $50? Like what would it take for you to just be like, okay, well, we're done picking on Nike with that logo? You know what? Probably at this point, like never? Are we about to make a fresh low again if we lose $40? Like there's just nothing. We've talked IBM. I know it sucks to look at. It is what it is. I know it sucks to look at this, but if you go all the way back, like 2016, 2017, like those are the levels that we've consolidated under, and you break this low, like what are you left with on Nike? In terms of significant price areas, there's a lot of chop here, 35 to 40 for like half a year, so maybe that's a little something. But man, is this a difficult space once you fall off, because you can't, like people still wear Nike. They're still a big brand. All that. They still have a lot going for them, but they kind of mucked up the Foot Locker thing.
Yeah, they really messed that up. I think it was just a bunch of things that just didn't go right for them. And I like what someone in the chat was saying, because this is pretty much what Sharif and I were saying yesterday. This is why I don't like the retail space, Neil, I bet you everyone in this room, and probably the majority of the people in this building, have something from Nike. Like some form of piece of clothing, whether it be a shoe,
Straight
a hat.
Nothing that I've worn in the last any reasonable amount of time.
So you're going to tell me you're going to go into your wardrobe and there's not a single Nike product in there?
No, but nothing I've worn in the last year.
But you have something.
No shoes. Yeah, I own stuff. Yeah,
right.
No, when I used to run track, all my gear, almost all my gear was Nike back.
And this is where I stand. How could you be one of the most popular brands on the planet and your stock looks like this? I think they really messed up. And Shreve, you could chime in obviously if you want to. Is when they kind of lost their identity at some point, right? Like they were that athleisure wear, and then they tried to go to the more luxury side of things, which didn't work. And it's like, okay, we understand that the quality is there, but not very many people are looking to spend $200 plus on a pair of sweatpants and a sweater, where it comes to like $400 for the combination of them both.
Yeah, it's hard to disagree with you.
Right? When they opened up their stores, I think that's where things and inventories aren't flying off the shelf because it's just too expensive.
Exactly. And Nick Dubs, thank you for the super chat here, Nick. Appreciate you. CRISPR, again, I love how predictive markets are when you look at chart patterns. CRISPR will hit 52.50 max, then rip in the next few days. CMRNA, which it trails. I mean, if you look at this one, like it's doing that little wedge pattern. That's the word I'm looking for. That little wedge pattern where you're getting like the higher lows and on the daily chart. And really, when you see that, you really just, you look for the bottoms each time, scalps them to the tops, and when it finally breaks the wedge, you can look for a little bit more. But you're totally right about mRNA there, Nick, that this one has been more predictive of what's going to happen next. A lot of things fell yesterday, so you don't notice sometimes that mRNA had that ridiculous turnaround top, but this is still very much in an uptrend. Like, it's a pullback into prior highs. Like, it's turned the corner and going, whereas CRISPR is more on the trying to make that break out of the wedge pattern. But as long as mRNA continues the uptrend, that one looks pretty good. Adam James abroad. Good morning, bald brothers. That's right.
Yeah, man.
Is it Zeta or Zeta? What do we call this thing? Because I know a lot of people are excited about this one. It's up 7 points today. I don't know that I would call this the best day trading stock. I'm just going to quickly show you a level 2. Like, a bit spready, even though it's a $20 stock. It's done 1.3 million shares, but a second ago it was a 20-cent spread, now a 10-cent spread, and kind of leveling off. But I like the fact that it's holding that VWAP for sure on Zeta. Just, I don't know, pretty spready. Would like to see this open up, see if there's better liquidity on that. And here we have an Oracle headline. Add sales agents to 20 billion equity distribution deal. Yay.
Oracle.
You know who's the biggest fan of Oracle? And probably the planet, who would say, look at that 4% down. I want to get on the bid. I want to buy it up. And you know her very well. She makes the watch list and rocks it with the news and crushes it on the desk and does trading as well, and is also the #1 fan of Oracle stock. Right, Adara?
Yes, I am. I love Oracle, but even more, I love seeing when it's down.
Oh.
Good one, Neil.
That was cold. That was obviously, see, if you can't tell, that was sarcasm. Everybody, let's just say the Oracle of Oracle shorts, that works, has been Adara. But it's 9 o'clock, everybody. Let's get them back up. Let's go right back to the desk. We got some, we'll talk a little future. I know we're going to go top of some future, and we got our free watch list.
Yeah.
And why didn't anybody tell us that Randy crept up behind us and dropped these off?
Yeah, mine's all bruised, but how's yours looking over there? Yours is looking all right, man.
I haven't
Mine's
opened it yet,
all damaged, but I thank you, Randy, for
See what the breakfast is.
banana.
Let's get to the rundown.
744.5, guys, is where we close out on the SPY. We are below that by about $10 right now, trading at about 734, down over 1.33%. So we're looking at that $10 area, 730. That's going to be our first level of support, especially if we give up 732.5, which where we bounced off overnight to the high side. If we start catching a bid, take a look at that 740 double bottom here on the 4-hour chart. That will be our first level of resistance.
Definitely don't resist checking out our Trader TV live watch list. It has live, earnings data to keep an eye on for the day. It has economic data. It's got information that you need to know to tackle every single session. You're wondering when CCL report's going to be today. It actually was featured on the watch list this morning just as an earnings blurb. So big stories, small stories, all stories and economic data on that Trader TV live watch list. Speaking of which, what was in the Trader TV live watch list, which I apologize, I did not mention or I said improperly, we do have some prints today at 9:45 a.m. These were on the watch list. You've got the S&P Global, manufacturing and services, so composite manufacturing and services PMI at 9:45 a.m. 10 a.m. you get the much smaller Richmond Fed manufacturing and composite indices, so just be aware. Some prints here later in the day after the bell, which again are or can be found on this watch list. Let's talk here. I have Oracle in the background, but I want to talk SPCX to start off today's rundown. SpaceX right now battling with that 150 level. Kathy Wood picking up about $32.5 million will be enough to cause that SPCX rally. We'll have to find out, Sharif.
Yeah, I'm going to cover the $6.3 billion compute lease agreement that they have here. Interesting, with artificial intelligence startup Reflection AI. It's going to begin on the 1st of July of this year, and it injects about $150 million, give or take, on a monthly basis for the use of, yes, the most advanced chips that they have. I'm talking about XAI, of course, the GB300, which is going to be used at its Colossal 2 facility. Let's talk about this, though, because it's being framed. The narrative is here that this is a $6.3 billion guaranteed deal. Nothing about this is guaranteed. In fact, there's a 90-day trial, 3 months for Reflection AI to kind of test the water, so to speak, after which, if they don't like what they're using, they're free to walk away, so it's not guaranteed. But also, circularity rearing its ugly head again in this AI trade. Namely, NVIDIA is implicated this time. They're not just supplying the GB300s, they're actually invested in Reflection. So you got that, hey, I'm the supplier, but but I'm also an investor. Sometimes also we've seen it, they're also a customer vis-a-vis CoreWeave, where NVIDIA rents space there. But the firm was established by Misha Laskin and Ioannis Antojoulou. These are two veterans of Google's DeepMind, so it's not just any startup.
Yeah, not just any startup here. I also want to talk about a couple other SpaceX stories because we have some more as well. We know that on Monday they announced senior unsecured notes offering. They're also set to launch their first Starfall demo mission today. That's going to be sending a reusable unscrewed capsule to orbit on a Falcon 9 rocket. So no shortage of catalysts here. A couple analyst notes as well for SPCX. But how do our traders feel about SPCX today?
Like, listen, I like what Shreve's talking about over there. We know that this is going to be the driver of the company for the next little bit. If we talk about total addressable market, it was something around $24 trillion that we're talking about, which is an insane amount. But the majority of that was coming from Colossal and just the AI compute, XAI obviously, and just what he's strung together with these GB300s. That's where the majority of it's coming. That's his pipeline, really, to be honest with you. We're not looking at the space exploration. I do believe with his rocket side of things, his ability to bring satellites into space, and then with Starlink, he has a more total addressable market right there. That's a big cash cow for him as well, which I think has the most room to grow, in my opinion, with only 10 to 17 million active users. I think that's a good opportunity to see this company. But, I mean, listen, losing $1 trillion in market value in the past week is a little bit of a tough look. Obviously, you had the exuberant buying. You had people who were excited about getting involved with it. But then I just reinstated that, hey, don't forget about the locked up shares. Don't forget what has to be added into the indexes as well. So SpaceX, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some more chop and some more volatility step into this name. And look what we've seen in all of the IPOs of 2025. The majority of them sell off and it take a while to recover. Some of them haven't even recovered. All right.
I don't think it'll be. I mean, look, Meta excited to introduce Collection designed in collaboration with Kylie Jenner. Meh. I mean, it's moving, so there it is. Meta actually has a chance to go green, so maybe that ends up being a thing. It's not going to put it on my radar today. It is what it is. It's not. Again, it's not going to put it on my radar today.
That's it. No, that's a nothing burger with extra nothing
That's
sauce.
definitely a nothing burger. We have English Room Tactical. I feel like there's a story behind or something behind that name that I don't know. English Room Tactical, any target price for SpaceX. Loses 150, I think it sees 135.
Yeah,
I can't think, someone else will be able to come up with an example of this, but most of the times when an IPO, I don't know why there's even any historical data here, because there shouldn't be. Most of the times when you lose the IPO open, and it didn't break 150, that's just a bad wick. So when you lose the 150, you make your birthday or just shortly after that is your best for the IPO. Sometimes it's days, sometimes it's weeks. In this particular case, it was a few days for SpaceX. But when you lose that open price, which was 150, the issue price becomes the key, and that's the 135. That's this silly wick down here, which is not real. And so if we don't hold 150 today, it's just further confirmation that we're still selling. Any bounces today, trend breaks, holding 150, this could end up being like right at the open, like the move that it did at 8 o'clock or 7 o'clock, where you had this like false break of 150 and then it's an immediate push up, look VWAP, and then look the 160s. I liked anything over 160 for fade today back into the flat bottom break there on SPCX. So that's what I'm going to be looking at right away. And we have 20 minutes to go, but there's a decent chance to be right at that 150 for sure. But it's telling you that it wants that 135. And if you just look at CBRS, who report, by the way, Cerebras reports tonight. So this is a recent IPO that basically did that pattern. Its first day was its best, maybe not the second. It was literally the first day that it was its best. And once it lost that, it's been heading right down toward that 185, which was its issue price. The interesting question would be, which one gets there first? I thought Cerebras would get to its much sooner than SpaceX gets to 135. That might end up being wrong. That could be wrong.
Honestly, I can see SpaceX 115, 120.
Yeah, well, I think it'll make a stop at 135. That's the first place to look for. Or if it's a day trading show, like I've already said, 135 is the issue price. If there's millions of shares on the bid, I'm going 01 long. Like literally, 135.01. And if there's millions of shares on the bid, my out is punching the bid.
Yeah.
It's one of those types of trades. It was crazy when Facebook did, but Facebook did it on day one of its IPO. It didn't wait around for a while. It actually broke that. It attempted to break that price and got defended. So it'll be a different story if and when we do get there.
Full disclosure, I'm forever long SpaceX in my long-term account.
Yeah, I want to hold this as a core holding.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm only in like 7.5%.
Not
right
even,
now,
dude. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's like 2% of my portfolio.
No. 7.5% of what I want to buy.
Oh yeah. It's a fraction of what I have.
Yeah, way smaller than that in the portfolio.
For you?
Yeah,
but
not even a percent.
You probably have.
But I'm old.
You're probably spread a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm probably I'm probably more diversified.
Yeah, exactly.
Speaking of diversification, if you were diversified into some IBM, I mean, look, your personal account's probably not looking that good today, but it's looking a little better.
Let's just go over this Meta story again really quickly before we diversify back into the IBM conversation. So Meta, in addition to this Kylie Jenner designed collection of glasses, they're announcing a whole set of $299 smart glasses with EssilorLuxottica, their general glasses partner here. So Meta glasses announcement on watch. There was also this GRRR. It could be a bit of a small cap play here. I know Adam James brought in the chat, mentioned this one in a super chat address to me. I mentioned this in the chat, but I'll mention it here as well. Thank you, Andre, for putting this up. Gorilla Technology landing a 5-year, $2.5 billion AI infrastructure contract. This was announced at 9 a.m., so this is a relatively new catalyst, targeting $1.3 billion first phase revenue. Now let's talk about a company with a lot of different announcements today, IBM. They were name dropped here during that Trump quantum announcement yesterday with those executive orders, but OpenAI related catalyst as well.
Yeah, this is interesting here because IBM is going to integrate OpenAI's freshly unveiled, what they're calling Daybreak Cyber Partner Program. It's going to be developed and automated into their enterprise security workflows, but it's not that simple. So let's first and foremost, cut to the chase, so to speak. A lot of companies don't want to do business with these frontier models because they're worried the frontier models are basically going to ingest their source code and then become basically a competitor to them. And we've been seeing this a lot more with companies who really want to sort of hide their source code, hide their proprietary information from these frontier models for specifically that reason. And that's what IBM's taken into account here. They've designed it so that the tool operates strictly with read-only access when in client repos and while inside the client's local environment. The client, of course, being OpenAI in this case. But let's also talk about the fact that IBM wants to prevent a single vendor reliance. We've been seeing a lot of concentration risk with companies choosing to do only or business with only one company. So basically here under Project Lightwell, which is a $5 billion investment commitment by IBM and Red Hat, what they're gonna do is they're gonna diversify that from multiple frontier models. Last but not least, this is gonna be the premier rollout of ChatGPT 5.5 Cyber. It's basically packaged as this trusted access for cyber. It's a specialized model. Listen to this, guys, very interesting. So it strips out consumer abstractions, focuses strictly on structural code reasoning, attack path tracing, so very cyber focused here, and automated patch testing. That's not how it usually worked. What you would usually do was it would run basically on the source code, find all the vulnerabilities that it perceives, and then inundate the engineers with all these false positives. This does the homework for the engineer and then just gives it the ones that it needs to focus on. So interesting take.
Very interesting here. Are you guys interested in IBM today?
I mean, it's a long-term play for me. Owned a long time, recently bought it because it was a 2025 pick. So I bought it literally at the end of 2024. And then recently as well, the 200. I'm gonna like the 50 here, but as far as the day trade goes for IBM, it's in a bit of a no man's land, which I'm not as big of a fan of. Like breaking 270, that would be a little bit better. Like you've got the wipeout bottom, the rounded bottom, relative strength today, but it's going to need to prove breakout, I think, a little bit more. I already mentioned for the quantum names, because it's a double-edged sword, right? Like they got two stories here for IBM. One part of it's the quantum thing. was QBTS, which is already dropping, right? Remember, we think this one will do what it did at the last few opens, which is make its bottom 10 o'clock. And sorry, it was like at 10 o'clock here, and I think yesterday was around 11 that this has caught the biz. So I'm looking at the quantum side of it to try and look for the dip buy. And it might be more of an 9:45 and after type of deal, but the first level I'll be looking at is into that prior day low in the 24 on QBTS as opposed to IBM, which I like much more of a DCA personally for myself at these levels. You got a great 220 out there, and again, you've got some selling still happening because of what's going on to software, but software is relatively strong today. I think it holds up because of that and a little bit because of the quantum. Traditional development, thank you for just the kind emojis there. We appreciate you. Thank you from TikTok. We appreciate our viewers everywhere. It doesn't matter, YouTube, TikTok, wherever we're going to be. We got a great family, and I'm glad you're part of it.
I wanted to bring this up here actually because our boy Jesse Hernandez just hopped in the chat.
Oh, Jesse's here.
Yeah, Hernandez is here in the family. So good morning to you guys. But what we're gonna have here, hopefully relatively soon, Neil, is that options activity is going to actually start earlier and close later, which is good. I don't see any reason why trading derivatives, you can't trade them alongside the underlying asset. Now, if you run into liquidity issues, that seems to me to be a you problem and not necessarily something to do with underlyings, because I have no doubt in my mind that if you allow the options market to stay open in the post market, you're going to have the volume there. Obviously, you have the cooling down. But with the more liquid assets like the SPY, the Qs, you have the top names like SpaceX now, NVDA, Apple. They're very liquid, and I think they'll remain so in the post and in the pre-market, right? So I'm looking forward to that. So Jesse's a little upset that that we're down 10 points in the NASDAQ, but hopefully soon, my friend, you'll be able to trade these derivatives in the pre and the post. Now, as for IBM, listen, I think this is a name where I'm going to take a quote from Kramer. Who was that other guy that you mentioned with Kramer the other day?
Kudlow.
Kudlow, yeah.
Kudlow, Larry Kudlow.
Sharif remembers Kudlow. So for me personally, own it. Don't trade it. Potential dip buy. I'm looking at other names. Like I almost punched the keys here to grab a little bit more NVDA around 202. I do believe we're going to sell, so we grab a handful here, a handful there, and then eventually, hopefully, we can get that stock rocking and rolling. But as for IBM, $1 billion out of the $2 billion investment from the government, something that I would definitely look to own, not necessarily trade from the intraday session.
Fair. As you can see there, CCL, Carnival Cruise Lines, just reported record second quarter revenue, huh?
Oh, everybody hates on Yeah, remember we were going on it. Everyone hates on CCL.
Yeah, price action not looking good. 5% down already for CCL. Remember, the call, of course, will be going on during the open. So CCL, because they like to be different. Who reports earnings at 9:15 in the morning? They report earnings at 9:15 in the morning.
Because they were partying.
But the big story overnight and why there's big tech weakness was the Asian markets drop. Well, hey, Kospi, if your entire index is a couple of big tech stocks, then you're going to have swings like this.
Do you remember the WeWork motto?
WeWork?
Yeah, remember WeWork?
No, I remember WeWork.
Yeah, you remember the work motto?
What was the
Do you
motto?
know what it was?
No.
It was work hard, play harder. I think that's what Carnival Cruise Lines is.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that. Let's send it back to the desk.
Yeah, here, CCL, we can talk about a little bit here. Net income, $537 million. This is up over 20% year-over-year. Record revenues of $6.7 billion. All-time high customer deposits, $9 billion. Not seeing too much about this on social media. I've just, grabbed this off Benzinga. But let's talk here about something we are seeing a lot about, and that's weakness in the Asian market. Kospi, Nikkei over in Japan, and of course, the Chinese indices as well, not doing well last night.
No, Adara, they were not. And last I looked, SK Hynix still down, or was, I guess it closed down, but 14.5%. We spoke in the morning about some of the South Korean markets actually reaching a limit down. Didn't quite work out that way on the Hang Seng or the Shanghai Exchange, but they were all lower as well. You know, everybody's guessing as to what the sell-off really is being precipitated by. Some people saying, look, investors are reassessing interest rate expectations going to the end of the year, not being buoyed enough, sentiment that is, by the easing of the tensions in the Middle East. So we'll have to wait and see, Adara, but the market at large red.
Yeah, keep an eye on the market and also, I guess, some of these ADRs as well in China. Index-wise, you could watch FXI, KWEB, or the likes of Alibaba. How do you guys feel about these names?
Well, I mean, for everyone that was like, why is the market so bad? Like when you, look, everything, the Kospi, which someone's like, well, who's Cosby? No, Kospi. It is all, I mean, it's basically just, you're talking SK Hynix and Samsung, so you're gonna get that kind of movement. And if you're wondering why the stocks and all these 3Xs are moving so much, it was that shock. So when part of the chip game gets to the downside, you're going to see what happened in sympathy with DRAM down 13.5% overnight. This is before Micron earnings tomorrow night, everybody. Before. Micron's expected to move like 13% after earnings. And you've got DRAM already down 13 points. So I think, you know, obviously when we see this, this is an old story. When the market is at like 2-3% down, everything is like panic, doom, and gloom. The typical reaction at the open is upward at the open. Like it's just relief rally. So that's where my brain was headed. Like if I do favor like shorts in places in the chip space, like what can sustain a bounce higher and has got some obvious places to run into. Intel stands out, because it dipped into prior highs yesterday, and that's where it caught a bid. And then the same thing, if it bounces today, then it's going to pull right back into this 34, 35 area, try to fill in that gap in here, and then boom, reversion play. So like that's the one that sets up for me the most on any kind of a bounce. Because if there's an immediate like crazy rally, I hope to try to catch it if it happens in SpaceX, which is still battling the 150. But if we do start trending up, it's pure patience for fate. And I'm going to throw this one in here because I don't think we'll get another chance to talk about it. Stop me if you heard it before. Yeah, if Bitcoin bounces into similar levels, 35.8, 36.25 on IBIT.
You officially trade that significantly more than I do. I've been trading it a lot. Yeah, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it at all. Yeah, it's something that you're in sync with. Yeah,
it trades well.
Yeah, exactly. You're in sync with that. No, Neil, I think you'll like this one here, EEM, the ETF, the Emerging Markets ETF here. And we're just going to look at the country allocation, which I think is pretty cool, guys. If you want to take a look at this, I mean, 25.9% of it is Taiwan. Obviously, you're going to fall into the neck of the woods of Taiwan semiconductor, right? And then also Korea. Korea is up there. So 23.7% of this holding is Korea, which now we're starting to see a little bit of a dip within this. You're down 10% or so within this specific ETF. But then you have Brazil and some other names. So when you're heavily weighted like this, I'm not going to say it's a complete concentration to Asia, but if you look at it, I mean, India 10%, China, Korea, Taiwan. It's a big majority, and then you throw Hong Kong in there as well. So minus Brazil, you will have over about 3/4 of this ETF is literally Asian countries. So it's not too bad of a look there. Emerging markets, 78.82% in Asia, right? So, I mean, this is something that I would be looking at. Need I go over to the actual chart itself? Because it is phenomenal if you're looking at that. The emerging markets here, I'll actually pull it up for you guys, the EEM. And hey, if you're looking to dip buy, listen, you get from April of last year, Neil, you get 86%, right? To sit in an ETF just like this. And then now you're getting a little bit of a pullback here. I think this is a good opportunity to get involved in this ETF. EEM is the emerging market ETF. Top holdings being Taiwan and South Korea. So you have some pretty decent exposure to the Asian markets there.
I guess some overlap in terms of the stocks, what we just talked about, but there is a lot of weakness here across the big tech sector. Micron, I think we'll start just with these names in the memory space here, because you have Micron earnings after the bell yesterday, MU at pre-market lows, gapping down severely, SanDisk looking pretty similar. I mean, what area of big tech do you want to look at here, Sharif?
Yeah, well, Adara, everything's getting hit. I mean, Wall Street, Asia, Europe, take your pick. They're all negative. We can look at some of the big names. Adara mentioned some of them. Of course, Micron, ASML, STM, Microelectronics down over 7% here. The NASDAQ was down about 2.7%, the NQ100. Semis, though, being hit the hardest, far and away, the most red of my watch list areas. SMH down about 6% in the pre-market. I don't know if it still is. Investors appear to be kind of rotating out of the AI winners and the Mag 7 names after months of strong performance. This is what the article reads here, creating broad-based pressure across growth stocks. So we'll have to wait and see if investors are going to buy the dip today, Adair.
Yeah, do you guys think the dip gets bought, or do you think we push even lower on this NASDAQ?
Remember time frame, right? So we've seen the story before. We're down 3 points. NASDAQ catches a bid. Maybe Micron catches a bid. DRAM catches a bid. We're like, oh, yeah, baby. Everything is fine. The dip buyers are in full force. We get back into, I don't know, like let's go 50. We get back into like 730. Everything's fine. We're pulling into the gap. And then we tumble again. There's a big difference between what happens between 9:30 and let's say 10:30 for the first hour of the show and whether it really means the dip buyers are still here. What we saw, and I just go back to, we talked about the individual names, so just on the cues. The last time we fell from this level, we are halfway to where the bid got caught. We didn't drop much. I know 3% is a lot, but we didn't really drop that much. Even any relief rally that doesn't see like 730 on the cues, which would be, what are we talking there on the NQ, the futures? I don't know, like 30,300 or so if you're looking at the actual futures. If we don't get past that, then what have we accomplished on any kind of a bounce? Like possible suckers rally going into Micron earnings? Potentially. It was a hefty drop overnight. It was a pretty big shock. A lot of this, SpaceX sentiment, market talk when IPOs happen, that kind of a deal. I understand all of it, but this is not that big of a move. So it's going to take some patience if we get that initial bounce to look for the fade. But that's where my head's going to be at when it comes to tech today.
Absolutely. Here's the XLK down 3 3/4. NVDA down 2.6%. Apple down 0.5%. Google down 2.3%. SpaceX down 2.6%. Oh, Microsoft up 1.25%. Congratulations. Amazon getting hit heavy. Tesla, Broadcom, Meta to the downside. AMD down 7%. Oracle down 3%. I'm just, guys, I've been talking about this for quite some time, and I mentioned it, and I've learned from previous mistakes is that when you have a little bit of dry powder, you like, especially with the run that we've been on here, you like when you have these down days. As Neil mentioned, on the grand scheme of things, we're not down whatsoever. Like, this isn't anything to write home about or hit the panic sell button. Do we want to see a healthy pullback? Yes, I personally do. Why, Neil? Because it's going to give me a good opportunity to get involved with some of these names. Now, I could be totally wrong in this aspect, but I'm going off a couple of specific metrics, and we're going to head into earnings season soon, and we're going to see these big tech names start to report. What are they going to spend in the coming future? If that's cooling off, then maybe the narrative slightly changed. But eventually, when there's a reason these guys will stop spending, and what are you going to see on the backside of things? You're going to see that cash flow really start to gain some ground, and they're going to be able to build that back up. Oh, and then we like the cash-heavy names. Apple, as we look as a flight to safety, sitting on boatloads of cash.
Because they're not spending like crazy.
Exactly. But when these guys stop spending, what is that going to mean? That means, listen, we have over 300 million
double-edged sword.
Exactly. We have 300 million monthly active users across the Google ecosystem. If that continues to grind higher. You have a couple of big IPOs coming out here later in the year. I just think that, remember during COVID and just the peak of inflation during QT, it was like bad news was good news and good news was bad news at one point. I think that's going to be the narrative here. When these guys stop spending, be patient. Wait for things to turn around, and then, oh, congratulations. These guys are sitting on boatloads of cash, $100 billion again in the free cash flow. It's like, oh, okay, buy. The big...
But that might not help the memory chip names. That might not help the NVIDIAs. That might not help the ARMs and the Marvells, but it'll be good for the cash.
It'll be good for the hyperscalers. Exactly, right? Like, but we're talking about a bottleneck within some of these memory storage names that can be lasting until 2028. I'm not saying that this is going to happen next year, but eventually it will happen, in my opinion, and you have to be prepared. This selling right now, I think, is a good opportunity to get involved. You have DRAM down 14%.
And still more. We'll get to Oracle in a quick little second. Imbalances, nothing significant. A penny stock in Pinterest, 1.4 sell. Nokia, 700 sell. AMC with that offering, 700 to the sell side there. SpaceX, a 350 360,000 sell balance. That's pretty tiny considering the volume. But Oracle still stinks, Adara.
Yeah, with a couple minutes to go before the bell, it does look like we are going to be opening with this gap down here in ORCL. A new annual filing revealing 21,000 job cuts and some other issues of concern for investors.
Yeah, it amounts to about 13% of their global workforce, Adara, and it marks one of the most explicit public confessions of AI-driven displacement by a tech giant. Not for the reasons that you think. It's the redeployment of capital rather than the replacing of human labor. Let's talk about how much money this is going to cost them, though. Restructuring costs going to cost about $1.84 billion in severance and exit costs. That's going to be for all of fiscal 26. That's about 500% more than they spent on severance and labor costs last year. But the cuts happened across multiple operations, really without revealing a disproportionate slaughter in specific units. So if you look at it, they eliminated about a third, so about 1,000 workers of its physical hardware engineering division, which is kind of signaling that, they need new type of talent for engineers when it comes to AI, not just the regular cloud business that they've been running. The layoffs also are estimated to free up about $8 billion in cash, give or take, $8 to $10 billion in annualized cash flow. That's going to be redirected, of course, to their $70 billion that they're investing in capital expenditures. And last but not least, India was hit by far the hardest of the global markets. 10,000 roles eliminated in India. That's about 20% of their Indian workforce.
Yeah, let's see what Oracle does at this opening bell. Over to the guys in VinFast.
VFS, the opening bell is right about now on this 3% down market bloodbath. I don't want to be too dramatic about it. We just kept saying 3% down isn't necessarily the end of the world. Immediately, SpaceX is going to make a test of that $150 level. It looks like, okay, yeah, thank you, quotes, it's holding right now. So much volume, and of course, at the open, we always see lots of lock quotes, lots of craziness. I'm really only staring down SpaceX for this 150. Bitcoin's not really popping, so I don't have to worry about that. Intel not popping. That's actually heading immediately to the downside. So here comes the 150 testers. Remember, it broke this in the pre-market on SpaceX. So there's only about I've seen 500,000 shares on the bid. There might be a mill down there, something along those lines on SpaceX at the 150. Let's see if they can actually bother to hold this level. But it has broken twice in the pre-market.
I mean, listen, I'm going to be patient here. I have DRAM on my mind, guys, so let's see if we can get involved with that momentarily. It's going to be a little bit slower of a start for me personally, right? We're going to be patient, allow some things to form if we're going to find somewhat of a base. I mean, there goes that $200 break on NVDA.
$2 million on the bid.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's going to be something pop up here momentarily. Why Tesla's getting hit? They have nothing to really do with this chip trade, but it is what it is. Let's see if we can find some high-quality opportunities over here and try and take advantage of them. We're going to have that slingshot effect, I think that elastic effect here on Bitcoin as we're down 3.93%. Are we going to find a bottom and head back in towards the volume-weighted average price and then slowly start to curl over once again? And then we also have Palantir starting to give back some of its move. But DRAM is definitely my primary suspect here, down almost 15% here, Neil.
What the heck kind of price was that?
What do you got going on?
That's trash price. The slippage was insane on that. Through $150, I got slipped to 28.
Damn.
That's a horrid fill. Horrible fill. It is what it is. That's the stock goes to where it goes to. But it's immediately holding. So I don't know how long this one's going to last underneath the 150. It's down at 149 here on SpaceX, but that's a terrible slippage. You want to try to get something in the 70s or 80s. I didn't actually think it'd get filled down. I put it to 28, and it gave me. I think it was maybe even at 25. But anyway, SpaceX is heading to the downside. I'll look up every now and then. Intel is going higher, so there is a chance with this market coming back in that we got to jump out. Looking at the NASDAQ bouncing as well. Yeah, this might break back. If it breaks back through 150, I got to get out. Because I said to myself, if it's over 150 at the open, I want to be playing the reversal long, and I can't do that if I'm still sitting in the short. So I was able to scalp some out at the bottom, but the market is starting to battle back in here, so I want to give it some kind of a chance to actually get that in the other direction.
All right. Yeah, well, you think that's, I don't know what's so funny, Jesse, there. NVDA 200, is that, why is that so comical, man? You know your boys in this.
What's wrong with NVIDIA?
Yeah, exactly. Ask him that, man. No, he's obviously playing around. All right, guys, there it goes. Bitcoin breaking through the volume-weighted average price. I mentioned that elastic effect in this name, and then you have that snapback. We had Tesla yesterday. We only took a couple of trades. So on Friday, no, it was on Wednesday and yesterday, I took RKT on the imbalances, and then it just goes oppo. So I'm not going to be trading that bad boy anymore. RKT on the imbalances, a nicey name. But I'm waiting for a pullback here. Maybe we can get a deeper one south of the volume-weighted average price, see what the volume by time profile is saying, and then we can get that continuation to the north side. I'm also looking at DRAM to see what this 5-minute candle is going to print here momentarily. Now, as for NVDA, Jesse laughing at this one, $200. Man, oh man, this thing is just continuing to bleed. And I mentioned we are going to break this. Like, again, could I be wrong? But at some point, we're going to look at this head and, oh my God, this is absolutely disastrous.
No way, QBTS.
This is disastrous on NVDA. Head and shoulders pattern. We're going to head right back into the middle of this range. This was a breakout. I mentioned before, worst case in Ontario. For those who know. It's worst case scenario, obviously, but worst case in Ontario is that NVDA falls into the world of Microsoft, where it did literally nothing from February of 2024 all the way to February of 2025. So a year of nothing, a year of absolutely nothing, decides to break out, and then after that goes back to levels once again from December of 2023. Worst case, that happens here in NVDA. And why am I even talking like this? Well, we're already starting to show signs within this. August of 2025 to March of 26. 8 months, just like that, where you just move sideways, you break out, and then now you're starting to fail. Has me slightly worried with the chip giant here, Neil.
Speaking of giants, QBTS, it might not be a giant,
Era?
but the move upside, it's now 5% back into the green. It bounced so clean. So much for it actually doing the dip for like a half an hour nonsense. That just holds and continues to break higher. Look, Intel's going. AMD, oh my goodness, AMD. Can we even flip stocks? Yes, but it's taking its time. The volume is pretty big. AMD broke through VWAP, headed toward the 520 level. You got Intel, which is running higher as well. Remember, Micron doesn't report till tomorrow. This is not really bouncing with the rest of the names. I know you're looking at DRAM.
Yeah, I got DRAM.
If you're looking specifically at Micron, it's still down 11%, under VWAP, under some of these lows. No trend break for Micron whatsoever. And let me tell you, SpaceX, when it got, okay, first of all, it did break back through 150. So playing off the 150 level, it was an initial short. It did tag down here to like 148 something. So there was some outs you could have gotten. But now it's back above the 150 and then just blasted through. Like breakouts and breakdowns, slippage is insane. I didn't cross as far on a 151 break. I didn't really try to cross it that deep, but I'll try to grab this one on the way back into the 150 level if we can. Going to play a little bit of patience if I can get into that QBT S. Reza, I was out of that short the second it retook 150. I'm not playing around with that. If I'm playing up the 150 level, I'm not trying to hold it back through and hold it $4 against me. Heck no, that's why you don't see me in that position. And I'm actually looking to try and see if we can jump in on the bid. Intel, I still believe Intel's a fade, but it's not nearly high enough. Only into this 132, so I'll be patient when it comes to that. Oh, you're in IBIT long.
I am. It's not working out typically. I'm in above the volume weighted average price to see if we can hold up at this level. If it cracks it, yeah, I know that'd be nice, man. Yeah, he's busy, man. I'll make a run here quickly. I'll grab an egg as well too. I know you want just a black, right? And I'll get myself
a
little espresso here momentarily. Yeah, Jesse, every time NVDA sells, there's someone talking about it. But a nice indecision print right here at the volume-weighted average price. Maybe we can find somewhat of a bounce. Now, could I have gotten a little bit better of a price here? I do believe so. We're in at 29s. I could have punched 20s, to be honest, but I just was fumbling the hotkeys, and then sure enough, we got in there. I'm like, okay, that's all right. We didn't put on too much size, so let's see if we can get the ball rolling here in Bitcoin down 3.4% on the day. Wow, NVIDIA long paying massive. Let's go, says Los Pollos. All right, congratulations. Hopefully, you're in it from this morning because overnight it definitely hasn't been paying massive. We were up to 214. We're down $14 from that point, Los Pollos. So let's see if we can find somewhat of a rebound. DRAM coming back in, a volume weighted average price rejection almost to the penny, and then now heading towards those lows. What I would personally want to look for is a higher low established. But if the momentum really starts to uptick, then we have to be cautious. I'll keep an eye out on this Bitcoin trade. Strong momentum. We have that elastic effect. We snap back through VWAP. Now we're just consolidating around the volume weighted average price. If this breaks, momentum picks up, and we see that through the times and sales, then maybe it's our green light to get out. But if we do decide to turn around and hold this level, I think there's going to be a good opportunity to put on a little bit more size there, Neil.
Red light, yellow light, green light means go.
Ooh.
We're talking about Jamaicans, and the born Jamaicans has to get thrown out by me, at least at some point. Okay, 150 starting to come back in here. I'm on the offer of Intel, so I got to keep that one on the back burner. Yeah, I haven't really been filled. I'm trying to pick this. I tried to get this 130 in front of the 133, so I just missed that topping tail wick. That's gonna suck. Might have missed the topping tail wick there on Intel, but back into the 150. We played it underneath before, still willing to play it in either direction from the 150 and flash back and forth, but I don't want to let it lose. No, I'm just going to flash into Intel before I miss the trade altogether. All right, so you're going to see me into Intel because I did miss that other bid, but the 150 level, if it holds, it holds. If it doesn't, then I think we're looking jumping back over into the south side. I actually liked IBIT for short, but way, way higher from here. So I kind of hope it goes up there for Joe, because I'd love to see us get a good fill somewhere in like the 35.8 range there. But if SpaceX doesn't want to hold on to the 150, we'll jump away from that. As I said, I am into the Intel trade. I still like some IBIT. And the fourth name that I was watching, these quantum names are gone. Obviously, QBTS now 7% higher. There's at least VWAP and prior highs. So if I'm going to be able to join this move, I did think we'd dip a little bit further. That obviously ended up not being the case. The market decided to kind of bounce, and this bounced in a big way. 25.60, 25.70 going to be in play. If you're looking at some of the other names, IBM in the other direction here. IBM had a dual story. Like, it wasn't just the president, the administration, and the quantum side of it. They also have an OpenAI partnership adaptation as well. So that was one of the reasons why they're up. They're not catching the bid as much as you are seeing in some of the more exciting of the quantum names. My goodness, when SpaceX goes down, it just flushes. And I will, just one note, if you see this, if you see me in a SPX position that looks like it's at a weird price, note that the Toronto one's not SSR. So sometimes when you can't hit the bid in SpaceX proper, you can hit the bid in SPCX because you don't have the uptick rule in effect. So if you see a weird price, I might have jumped into this. It's exactly the same thing. It's a CDR. It's about 1/6 of the price, so you can kind of figure it out in that regard. But the market bounce is still sort of happening. We got that topping tail over here in Intel, and now looking for the pullback into VWAP. But wow, what an unbelievable churn we've seen so far. Like the NASDAQ, huge volume at the lows, huge volume, but just barely creeping up. This is not that much of a bounce yet. Like, they're really putting it to the test to try to get any kind of continuation here with this market bottom. So for now, I mean, we're going to stick with this Intel short, see if we can find something else. I wanted to be short IBIT too, but this never really got into any levels. Market's still absolutely sideways, chop. I saw someone in the chat say that it's putting you to the test. The market's not making it easy. I would tend to agree with that. If you're trying to buy this dip, there's not a lot that's looking like we're going to show continuation. Like, have a quick look at Micron, still down the 12, still holding those lows. It's going to be really hard for the NASDAQ to sustain a bounce if it's not going to do it with DRAM here. You guys tell me, what's actually bouncing right now that's not a quantum name? I'm not seeing anything. Like, my quote board doesn't look all that strong. Like, I'm in something which is kind of strong in Intel, but even that's a failed break of the highs. Ignore those dark pool wicks. That's still a failed break of the highs and trying to head back in lower. So yeah, you got the mags. Okay, fair enough. You got Meta, you got Microsoft. Yeah, I guess we're going back in, but without the chips let us down. If it was a Kospi was all about the chips, then it's going to be hard for me to get behind that all the work is only going to be done by the mags. Can we really sustain a rally without the chip names today? That's a question we're going to be asking ourselves here because Meta hasn't been in favor for very long. Does it really have it in it to carry the market today, along with Metas and the softies? Is that really what it's going to be? I don't know. I'm going to remain a little bit skeptical when it comes to that. Okay, here comes SpaceX trying again. SpaceX just keeps trying this 150. It won't break the lows. The first 50 break gave you like $1.50 at best if you got a good price. If you got a bad price, and it gave you like 70 pennies. I got a bad price, so it gave me 70 pennies. But that 150 is still the only level I'm watching. Thank you, Joe, for the reload. We got a new coffee. The market is still very much inside range kind of situation.
Yeah, I agree here. I'm looking at Bitcoin.
It's so much chop.
On BTC, yeah, exactly. That's why we started small. You can give yourself a wider stop here, but I like the way it's forming right now. This could be a good potential add opportunity. As long as we don't break down, then I think that's what's going to happen. We did have a 1-minute candle opening on the top end of the range, and you can see consistently that the ask is getting lifted here. So that's a pretty good look, though. There it is, a nice 31 print on it so far there, Neo. We can double up our position. No worries about it whatsoever. So there it goes. I mean, we talk about this all the time, like averaging up, but a nice break through that level. We're down 3 1/4 here, Neil. We're going to put on a little bit more size here because this is slowly starting to work for us. Oh, no, I punched Palantir. We didn't want that. All right, we'll get that figured out here. There we go. We'll add our shares right now. Palantir, we're in this one now, apparently, even though we didn't really want to be. But, hey, we'll have to deal with it. We're going to send things off to Adira.
Trio of economic prints on watch here. You've got the S&P Services PMI flash 51.1 is the forecast. Manufacturing PMI 54.6 is the forecast. Composite PMI 52.1 forecast. Services PMI, as you guys can see here, 51.3, a little bit above that forecast of 51.1. S&P manufacturing PMI still waiting for this to populate. Just came through here, 55.7, above estimates of 54.6. Composite PMI 52.2, above estimates of 51.1. So composite and services PMI narrowly beating estimates. Manufacturing PMI well above estimates here. NASDAQ trying to tick higher here. S&P 500 doing the same, actually looking fairly strong now in the morning after this big gap to the downside. We have some economic data at 10. I'll see you guys for that much lower scale number here, though, that Richmond Fed Composite Index. Back to you.
There's a little bit of a little bit higher. Nothing too crazy whatsoever. I did try, quick little punch. It's another scalp. It just keeps scalping this SpaceX. Like, it's just 150 to 150 change. But there's just no bid underneath it. Like, the second you get in, they just bring it right back into the 150. I'm gonna nibble and give a wide stop this time.
Okay.
I'm gonna nibble and give it down to like 149 instead if we can. Oh, pick me back up. I'm trying to get picked up in front of 150 and give it to 149 this time and instead of just taking the scalp trade. In front of the number there, I did take a bid at the evens or just underneath the evens on Intel, and it's still putting in those higher lows. So it's still holding trend up. The topping tail wick is still good, but you're putting in higher lows. So I don't necessarily love the automatic reload just yet. I'd love to see it crest a little bit more and then add on the other side of the trade. And then we can wet the beak another time there. What else is moving? Because I'm just looking at right now, I've got D-Wave up. I've got SpaceX up. Intel and IBIT, I know Joe's already in that, and we saw it was the Mag 7 names that are really starting to carry, or at least attempting to carry the market. But QBTS is pulling back into that prior high, and it's doing so with a little bit of violence. Everybody, just a small tinge of violence on the way back in here in QBTS. So again, just a bit of a change for myself on SpaceX. Nibble, give it a bit of a wider range, and try to play it into the 154. So VWAP and then 154. Just a bit of a change on how we're approaching along.
All right, man, good stuff. Yeah, let's see. We're holding up on the lower end, but if we get into the nitty-gritty and the detail of things, I was going to put this in the chat. I've seen Jesse mention something, so we'll throw that in there.
What's Jesse saying?
He's just out there steady snitching, man.
Why is it? Okay, first of all, you didn't like when people call you a snitch. You don't be calling people snitch.
I never said that ever.
What?
He's steady, but he is steady. He's steady snitching. That's what he was saying in there. Yeah, don't worry, he's not snitching.
I accidentally called Joe a snitch because Sharif.
No, you
accused
me of calling somebody something.
Oh, that's what.
Yeah. And I'm like, dude, man, that never came out of my mouth. You know what I was saying to Sharif yesterday is that Sharif will do something and then you automatically point to me every time with that
Not
scenario.
every time.
And then yesterday as well too. You're like, who hit the
Happens a
fail?
lot.
Joe? I'm like,
Happens
dude,
a
I'm
lot.
just chilling out over
In my defense, when the fail got hit in the aftermarket, it was something that was obviously positive, and then the fail got hit. And what had happened was I turned my head to see, because it wasn't Sean. Like, I know Sean I hit the key. I turned to my left, and I see Joe's hands move.
No, dude, there's no way because I was
saw your
literally sitting like this. And Sharif is
Anyways, it doesn't really matter.
You know who Charleston White is?
No.
Well, I'm all, yeah, exactly.
Get up.
Jesse, I am him. There we go on Bitcoin. Nice 35.35. I'm pure Charleston White. I have no shame in it, man. I'll rat you out. I ain't no loyalty around here. No, I'm obviously being sarcastic.
You're like Bernie Mac.
Yeah, Bernie Mac say he'll just rat you out.
No, it's one of his bits.
Charleston White over here. But anyways, guys, there it is. We're talking about this consolidation holding and then eventually breaking. DRAM is now going through the volume weighted average price. There's a nice hammer. Where's Gorev at? Gorb and Los Pollos. I've seen Los Pollos in this trade. He's in on NVDA from 200. Nice work there, brother. As that hammer candle just after the open prints, and then now off to the races we go. And that's the same narrative here with DRAM. This is a name that I want to get involved with. Never mind Palantir, DRAM for somewhat of a recovery because at the lows we were down almost 14%, Neil. And I think that's a little bit overdone at this point, 12 3/4 to the downside on DRAM. Now we're going to wait for a pullback at 70 and the hold of this level. So we're going to catch the lower end of the range. And this is what I'm referring to is at that 69.90. And I think that's going to be a good opportunity for us to get involved. What is my game plan here on IBIT? I think this gap can get filled. All right, we have this gap down. I understand that Bitcoin's a 24/7 market, but this gap between what actually happens in this ETF and the overall market does tend to come into play. So that's my narrative for here today.
Okay, so my narrative is we got 150 to the all-morning trend line here on SpaceX. That's 150 to 153. The next trade is either a pullback into the lows or another breakout here, like over the 154 level. So we're going to look for, it's not really an obvious trend, but from pre-market highs to the opening range, it'll be as good as it gets. So if we end up top tail this candle, if we do, and pull back, then I just wait for another test of 149 to 150. I think 49 was a better entry than 50. Obviously, I entered 50 and just moved the stop. But I want to see us hold above for the secondary play if we're able to even get it. Oh, no, and then QBTS, as we were doing that, QBTS with the violence off of VWAP. Oh my goodness. That is like, there's bouncing off VWAP and then there's bouncing off VWAP. Like that is all chase. Just absolutely no slowdown there for QBTS. Still holding structure, still gonna favor that one to the long side for now, but I need to get some kind of a dip if we're gonna be able to get back into that. So SpaceX, we just sort of scalped out of that one for like $3. But as I was saying before, yeah, like it's showing topping tail candle off of this high to opening range, which still means wait to buy the dip until proven otherwise. And finally, MU and DRAM are going here.
Yeah, I know. I missed that. I didn't get that fill at 70s there.
I thought you were in.
No, I wish. But
bad.
Bitcoin's still holding up a little bit here. Nothing crazy. A couple of pennies, nothing to write home about. But DRAM's off to the races. Down over 13, closer to 14%, and then now where we're looking for that volume-weighted average price break, we're no longer getting that right now. So have to wait for an additional pullback, but that's going to change the narrative because if you get in that 70s, that's a good target right there. And if you aim for this 86 marker, which is going to put you right around some pre-market lows, I think that's a good area to take some profit off of. So a missed opportunity there, hockey air on Palantir. Now we're just sitting in this IBIT position looking for this gap to start to get filled. 35.60s is what we're going to try to diamond hands this to. I think that might be a little bit optimistic, and this is an absolute slow mover. There goes DRAM, Neo, man. Oh, man, $71. We were looking at it at 70. Just have to pull the trigger because when you have a space in a sector like this that's so hot, and then you find it down double digits, right? But like before the open, the chances are of some of these dip buyers are going to step in are relatively high. So yeah, 71.14 on DRAM. Man, oh man, this stuff is. I wouldn't be surprised by the end of the day if we finished only down around 5% or so at this point.
Only down 5%. That would require a bit of a jaunt. I see in the chat,
Yeah, I can
NBIS might
see
be
that,
one of the first Dumpsville names to go to the green. It's certainly looking like it. I'm not really seeing anything else that was down that much, which is going green. All right, so SpaceX is not. Let me just cancel. I'm going to cancel my stop order for now to break long on this because we're waiting for the dip again. So look, SpaceX 150 to 153.5 was about all you were able to get, and it's already on the pullback. We're going to go to Adair. We've got some news.
SpaceX here on watch, as is ASTS. Keep an eye here on AST Space Mobile at 9:45 a.m., so about 8 minutes ago, just seeing this circulate now. They announced Bluebird's 11, 12, and 13 orbital launch to occur in the first half of August. This is connected to SpaceX as well. So ASTS here, nice push to the upside. We're now green on the day. SPCX, as you guys can tell, just kind of ranging around here, but just be aware this Bluebird 11, 12, and 13 launch to potentially take place as soon as early August. Back to you.
What chop though? I don't really see any. I don't see any chop. Yes,
there's plenty of names that are showing chop. I saw in the chat someone saying, Jammy saying the chop is crazy. There's lots of stocks that are chopping around. Look at SMCI. This is chopping around.
That's
an example. But if you're looking at
SMCI,
look at Micron. Micron, it was choppy early, but that's now a distinct trend. You could call SpaceX a little choppy. I think that's fair. Like it's choppy, but inside the range has been plenty good. So if you're not playing inside the range, I can see people getting chopped up. But man, like the chip names are actually a bit of a trend now.
Yeah, look at the SPY in the NAS.
Yeah, like that's all trend high.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm just kicking myself.
IBIT's weak, man.
Dude, that's exactly it. It's like, why am I trading this name when there's DRAM? Like, what am I doing getting involved with Bitcoin? And you've seen it throughout the midday, guys, for quite some time. I just truly haven't been trading this. Why? Because I don't think it's in play. It's a lot of chop. I think there's more downside. I believe there's more downside here for Bitcoin in the near future. With that being said, am I going to buy some more? Maybe a little bit, but I've been reducing my exposure and just rotating into some other names. I'm going to be buying some Google here momentarily. Neil, Google was down over a couple of percentage points at some point here today. Now you're only down 0.5%. Microsoft up 1.4. Tesla's still down here, but Amazon turning into positivity. So the big names are starting to find somewhat of a recovery here, and I think that's a good sign of strength. I'm over here just like, what am I doing in Bitcoin? I can get out of it at any given
like
moment,
that short.
So.
I still like that short somewhere. Oh, Intel's
I know,
closing the
Scott.
gap,
Sorry to interrupt you there. I know, Scott. Trust me, brother. Scotty, I know. I'm like, and I'm just. I mentioned that I'm sitting here like, what am I doing out of all the dip buys? What am I doing buying Bitcoin here down 3 1/3 when we have DRAM that's just been absolutely going monstrous? As soon as 35.20 breaks, we're at a dodge on this bad boy.
Well, I think one of the things that you got to do, I don't know, I'll be the first person to like always structure a trade knowing exactly what I have in mind. If I like VWAP into Intel, I'm not going to let it burst the high. And then like, why sit in it if it's not doing what you want? But it did just close the gap into prior lows. So this, I might get Bitcoin short too. This one pulling back in, we said I always take my shots in usually 2 places. Pre-market high, fill in the gap into prior highs. So if the curl is now, then I'll try to nibble in and give it to the current current HOD. But I also look over at Bitcoin and see, I don't know, I see a short in that thing, man. Like that's so weak relative to what the market is doing. I feel like if this one breaks trend, I probably go over into the short on that bad boy. Because as you said, you like DRAM. Like that's pulling back into VWAP. So if you like the structure of something, like that's actually pulling back and trying to hold some higher lows. SpaceX looks like it's making its secondary move. So there's the break of that trend. It comes into VWAP. I felt like we were going to get another shot at the lows. That's probably not happening. So next available dip on trend for SpaceX. You know, it gave it a shot like right away at the open if it was going to flush to 150. But after that, it's been the long for me. So I'm just going to sort of stick with that plan of action until it breaks the trend line. I'll be buying the dips over in our good friend SpaceX. I shouldn't say now green. It was green in the pre-market before. It's now up 1%.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, let's head over to our watch list, guys. We'll take a look at some of the options activity as well too. I mean, it's holding up here, but Scott Gordon, sorry for saying Scotty, but I was talking to Scott
Scotty.
Tomlinson. Yeah, Scotty doesn't know. Sorry, I'll stop doing that. Anyways, let's head over to the watch list, guys. We're starting to see a little bit more green pop up on the board, which is a positive thing, right? NVDA still hit pretty heavy, but then we go up. Wow, Neil. Something that was once, I mean, it was probably one of the stronger names, now almost up a percentage point at that peak there, 3/4. Listen, these names that were hit heavy, you got positivity now in SpaceX, Neil. SpaceX is almost up a percentage point, 2% on Microsoft, 0.7 on Amazon. Tesla's still getting hit. Broadcom, this is a name that's been getting hit pretty heavy, especially on a daily, man. I think if you're going to be looking at some potential dip-wise, you're in bear market territory right now. Neil, down 21%. At the blows, you're down 23% here in Broadcom. Now, Neil and I both came to the conclusion that it's weird. Even if you're down 50%, but you're up 20% off the bottom, you're officially in bull market territory. It doesn't make too much sense, but we're officially in bear market territory for Broadcom. Down 20%.
Individual names, man.
Individual names, exactly. AMD down 5%. Man, oh man, if this name was down 20%, that would be nice. I know Adam James is still talking $180. It's funny, I was going over some of my old trades yesterday, and I was looking at AMD. AMD, $140. I was trading this bad boy at. Now at
I love that whole game where you go back and look at the old
you
prices.
look at the price. Doesn't it just give you a little bit more reassurance that, like, hey, all
Buy and
right, we
hold.
got, yeah, well, you hope, but like you look to say, like a couple of years down the road, that the strong names that you feel that you're in are significantly higher than what we were trading. Same thing with Google and everything along those lines.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're gonna send things off to Adara, guys. We're still down 3 and
We got numbers.
And a fifth. We got numbers. Let's send it off to Adara at 10 o'clock, guys.
Here's a number, one number actually here. Richmond Fed Composite Index 8 is the forecast. Prior here is 13. We should get it if this populates. I'll let you guys know. Again, expecting a drop compared to the prior print here of 13. Forecast coming in at 8. I'll check back in December in a bit here. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ, which is continuing to push higher. A little bit of a rebound in some of these names, including space plays pushing back to the upside. Here is SPCX, session low here of 147, below the opening price of 150 from the IPO, currently trading near 157. Also buoyed by this story with ASTS announcing that they are expecting their Bluebird 11, 12, and 13 to have an orbital launch in early August. Let's take a look at META. Meta, super strong today. Right before the bell, they announced these new smart glasses offerings, including one that was designed in collaboration with Kylie Jenner. They'll be starting at $299. CCL, and watch with their earnings report, they're also kicking off their conference call right now at 10 a.m. This was an EPS beat, a sales miss, and guidance weakness here. Q3 EPS guidance below estimates, and they're raising their fiscal 2026 EPS guidance by just 1 cent. That'll be below estimates. Before we send you back to Neil and to Joe, let's see if we got this Richmond Fed Composite Index print. We did. It came in at 4. That'll be below the forecast of 8 and well below the prior print of 13. Back over to you.
Yeah, all right.
Thank you, Darren.
There goes DRAM, Neil. Did you get involved with, your long?
Well, QBTS was on the list, so there was I'll call it a bit of a chase, but it double bottomed. It held VWAP. Didn't really get the breakout there because I was getting out of Intel, which I'm never letting it break the high of the day. I love the risk to reward on that trade. Because when VWAP is $3 or $4 away and you can risk 70, 80 pennies, I'm a big fan of that. But you know what? You have to slap the fail on it and get out of it when you have to. It's a bit of a chase here in a QBTS because you're right into overhead resistance. So maybe take another leg out in front of the highs and then wait for, and what if I can just wait for VWAP to come back in. Because it's, like VWAP has been okay, but it's really just been this prior high, 25.70 or so. And there's room to rally. Once you get to 27 and a quarter, you bust that and there's nothing standing in the way, but we do have some overhead resistance that we're playing into on this quantum name. It's the only one I'm looking at. I know there's Rigetti. I know there's, what was the other one? It's not, that was on the watch list. INFQ was the other one that was really strong. Because Rigetti wasn't as big. It was INFQ, which is pretty strong. And that's up 15%. So looking for QBTS to do a little bit of what's happening in INFQ, which is blasting hard. I mean, the market's blasting higher, but you got a catalyst here for these bad boys. And the quantum space, just a little bit more juice behind it for now. SpaceX, still waiting for the next available dip to be able to get into this one again to the long side. But there's plenty of room. I didn't think it was a short till we got 160 to 165. So there's lots of room before I would switch gears on SpaceX.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, BE, yeah, so I better do my boy Jesse a favor. I said we'd go over some of the financials here, and he's looking at Visa and some calls. I know we're going to be looking at some call options here momentarily. I forget the numbers. And I seen you mention this earlier this morning, is that liquidity may be an issue. You bought some calls. I forget the number. The 330 calls I think you mentioned here not too long ago. Hey, you have this open, right? You have this open up on the top end of this range. Can you get a little bit of an uptick? Volume is obviously going to be a big time issue, especially probably within the call options, because you can see that within the equities itself. But it's there. It's there, right? So, I mean, you're looking at these 330s. I don't know when your expiration date is or anything along those lines, but this volume it's really tight. So you might have some issues. I remember I was talking with somebody in the chat yesterday, just the fact that at one point I was trying to offload a bunch of options that I wrote. So I sold a bunch of options, and I wanted to close them before they expired because I was actually relatively new at the time. And I get on the phone with my brokerage, and I'm like, oh, what do I do? What do I do? How come I can't sell? How come I can't sell? It's just not transacting. And he's like, buddy, look at the volume and look at your open interest. There's no liquidity there, so you're going to have to sit in them.
Problem.
Even though they were writing, they're written contracts that were going to expire worthless. I wanted to close them just in case anything happened, and I had the inability to do so. Got some, okay, Trav, man, for real. I know you're an options guy, and you're always in those, Jesse.
Yeah,
Let's see if we can get that move.
Anytime.
I actually want to go over some more of the financials here, but what we will do is look at some 735 SPY calls this morning. What are we trading at? Okay, nice. Those are looking pretty good. $3 ITM. Congratulations to you, Trav, man. Happy for you, and let's go, Jesse. Once we get back from Neil, we'll take a look at some more of the financials here.
Absolutely. Something you can all take a look at is an offer that your broker isn't necessarily giving you from June 8th through the 25th. So just a couple more days here. Trade the Pool is giving first-time users an exclusive second chance opportunity. If this is your first time joining Trade the Pool and you don't pass the evaluation, Trade the Pool is going to give you another evaluation account completely free. That's right. A real second chance to come back stronger and prove yourself. This is a one-time and exclusive promotion available only during the Trading World Championship event. And once it's gone, it is gone, everybody. So scan the QR code on screen right now, join Trade the Pool today, and take advantage of this exclusive second chance offer before it disappears on you. So shout out to Trade the Pool. I want to thank them for sponsoring this portion of the show. Of course, we had Mitch on, and a good friend of the show, and of course also Steve Talman. So I want to appreciate both of them. As I know there's a lot of symbols that everyone wants us to go over and cover. Gorilla, I just saw in the chat there, and people have asked about CCL. I haven't even had much of a chance to look at the CCL report. Carnival reported like 15 minutes before the market opened up and was heading lower last I checked. I also am not a fan of trading things during the earnings call. So I want that to usually clear up before I look at it. But first things first, was able to scalp most out in front of that high. Remember some overhead resistance on QBTS? So now I want to look for a higher low buy. Once it shows me another bounce, I want to look to jump in and re-add the shares that we took off there. Also, SpaceX got close to 160, but no cigar, so nothing there just yet. CCL still looking pretty weak. It's down 7.5%. Good that the Straits opened up. I think they said they had record revenues, but not really being treated too well. And I do believe the call is ongoing. I don't know, Derek can correct me if I'm wrong about that. So I'm going to stay away from them. We've seen them bounce before on earnings after initial drops. That's pretty normal for SpaceX. Oh, not SpaceX, for CCL. But I don't want to jump into that one while you're still having to navigate a call. If you're not listening to an earnings call, like one thing gets said, your stops get run. It's happened to me before on bank earnings a few years back. It was live on the show. I was sitting there in like a Wells Fargo winning trade, and it ran the stops as the call was on, and it literally slipped so much. I'm like, oh, what the heck was that? Like, I got the worst possible price because nobody's making a market when the CEO is talking.
Yeah.
So I stay away from that game.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you.
You don't want to be that person making a market when no one else wants.
Yeah, but well.
It's not a good look.
Probably doesn't go that well for you. Yeah, Blicky, why? What do you got going on there, Blicky? You're saying SpaceX, Broadcom, Verizon, and Chevron. They're all jumping me. Okay. Some LA terms there. I'm getting packed out right now. This is definitely LA terms. English would be nice, my friend. Obviously, being sarcastic. So does that mean you're losing? You have a couple of crying emojis, and then mark it down after that. Let's go over those names that you just mentioned. Chevron, but we're gonna start things off with SpaceX. Brother, this thing was negative.
Bruh.
Bro, yeah, exactly. It's now positive on the day, right? So there it is. Broadcom, a name that we were talking about, negative, now positive. Are you short these names or something? Because if you're long, it seems to be like you'll be doing all right. Let me know if you're short or long on that, brother. Other than that, it looks like you paid for that new furniture if you have been long. So congratulations to you. Gorev, Tesla not really doing what we wanted to at this point.
Agreed.
We're holding below the volume weighted average price. And I don't like this. Now, as for NVDA here, guys, we know Los Pollos is long from 200 on this bad boy. But what we had is a consolidation around these highs here. And then now we're starting to come back in. So maybe there could be a good dip buy opportunity. The market's moving higher. NVDA had the inability to break that 204 marker. Man, oh man, I really praise to the trading gods that this doesn't turn into a Microsoft 2.0. Joe, Ian Rispetto, 5. Do I have these? No, they don't work for me.
Hold on.
We got a super chat here.
We'll get it when we come back from Madeira.
Okay, but we got big news here. All right, let's go over to Adair.
Nothing massive, but just beware here. Microsoft talking here about spending for AI, $4.7 billion in spend from 2024 to 2028 in Wisconsin. Again, some hyperscale construction estimates in Wisconsin coming through here from M to the S to the F to the T.
Thank you very much for Ian Rispetto. My super chat button is not working. Just saying that out loud so Fabian and Andre can hear it. Joe, Scotty still doesn't know. I don't.
Never seen Euro. Have you ever seen Euro?
Oh, Euro. Okay, never mind.
You know who that? You know, for the longest time, I didn't know who that was.
Gotcha.
It's Matt Damon. Matt Damon is singing that song.
That guy's quite the working actor.
Yeah, he's it. Shout out to Matt Damon in The Martian.
He's gotten a lot of work.
In The Martian. And do you like him more in Interstellar or The Martian?
I mean, he's a star in The Martian, so I gotta go with that. Like, I love Interstellar. Interstellar is the better movie, but he's not the star in the movie. It is what it is.
Come on, let's go, man. Let's see what we can get rolling here on Bitcoin. We popped in the 35.40s. We did have that pullback. I'm like, you're not getting me on this pullback here, guys. As we slowly can start to grind now. Gaurav, I got my eyes on Tesla via TSLA. We're going to be looking for a potential long there. But what we got right now is a consolidation that I have a hunch that we might head a little bit lower. Market up, Tesla below VWAP. Now we're going to wait for 35.50s here on IBIT. That is going to, I mean, I could wait for 70s. 35.70s would be absolute diamond hand position for me, honestly, just because that's going to be the wick high on this gap. So we're at a couple of strong upticks. I think we can get there. And there goes Tesla to the downside. Mentioned that we're going to head lower on that one. Not too much confidence. Yesterday we were strong. We gave back the majority and then some here on this specific move as it's now cracking to a low of the day as the market is slowly starting to pull back. But DRAM looking like it wants to break up. I want to get involved with DRAM for a recovery, Neil.
Yeah, the market's looking like it's trying to break this 30,000, but SpaceX, okay, we broke the trend line. So it's either VWAP. VWAP I'd consider for reversal back into the long. It didn't get to 160, but we got pretty close to the 160 to take the shot at it, give the prior bar the out. I think you always have to give this one some room. But 30,000 on the NASDAQ. That's where we tagged and already are starting to pull back off the 30,000 level. So watch out. Like the NASDAQ is seeming to have a little bit of trouble with that key price level it's been a good rally. Like don't get me wrong. But as we get there, yeah, like Micron is cresting into some highs, and it could also break trend, and I suppose DRAM would be doing the same thing as Micron. So just watch out. There are some signs of, not tops, but slowing down coming in. Also Meta here, that's also broken trend. That's one of the stronger ones. But SpaceX for me is just going to be a more active type of name. So we took it off the 150 level. Now it's into a trend break. The next play would be the volume weighted average price. If it can get down there, potential reversal again off of the I might reverse multiple times in this stock, like from short to long to short to long. So I'm kind of, for now, I'm playing it into VWAP, but I still believe there can be a bounce play for another long. There's so much room for it to go when you consider what happened yesterday. Like, there's a lot of room to fill in this gap. So I want to completely give up on the long just because I see a short-term short. We have Jin Wei. Thank you for the super chat. I actually don't know what NT is, but you can let us know. Good morning to you as well. Have a cup of morning, Joe. I know Joe is all about the coffee these days.
Caffeine, yeah.
I almost said Joe is about the Joe, but that doesn't really.
I'm about me for sure. Adair, I don't really understand what you were saying there. How does Matt Damon?
Because Timothée Chalamet plays the child. Everyone forgets this. He was a child actor, or like a teen actor, and he played baby Matt Damon, or Matt Damon played older Chalamet in Interstellar.
Oh, yeah.
This is a true fact. He also starred in a really weird Jason Reitman movie, Men, Women, and Children, like baby Timothée Chalamet slaps.
I don't remember
baby.
No,
he plays Matthew McConaughey's son.
That's sorry. Yes, yeah, exactly. And so he grows up to become Matt Damon. So he's baby Damon.
No, he doesn't.
No, man, those are two totally different.
Two different characters.
Wait, who's the son then? He plays the older version of the younger version of the son. Because there is an adult son.
I forget the actor's name that plays the son.
Yeah.
The older version of the son.
Yeah.
He's another famous guy. Is it Casey Affleck?
Yes.
I love Casey Affleck.
It's Casey Affleck. That's who it is.
Yeah. Would you pull a Matt Damon?
Usually, I wouldn't be able to get that.
Would you pull a Matt Damon and call out a false signal so they come and rescue you?
I'd like to think that I'm not that kind of a punk.
So no. I personally wouldn't.
I can't predict how I would feel if I'm sitting there in isolation on an alien planet by myself forever. But would I go crazy? I'd probably go crazy.
Yeah, you go
But
crazy.
I'd like to think that I wouldn't be a douche like he is. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's a real horrible call.
I'd hope so.
It's really bad. Or how about getting stuck on that planet for 15 minutes, but it turns out it's like 15 years.
I go crazy.
Yeah, mad crazy.
I go
yes,
crazy.
There we go. This is what we're talking about right
crazy.
here, Neil. We got this. We got this little bit of a move and a strong uptick there in Bitcoin as we press up into 3550s now at this point. So not too bad of a look, guys. We're going to hold this to 3570s. That's going to be our target. That's going to be the enter and the wick high of the gap fill. Let's see if we're fortunate enough to get that. But I always talk about correlating price and volume. We're not getting that strong uptick, and we had a strong move there within price action, but the volume wasn't supporting it how I would like to see. So let's see if that starts to flow in here momentarily. Now might be the green light to go. Man, oh man, DRAM. I'm getting real bad FOMO on this DRAM play. And then I'm looking at a laggard potentially in Tesla. I don't think so. We're just going to stick what we got here with IBIT. And then hopefully we get this bull flag that's forming on NVDA finally break up. That's going to help add an additional leg higher here in the NASDAQ and the SPY. I promised Jesse that we'd go and take a look at some of the financials.
Super chats too.
Did we? Yeah, okay. We'll pull those super chats up here. There we go. 3550s once again. But JPM flat on the day here, guys. Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs, as we like to call it, down 1%. So JPM holding up relatively well there. All right, Neil, this might be for you. QBTS strong. Huge move in genetics names CRISPR. I know you have that as your pick. Did exactly what I thought. Continuation, long off pullback. And from FDMT, very strong thoughts on INOD. A lot of tickers in that one.
That's a lot of tickers. So I know we discussed CRISPR in the pre-market already. QBTS, we can go over it. Still think there's some room to get back into these highs. Like, essentially, like, look at the bottom tails. Like, it's basically on this 15-minute chart. It's weird because on the 15-minute, it's a little bit more clear than it is on a 3 or a 5, which I'm trading off of. But it's a nice consolidation. Bottom tails under 26. Hold a quarter. Look for the high kind of deal. But before I do that, got to move on. And I'll get to its INOD. But got to go over to the trades first. So just give me a quick second. Because SpaceX, it's been the long. So I've hopped out of the long, took the trend break, don't want to give it to the prior bar. Again, like the first scalp long is going to end up being the best one. Doesn't pull back into VWAP like we'd like to see. But there's going to be multiple opportunities to jump back into this one if we can. It was INOD, right? Thoughts on INOD? There was another symbol in there as well. But we'll get to INOD if we can there for you, Nick. You like bull flags. Lots of people like bull flags. Volume, non-existent, not a day trading stock, but structurally good. Today's the prove it day. Patterns on the day, patterns on a daily chart need to resolve themselves on a daily chart, meaning it's one thing to bounce here right now. It's another thing to hold and close here, open up tomorrow still holding 85. Like that's the confirmation of the hold. It doesn't really matter that so far it's holding. If at the end of the day it's underneath $85, then nothing about this bounce off the 50 period and support and prior resistance, none of that matters on that time frame. So again, the patterns on a daily, the confirmation on that for me is always the next day, not the day of. I always lean in that direction for myself. So, INOD, nice little bull flag got going on here. Hopefully a continuation of the bull flag on QBTS. But on the 15, like this is 10 minutes for this candle to resolve.
Holy cow, dude.
So if it loses 26, I probably hop out if it loses 26 and then wait for another 10 minutes to see if this actually holds up and gives me a better secondary entry on this 15-minute chart. 'Cause I like the setup, but it doesn't mean I want to hold it to the low.
Yeah, here we go. 55s are printing now on IBIT. We can pull up the old screen ski. We've seen we added it. We're going to try to hold this for 70s. DRAM is just like FOMO to the fullest. Gore, Tesla
really?
not doing what we wanted to. Yeah, DRAM's now about to enter that gap. Listen, Neil,
now SpaceX
I
goes
said
down.
5% here potentially. I mean,
You did say it.
Yeah, I think we can finish maybe even a little bit less, especially if we have these aggressive dip buyers stepping in. But what we do have here is NVDA just not moving with this market. And I mentioned the fact that if it breaks this bull flag, I think this will help add an additional leg towards the market. But let's send things off to Adair with small cap recap.
Here is ATLN to start off this small cap recap. Atlantic International Corporation, float of market cap here of just under $1 million. So bit larger market cap than the other names we're going to be dealing with here. Their Circle 8 business securing a 52 million or so 4-year framework from a Dutch vehicle authority. So good look there for ATLN. CIIT on watch, also featured on our watch list this morning. Tianji International, they reported Q3 earnings, nice year-over-year growth in both earnings and sales here with a $5.5 million market cap. It was around $3 million as of when this watch list was made. So market cap increase here with that gap up. Float here of about 1.3 million shares. Last but not least, HSCS. This is Heart Sciences. They're going to be merging with Fortitude Mining. This combined entity set to trade on the NASDAQ under the ticker TUDE, or TUDE. Got a nearly $10 million market cap, 9.43 million market cap. Float here of 3.1 million shares. Back over to Joe and Neil.
Thank you very much, Adair. Who were you saying in the chat there?
Yeah, but this person said, just in case anybody wanted to send this individual money, they have their smartphone BNB address. Please send money, help. And there is the code. Listen, the way the person's speaking is not funny, but you're in the wrong place.
No,
to do
not
that.
about
So, yeah, please don't spam. Man, 73
No need to
bucks.
spam the chat.
Yeah, you don't need to spam the chat.
We got a good community out
73
there.
bucks.
We try to cover as much as we can, but
Yeah, 73 bucks there on DRAM. Let's see if this bull flag forms here on NVIDIA. I think this could be a good opportunity, but come on, let's go 35.70s. We're going to remove 80% of our position at that target. We're long from 35.30s here. You can see, you guys, so not too bad of a look. Yeah, I agree, man. Listen, that was down aggressively. I don't think it was justifiable for the NASDAQ and the SPY to be down that aggressively, and hence why we're getting bought back up at this point. So I feel like we're going to be in a grinder on this bad boy. It's probably going to take significantly longer than what I'm expecting, but some strong upticks like that, hopefully we have the ability to hit those price targets that we're looking at here today. DRAM, I mentioned this, like, Dan, this is gone, right? Like, I wanted this thing at the volume weighted average price, nice indecision print right there, and we just never pulled the trigger, and now I'm kind of kicking myself about this one. So, unfortunately that we missed that train. There's going to be a couple more opportunities. This name I believe I'm going to remove off of my chart, and we're going to see what AMD has been up to. We could play this via AMDL or something, but Tesla, with the whole market above VWAP and Tesla below, no, thank you. We'll find something else to trade.
You know what's going to be below VWAP any second now? Right after I made the top wick.
SpaceX.
Top wick. Charts. Can we come to my chart for a second? You can't make the top wick and not show it. Come on.
Oh, you got stopped out there? Yeah. Oh, yeah, man.
Wick. Top wickety wick. Sometimes that's just how it is. But you know what? You have to move on to the next and move on to the next opportunity, whatever it might be. Ooh, IBIT's. Oh, IBIT might be breaking trend.
Yeah.
But remember too, like this is also on trend and Intel. I'm not gonna chase SpaceX. Like weirdly, this will be one where, for the first time since the IPO. But the second day had some long. I guess the second day had some longs too. But like the winning trade was to the long side, believe it or not, on this thing. So, I mean, I'm like mildly surprised by it. Is what it is. I thought we had this one. Like once it would press the 60s, we'd be able to work the short. But that sort of is what it is. QBTS, I'm going to quickly show you guys the pattern that's forming on QBTS. It's still holding the prior lows, holding higher lows, and holding VWAP without the breakout. So it's still a scalp into the highs, and then try to buy it back when it makes the bit of a bounce level there on QBTS. But I'm not going to chase this move on SpaceX just to be in the short. Like that's not the plan of action. If it gives me another setup, put in a lower high that I can work off of, maybe another topping tail candle, just a little something for a cleaner entry on this. Because if I chase it down in like 155, that's just sort of silly. There's enough volume and volatility that it'll give me another couple of opportunities to get back in here if we can. Did we get to long this as Super Chat? Long this?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think we did. So hey, it's all about you guys. I'm not seeing. Yeah, my thing's not working. I'm just gonna do it. Yeah. So you know how we show you guys the super chats? We'll just do it this way. The button I hit doesn't work. So do you have any insight on what really or usually happens when insiders are released to sell IPO shares? Say SpaceX is a random example. Spoiler alert, they sell. Maybe not all at once, but that's the name of the game. You know, like the thing about it is insiders always have a much better price than you do and are usually deep in the money and looking for that exit liquidity. The reason you come to the market is to get insiders out. Yes, you raise capital and all that good and fun stuff as well. It doesn't mean instant dump, but it is sell pressure on the stock while it's going on. In the case of SpaceX, there's at least the offset of like this casual index buying because they threw it into the NASDAQ 100 and it's going into the MSCI on Friday. So you do have some like structural buying which will come into it. But for the most part, it just puts a heavy anchor on the stock. And when flat bottoms break, it'll accelerate a little bit more. And when it gets into a downtrend, it's a little harder for it to reverse. Just that kind of a usual thing. But yeah, they sell. That's typically the case. They're just going to be selling.
Yeah, I got my eyes on NVDA here and AMD. I like what we got going on. So maybe I can get in at the lower end of the range. I'm going to post up on NVDL at 92.75. There goes Bitcoin's pullback. They tend to be relatively deep. I mean, we're at 58. We were printing 55s there, and then sure enough, now we're back down 20 cents, only a couple of pennies away from my entry point. So good time. Sit in this grind here from 944 all the way we peak at 1220, and then 1020, and then in a span of about 5 minutes gives back the majority of that move. So eyes on some of these chips here, ladies and gentlemen. See what we have rocking and rolling. Yeah, we got a couple of those laying around here. I was talking about that this morning. So let's be patient and wait for some good opportunities to come back in. I mean, I don't even know what Tesla's doing, nor do I really care at this point because it wasn't displaying what I wanted it to. It was down 5%. And then now we're starting to give back a little bit here on the king of the chips, NVDA. So we'll have to be patient and wait and see what's going to happen here. If we don't bounce off of VWAP, it's unfortunate, Neo. We did hit around a 2-to-1 on this bad boy. We were looking for more to 35.70, but now we're experiencing a pullback where the trend line broke, and then you get back the majority of the move. So it's just a matter if we're going to bounce or not at this point. So let's see. I think NVDL is going to give us a good opportunity to get involved here momentarily.
I think it will, but I think the bigger issue for the markets right here is just on QBTS bouncing off VWAP again, so that structure is holding. Like you're putting in these higher lows, and it looks all random, these prices, but I'm just gonna throw up the NQ here so you can see. 30,000 has got a couple of wick tops. Like if it's strong, I think your structure is still pretty good on the rebound play. Like you're holding a bit of a nice bull flag here on the 15-minute, but we're not doing much with the 30,000 level. Each time it rejects, it just makes me want to take a little bit more out when scalping the longs. For myself, that'll be QBTS. Every time it goes up 1%, just try to take a little bit out. We have a special guest here. Someone here we know very, very well, and we've talked about it before, and we've showcased the new book that's out. So let's jump up to the desk for an introduction. We've got our good friend Daniel Schlepfer joining Brendan.
I was thinking this morning, it's actually been a long time since you've been on this channel, going back to when we used to be on the stage, probably, the previous iteration of this studio. So the new author, Daniel Schlepfer, CEO of Select Manage and Real Trading, with us today. This is the book. If you haven't done so yet, there's a link below in the description. Go grab it right now. If you have any interest whatsoever in the market, in trading, in the trading industry whatsoever, I can't stress this enough, you have to read this book. If you're wondering what free or no commission brokers are actually doing behind the scene, you have to read this book. If you're wondering what dark pools are, or I didn't even realize this, but private rooms inside of dark pools.
It's a whole new thing. Yeah,
you have to go and read this book. So I don't know. There's so much. Welcome, first of all.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, congratulations. I know you're a really busy guy. Where the hell did you find time to write a book?
Well, it actually took almost 2 years to write the book. It was the reason being, as we were going through and putting it together, the current events kept changing and elements of the book kept changing, and the board of my company wanted to make sure that we weren't putting anything out that wasn't on the up and up, and facts were checked and everything was good, and not giving opinions on things that ultimately turned out to be completely wrong. So.
I want to, we'll tee it up a little bit. Neil and Sean make a cameo in the book. So if that's not a reason to actually go and read the book, I don't know what is. I'm not going to give too much away as to why and how, but Neil and Sean are actually in this book as well. Let's talk about, let's be honest, majority of people who are watching right now are on the retail side of things.
Yeah.
They're approaching the market from, through a broker that, is taking their money per trade or however the structure is. You talk a lot about the payment for order flow.
Yeah.
The situation that came up, I guess, back in COVID, really, or gained popularity.
Around the meme stock time.
Yeah, it gained popularity back in that time. What do people need to know? Because I think there's a lot of people out there that don't really understand that entire business model and how it's being run. What do those people need to know about it?
Well, I mean, one of the reasons we wrote the book is that nobody is talking about this. So the participants in this payment for order flow that anybody trading retail is generally a part of, none of the participants want to talk about it.
Yeah.
So we thought it was good to shine a light on sort of what's really going on. And I think what people need to understand at the core level is, if you're getting something for free, there's no such thing as a free lunch. You are the product now.
Right.
You are not the customer. You are the product. Just like when you use Facebook or Instagram, you are really the product, not what you're looking at. You have become the product.
Yeah.
And I think that what people don't realize is there's situations where, why is a Robinhood or why are eToro and these companies creating situations where they want you to actively trade more? Why do they want you to trade more? When in reality, as a retail investor, you probably should be buying things, holding them for a longer period of time. They make money the more active you are, and they're encouraging you essentially to treat your account like a casino.
Right. On the other side, the other topic that gets covered a lot in this book and is really worth the read, from on its own, I think, anyways, is dark pools, as we mentioned. There's so much activity. You say in the book, more than 50% of trading activity today in U.S. equity markets is occurring in the dark.
Yeah.
What does that mean exactly?
So, I mean, the number is over 50%. It's not necessarily all in dark pools. Some of it is done in the wholesaling, like we talked about in the payment for order flow. But I think what's interesting, if you ask the average person, if you guys did a walk down the street in New York and said, if you went to go buy Microsoft or you went to go buy Apple or Ford, you'd assume that somebody's sending your order to the NASDAQ or the New York Stock Exchange to buy those shares. The fact is that over 50% of the orders never even get to any actual exchange. They're all traded in the dark or peer-to-peer between, say, a Robinhood and a Citadel, or a Robinhood and a Virtu. Right. They never actually get to the market. So you've got to understand, why do they not send it to the market? Is it advantaging you? Is it advantaging them? And in some situations, trading in the dark can advantage you, and you should understand how you can do it in those ways. If it isn't, then you're obviously getting taken advantage of, and we talk about how that can happen.
If I'm sitting at home, I have my Robinhood account. I like you said, I want to go out and buy SpaceX, for example. I submit my order. They take my money, charge me the commission if there is, depending on the the deal that you've struck with them. What actually happens after that?
Well, if they're not charging you a commission, then it's not going to the exchange. So if they're not charging a commission, you are actually being filled just directly by a market maker, and they're using the price of the exchange to define at what price you will get filled at.
Right.
Now, are they necessarily giving you the exact price you would have theoretically got? Well, they'll give you a lot of statistics to say they are, but if they are, then how are they really making money? So ask yourself, if they can pay you, if they can pay Robinhood to get your order and give you a trade for free, they're not doing it out of the goodness of their heart. If you looked at the mechanics, you'd assume they'd be losing money, but they're making record profits, right? Some of these firms have put up numbers in the last year of, $16 billion in a quarter, right? So how are they making that money? And really what they're doing is that they're using that for information. They're actually probably filling you a little slower than they should. You might have actually got filled if you had gone to the exchange itself. You might have gone, or if you used what's called a smart order router, you might have got a better price. What we talked about, as you said, the private rooms. What's interesting is one of the main banks in the US, Wells Fargo, took its retail order flow and said, we want to see what happens if we don't go into an individual person, but we let 5 or 6 of these people try to compete. I always say, if you were selling a painting and you wanted to sell the painting at Christie's, the auction house, do you think that it's better that you'd get a higher price for your painting if you had one person in the room, or if you had the room full and a whole bunch of phone call people and people on the internet bidding?
Right.
You clearly want more bidders, not less.
Right.
So how can they justify selling your order to one person is better for you?
But it's almost like in that scenario, you have a group of people in a room, they take 5 or 6 of them, put them in another room, and everyone else that's left in the main room just doesn't participate.
Yeah, I still think 5 or 6 is better than 1.
Right.
And what a lot of these firms are doing is now saying to these rooms, okay, a firm like ours at Select Vantage, at Real Trading, we can go out and say, I'd like to participate in this. I'll have a conversation with the people that are setting up the room. They'll take a look to make sure we're not predatory, that we're not taking advantage of the orders, that we're not doing anything wrong, almost like an application process. Yeah. And then they give you access to the room. And then what they'll do is they'll take a look at the data and the fills that you're giving the retail orders. And if you're adding value to those retail orders, they'll keep you in the room. If you're not, if you're predatory, they'll kick you out. So at least this way you have an opportunity to participate and see if you can add value to people.
From a market mechanics standpoint, for all these guys that are out here right now, watching, want to trade every day, love the market, love, this industry in general, what do you see as the biggest challenge right now for retail traders specifically and trading? I
think the complexity of the markets is what really is the real challenge right now. I think the stock market has got extremely complicated. I mean, I can bring Neil's name up here, but when Neil and I started trading together 23 years ago, it was a lot more simple. You had 2 places to trade. Maybe we had 8 keys that we could use to trade. I think if you go to the drop down in the real trading system now, you're probably looking at upwards of 100 venues. You probably have thousands and thousands of order types you can use. What we try to do is give everybody access to everything and let the user decide.
Right.
What a lot of the retail platforms do is they try to simplify it as much as possible to their advantage, not necessarily to their customers' advantage. If you take a look, I thought it was very interesting years ago, Interactive Brokers actually has 2 platforms. One if you want the free order and you want to theoretically get ripped off by a market maker, and one if you want to access the market in a whole way. And they said, look, we're not going to fight the trend, but we're going to give people both options.
Right.
You don't see a lot of these discount brokers doing what they did.
The other aspect of the book, and probably the biggest part of what you write about, is Select Vantage and the company. Talk a little bit about the story, and talk a little bit about how this company, which I think, as you say in the book, has kind of remained in the shadows a little bit. Not a lot of people know the name, but has become a real heavyweight and a real player in this industry.
Well, I mean, I don't know if all the viewers know, but like everybody trading on the show is trading on behalf of Select Vantage.
Yeah.
They're all proprietary traders trading on behalf of Select Vantage. And what we are really is, we're one of the few, but we are the largest human-driven trading firm on the planet. So you take a look, most of these firms now trading, the XTXs, the Jane Streets, the Citadels, the Virtues, HRT, they're all automated, right? And they're all much bigger than we are. But we are quite large, and we trade on any given day. You know, we could trade 1 billion shares worldwide. We trade across almost every global stock market on the planet. But we tend to focus on mid-cap names, small-cap names, junior names. We do trade the large-cap names as well. But we trade where a lot of the computers just haven't found a competitive edge, because you need more human instinct to trade than mathematical formulas. When you want to trade a stock, and you're a high-frequency trading firm, you generally need to create a model. You need correlated assets. You need an index to trade against. In our case, a lot of these people come up and they're just trading, look, I'm seeing some sell action. I think this has gone too far. I'm going to start buying this. And they're using their gut and their instinct to make those decisions, not necessarily any deep mathematical formula.
It's a fascinating read from a industry standpoint. As I said, you know, if you want to peel the curtain back and have a look behind, you know, what happens in the background at a professional trading firm, I mean, I was talking to somebody on the weekend and compared this to Flash Boys, from the standpoint, from the technical standpoint of, if you really want to understand or really want to learn about the industry and the mechanics of the market, there's a ton of content out there that you can learn. But I don't think there's the perspective that comes from this book in that sense. So just to wrap things up, if there's, you know, one thing from growing a company the way you have to, you know, seeing the market change over that time, where do you think this is heading? You know, we have 23-hour-a-day trading, allegedly, right around the corner.
Early December, it's coming.
Is that going to be the next catalyst for these markets?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the biggest thing that's coming right now. I mean, I'm sure you guys talk about it on the show all the time, but we are the largest participant right. You can trade U.S. stocks 23 hours a day now.
Yeah.
And our firm is the largest participant right now trading overnight. I mean, it's become a huge market for us. We've actually had to allocate more staff to overnight support because we have so many people trading it. But that will be the biggest thing happening. I mean, what's changed in this market that I've seen since I started 23 years ago, the biggest change is the advent of social media and the concentration of people trading the names that they see on social media.
Yeah.
You want people trading NVIDIA, Apple, Google, SpaceX, Tesla. This is all they want to trade. What's insane is we're seeing Hong Kong retail investors, Japan retail investors, Korean retail investors, all clamoring to trade U.S. names. I was talking to one of the largest Hong Kong brokers, and they said that they're actually clearing more U.S. stocks than they are Hong Kong stocks right now, just because retail traders, all they want to do is trade these names that are essentially junky trading, like it's active trading. Yeah. And that's the biggest thing. And I think what you're going to see is when you open up the market to 23 hours, you're going to see more. You're going to see less disruptions in the pre-market of trading, and you're going to see a more fluid trading day. But there are tangent companies to some of the ones in the U.S. If a supplier to Tesla has an issue overnight, you don't have to wait for that price action. I think you're going to see people on Adderall all night long trading stocks. I mean, it'll be the next big thing, and then we'll have to figure out how institutions will participate in it, and it will evolve the market. But I think it's going to be massive for the market overnight.
Speaking of massive for the market, just real quick, I mean, SpaceX was something, I've been doing this a fairly long time. I've never seen anything like that before. From a firm standpoint, what was that IPO like?
It wasn't the biggest we've ever had, we did quite well trading it. But what SpaceX has done for the market more than just its initial IPO is it's really driving a lot of eyeballs and a lot of new retail investors to the market. You're going to see, obviously, it was a success at this point. So you'll probably see Anthropic, you'll see OpenAI. We watch a pipeline. We went through 2 years of like 3 IPOs. I expect to see a pipeline of IPOs coming, which will bring a lot of excitement to the market. And for all the active traders watching the show, it's going to bring a lot of volatility and activity to the market that the market hasn't seen in a while. Yeah. It's something that we've been contracting in names over time as firms are getting taken out. We had less IPOs. I think over the next year or two, you're going to see the market grow in terms of listings and not contract.
It really was a meme stock type of event, or that magnitude of an event, that the first couple of days anyways. As I mentioned, if you have any interest, guys, in the market whatsoever, in trading, in the financial industry, go grab this. Down below is the link. There's an audio book version already.
I didn't even know.
Which apparently is very, very quick. But both available. Amazon link is below. Go grab it right now. Real trading. Why stock markets will always need a human touch. Daniel Schlepper is CEO of Select Manage. Thanks for doing this.
Thanks for having me. Thank you very much.
I thank Dan for coming on, and a lot of good comments in the chat. I just want to tell you something. Like, Daniel is going to be able to, again, not just going to be able to, but will tell traders the real juice. It's the kind of things about market structure that nobody ever wants to tell you, that it's just dead honesty about it. I've known Dan a long time. Some of you have kind of figured it out. Whenever I tell stories about the trader that I came up with and started with, it was Dan. I know him very well, and he is probably the best straight shooter that'll just give you the brutal truth. And we know that people are gaming you out there. And knowing how the game is played is half of it. If you don't understand the game in which you're playing, the rules in which you're playing, you're at a significant disadvantage if that's the case. Speaking of disadvantages, QBTS has been a good one, but eventually, once I start seeing lower highs get put in like this, it's like scalp more. It looked like you were breaking out. It's breaking trend. I don't want to reverse into it this way, so I just jumped out of it. So I'm gonzo in here for now, but I could jump back at some point because it's still, look, the 15-minute looks absolutely fine, and the long's been good. Just need this last 15-minute candle or maybe the next to hold, break the wedge, and see something a little better. But once I see that little wedge breakdown, I'll jump out of it. Even like a successful long, I'll jump out of it for sure. Someone asked in the chat, they were like, what was the style? So when I started out trading penny stocks. I said this very openly in 2003 till, I don't know, like somewhere into late 04 for the first year, and where I broke out my first checks was trading penny stocks. And Dan, same thing. We were side by side and we were trading small caps. And that was a significant edge, was trading names that weren't covered by big market makers out there so they couldn't play the games. And you were the one that was sort of making the markets and pushing shares. So it is what it is. Great book. I hope everyone takes a look at it. But the market is starting to give it back. So I'm out of my longs, hunting for a potential short. It might be in SpaceX again. But here's the cues coming into VWAP. The reason I'm not flipping anything right now in a short is, well, look at the Nasdaq's at the volume weighted average price, a potential bounce spot. So it's not necessarily the moment that I would want to jump into a short to chase. So it's going to be a little bit of patience played. My frustration this morning, obviously be SpaceX. Kind of had it right here without the VWAP reload. Like I don't mind missing a long, but the timing on the short, bit of a chase, then to get wicked out. So I'm going to be very, very patient with it. Someone asked him about a short here. It's another somewhat trend break. So confirmation bars happen. It's a very tight setup. Hopefully not chasing it as much this time. Just always waiting for the next available setup here, Joe. Ooh, NVDL.
Yeah, I'm in NVDL. Again, this stock is just being a major. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer or anything along those lines, but look at this. Yeah, trend down here. It's a channel to the sell side, guys. We're still sitting in this Bitcoin play. 35.50 might have been my target to get out, but we did have a nice little pop up through, but then there's no demand north of this. So what we got going on in this name, I don't know what it is. Just absolutely, the numbers here on the earnings report are phenomenal. I think they're going to continue to be, but yet there's not that much crazy price action, no big time movement, and I just can't wrap my head around it. And I think it's going to be my job to stop trying to. The street is going to like what they're going to like, and I think at this point we're going to get a breakdown here in NVDA. Man, oh man, yeah. I mean, I thought we would get that channel breakup, right? Considering the volume was slowly starting to die off there. We had that strong up move, a nice recovery, but then it's just been a channel down here, and then we're going to get break even. The only error this morning was my accidental entry here on Palantir. Otherwise, both of these trades, I mean, haven't been horrible. The IBIT trade hasn't been horrible, but this was just something that we didn't even really mean to do. But there goes NVDL. I'm going to absorb some more liquidity. We'll give this name a couple of attempts before we jump ship and abandon ship on it. But what we will have is maybe an absorption here, and then we can make that move higher. So I'll wick some people out, grab the liquidity that it needs to, and then hopefully start to climb a little bit higher. Did I tell you to look that you look handsome? No, you didn't. Thank you, Hangry Wife. I appreciate you for that there. But yeah, I mean, Bitcoin, man, oh man, and some weak names at this point. And I forget who it was. I was talking to Dan, or it was someone in the chat, not CEO Dan, but this DRAM play, right? Like this was where I wanted to get involved at the volume weighted average price. Now I think this thesis is a little bit different, all the way up to 73.07. Right, so and then all the way back down to that prior entry price. So it's been a half an hour plus. We peaked at 10:20. It's now 10:50. A half an hour where we haven't seen a green candle in neither the SPY or in the Nasdaq. Same thing here with DRAM. So selling pressure starting to step back into this market, Neil. Hopefully we can get a nice little pop in some of these names.
Yes, and just for in the chat, for those that were asking, when Dan was talking about 23-hour markets by December. And this is the other thing I know too, like, I'm just being real about it. Whenever there's something happening or coming into the market, new gateway, this change in market structure, like my litmus is if Dan isn't saying it's happening yet, then I'm like, whatever. Notice how we kind of stopped talking about the 23-hour, when are we going to go to the full day? Because I remember he's like, yeah, that got pushed back. And everyone was thinking it was going to happen earlier mid this year. Well, you heard it. In December, and that's 23-hour trading. Now, granted, you can already trade. Look, I'm in SpaceX in a short, but I can just show you right now. You want to know what's up with SpaceX in the blue ocean? We're gonna go to Dara in a quick little second, but you can trade already, and real trading, like everyone's doing, like lots of people are doing this. I don't stay up because I got too much stuff to do. Yay, family life. But there's all kinds of actions in the aftermarket. Like you could have been trading this, you could have been trading the stocks. In the blue ocean markets, and that's only going to grow. But this is a phenomenon which is going to catch fire at the end of the year and going to change the nature of the game in small caps, large caps, and everything in between. We're going to go back up to the desk. It's 10:50. We got to do Sector Watch, which we missed, right? I think.
We're going to do Sector Watch and Money Talks, Neil. It's a 2-for-1 segment today. Thank you again to Brendan and Dan for that awesome interview. And it means we get 2 segments at once, which is always kind of fun as well, I think. We'll start with what's weak because it's not much, but what is weak is significantly weak. So consumer durables here with Tesla down about 5% here. Some other pieces of weakness here, including GM and Ford. Producer manufacturing, AMAT, LRCX, GEV, all down at least 7% each. Other names in the sector not faring too well. You've got ETN down about 6.5%, Caterpillar down 4%. Electronic tech, other than Apple, actually up today in RTX. Everything else here looking incredibly bleak. Micron, AMD, KLAC, Qualcomm, all deeply red. WDC also stand out, down 10%. But there is a lot of strength to be found as well. Finance, green, pretty much across the board here. Berkshire and JP Morgan leading the way to the upside. Consumer non-durables doing well. These tobacco plays like PM and Altria also doing well. Health tech strong. Consumer services relatively strong. Retail trade relatively strong. And other than Oracle and Google, not a bad look here in tech services. So there is strength in this market. It's just a matter of where you're looking. And now we're going to look here at the US dollar. DXY, this is over a year since we've been at this level for the DXY, currently trading at 101.35, just shy of 101.4. Last time we were touching this level was May, or I guess you had this May 16th print, but then you also had going back here to earlier May 2025. Either way, that was May 2025. This is June 26th, so over a year since we've been at this level. Good look here for the US dollar as it pushes higher. A little bit of economic data today. We had hotter than expected prints for all 3 of the S&P PMI prints in manufacturing services and composite. Then we had lower than expected Richmond composite and manufacturing data that came through at 10, but the much less closely watched print. We are going to be getting, though, really big inflation data, the Fed's preferred inflation gauge, in fact, PCE, that's coming through at 8:30 a.m. on Thursday. So just over 48 hours from now, we're going to have that data on watch as we continue to assess whether or not the Fed will hold rates or hike in July. Now, I'm only talking about a July hike because the CME Fed Watch is increasingly pricing it in. Right now, you've got a 34% chance of a hike in July, about 65% chance of rates being held, but we do have more than a 50% chance of a hike in September. So if we don't get a hike at the July meeting, which as of right now, we're not likely to, very good chance we'll get one at the meeting after. Back to you. Make sure to like and make sure to subscribe.
As always, Adara, a big thank you. And getting all of the goods in. We had a great interview, and then we get to, Sector Watch and my talks rolled into one. The Nasdaq's trying to make a bit of bounce. I was just looking at the same IBIT that Joe was in. Because, I haven't made a trade on it because I didn't think the short was until 35.8. But it's now got a hold of VWAP with the trend into VWAP, which is, look, it could break the low, but you hold VWAP here and break that trend line. I'm going to like that for a bit of a long trade. You still have the Qs attempting this bounce off the volume weighted average price and potential, downward trend break going on here for the Q. So you could get a little bit of get up. Now for SpaceX, for myself, it was just sort of waiting, not like last time where I was sort of in chasing the down move, kind of already put in the top, and then we kind of get it on the bounce back to the upside to play into VWAP. So just a little bit more patience, impatient on the short, and then I'm not patient enough holding the long. So just a little more patience with the entry here, looking for all the way down into VWAP on SpaceX. As that's the only thing I'm in. QBTS, I think it's done, at least for now. So I'll kind of walk away from this one. Solid long, but obviously there was never any breakout. So the last little bit that you hold for the break, no good. But I'm not going to hang on to that just because it was working earlier. At the end of the day, you didn't get that big extension. It ended up being more of a scalp trade in the 1 to 1.5% range instead of giving you that next 3, 4, 5% to the upside on QBTS. And you know what? One of the things that we're highlighting, and I'm just going to shout out to Adara, if you go into the free watch list, everybody, one of the benefits, and I said this morning, one of the benefits is when there's a whole space moving, one of the reasons that Adara is going to put in these symbols for the quant stocks, UBT, QBTS, Rigetti, INQ, INFQ, is so that you can go over and look and see which one sets up the best and which one you prefer. And I'll be the first to admit it. And the reason I'm even saying this is INFQ, lots of people love this chart a little bit better. Am I up on QBTS? Sure, but I guarantee I'd be up more if I traded INFQ. And that's the value of knowing what is in play because of the headline so that you can make the judgment as to what do I want to trade. So shout out to anyone that was doing that, and shout out to Adara for putting that one on the list. Because a lot of times we'll talk about the big four, but INFQ up 12% as the best quantum play today.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Neil. INFQ, some of the other names. Tesla putting in a new low of the day. We'll head over to some of the quant. Yeah, it's ugly there, right? The market has been selling for 35 minutes now, 40 minutes after rallying this morning, and then hasn't put in a green 5-minute candle. And I'm referring to the Qs in the SPY. NVDA having the inability to break this channel, there it is, right? There goes the breakdown. You thought you'd get buyers stepping in. Doesn't seem to be the case as we're now heading back to around $202. We're stuck in this wedge on IBIT. We're going to have to hop out of this bad boy. Oh, okay, wow, that happens quick. This happens when you play this leverage play. Hopefully we don't get bottomed wicked on this bad boy. I'll hop back in and I'll give it one more chance here. Needs to absorb some more liquidity, but we can see within this price action channel down, the volume was really weak, the price action was really weak, and then you just have that move higher. Didn't sustain that, didn't hold that level, and now we're going to look for some more indecision prints around these lows. We were at the lower end of the range. You can see that we caught that 70 fill on NVDL, decides to sell off a little bit there, and then now maybe we'll find somewhat of a rebound. We'll take our at-bats at it, and then we'll look for something else. So let's see if Bitcoin can get rolling once again. It's not doing too much, more or less a choppy session here, considering you're up, you're now back down. AMD may be the better of the chip play at this point, $521, still holding above the volume-weighted average price. But, we've been sitting in this one trade since 9:45, so over an hour here on IBIT without entering that gap. So maybe we have to rethink our thesis or just continuously take the stabs that we're looking at or find something else to trade in and just go what Dan was saying, maybe get out of some of these crowded names and head over to what Sharif's trading, some of these small cap plays.
I wonder what he's looking at.
Yeah, well, I'm sure we can figure that out here momentarily. He's on in a couple of minutes. I run through this scan.
Oh, I know what he's looking at.
RGDT, SND.
You can't hide from me, Sharif. Oh, it's okay. Never mind.
I mean, what I've seen in the top volume names, IFNQ. I know you're talking about that one not too long ago. Yeah, we'll let Sharif deal with the small caps, but
I'm gonna make. I got something that'll make you perk up.
Me?
Because even someone who tries to be a little bit of a critic when
me?
it comes to the food.
Yeah. Oh, are we gonna do what's for lunch?
Can't. All right, Joe.
Dude, I'll tell you one thing right now.
Joe, you're gonna like this.
Okay, all right.
I'm setting it up. I know sometimes I'm setting this up for failure.
Yeah.
But I'm really optimistic about this.
Dude, you got to take into consideration. I'm in a calorie deficit, right? There's no flag.
There's no flag. They just like yesterday was a Canadian flag.
Yeah.
I can tell you the flag every single day. This time there's just a picture of a burger.
Oh, that's keep things
But
nice
it is a
simple.
slow-cooked barbecue pulled chicken burger
Oh, okay.
with creamy macaroni.
Oh, all right.
That'll play. We got garlic and herb roasted seasonal vegetables and a
Damn.
classic coleslaw.
Classic.
Now, I'm just saying that sounds tasty to me.
It does sound pretty
Sounds
tasty,
to me.
man.
So I'm not gonna hate on it. I think Randy's giving me that look. Like Randy's about to go check. It's probably not here yet, Randy. He's staring it down.
Oh, it might
He's
be
gonna
here,
go
though.
look right now. Randy's gonna get about 3 or 4 of those bad boys, is my guess, and just be like in the corner,
He's gonna go and get
collecting.
those, Randy.
I might have to get a second one. Let's go. No, okay. Is in the chat, some people.
Let's
What do you got there? A little Nando's peri sauce.
Nando.
Hey, maybe
How
I'll be
old
having
is that?
Nando's.
How old is this package?
What do you mean,
here,
how
though?
old is it?
Bro,
How-
that's a legit question.
Nando's right down the street. It
Is
could have
it?
been from yesterday.
No, it
Get
definitely
us
ain't
6 months
from
old.
yesterday. I guarantee you this thing's at least 6 months old.
Why does it have to be 6 months old?
Well, I don't know where did
Randy couldn't have got that. Come on, son.
This is 2026. Dude, this was made
Why you gotta
in
assume
March.
it-
Hold on.
Why you have to assume it's
Hold
old?
on.
I don't
Hold
understand.
on.
It's a sauce.
This was March 11th of 2025.
Don't act like
It's
everyone doesn't have those
it's
packet
expired.
sauces from
It's
like
literally
way back.
expired,
It's a
dude.
suggestion. Those things aren't meant to be taken literally.
That's crazy. It's like going into, you remember back in the day going into your grandma's fridge and then there'd be like just food from like 15 years ago? Let's try this
Hey,
NVDA. Sometimes that's how it be. Neil, I'm going to head it over. We're going to get set up there. We're going to try this NVDA trade one more time. If it breaks, it's going to be our second at bat. We're in at a significantly better price. Maybe this was enough liquidity absorbed Bitcoin not doing what we wanted to, but a small volatility spike stepping into the market. Guys, you'll see me momentarily. A couple of seconds left. Neil. I hope you enjoy. Yeah, you're going to be over here. No, I'm just curious. You better grade this lunch.
First of all, this dude is West Indian and Jamaican and talking about like he adheres to the exact date on an expiration. Don't even front.
Bro, what
with
does my nationality have to do with expiring?
Don't front with any of that mess. It's a suggestion.
Man.
You know you're namming that well after the date, and you're still
Hell no,
around.
man.
You're
Cut
still
the-
good. As a matter of fact,
End the show, man.
that's how you build immunity,
Whoa.
right? What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, right? You save.
Trying to get that food.
Look, man, I got a perfectly good ketchup packet or whatever the heck it might happen to be, or some hot sauce, barbecue sauce. That ain't going bad. We're going to go over the midday. We didn't talk a lot. Oh, no, they're going to talk to small cappers for sure, but there was just a halt just now, so I'll get to it because it just happened. I don't know if Sharif is looking at this one, but it is to the upside. FCUV, some fun puns with this, halted at 613. This is one of the bigger small cap runners, so I'm going to go deep out on a limb and say it's on Sharif's radar. It is now, he said. So it's on Sharif's radar. Joe just mows on over. I'm going to enjoy that chicken, the pulled chicken burger. And maybe I'm going to put some old peri sauce on it because as far as I'm concerned, it's still good. So you know what, Joe? I'll use the sauce if you won't because it's going to be tasty as you know what. We'll see you back at 2 o'clock. Let's throw you to the midday. Go get them, Joe and Sharif.
Days, what is going on? Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That is your boy Joey Options. If you haven't seen him in a while, I am Sharif, and we've got a lot going on today. Small caps are popping. We've got FCUV halted to the upside. Let's say hello to everybody on the way from the other stream. I'm not plugged in. Assassino, are you paging me? Yes. Oh, you are? Okay. All right. What are we doing? We're going to Adair? All right. Let's go up to Adair.
Alibaba bouncing here to start this midday session. Keep an eye on BABA. Noted firm here, not firm, but research newsletter here, Semi-Analysis, they are projecting upside for BABA and soon to IPO Chinese play CXMT based on DRAM, saying that Alibaba is a memory player and a major shareholder in that upcoming CXMT IPO. They're also saying Alibaba is an anchor hyperscale customer, and they're likely to boost DRAM demand for CXMT. Again, we're going to have to wait and see here as to how that CXMT IPO is received, but BABA is bouncing here to the tune of about 50 cents on this comment from that Semi-Analysis newsletter. Back to you.
The entire sense. All right, guys, let's say hello to everybody in the world of VinFast. Huge shout out to VinFast for sponsoring today's video. They just announced a massive partnership with AutoBrains and NVIDIA to bring level 4 agentic autonomous driving to real life. We're talking next gen intelligent tech that's completely redefining how we hit the road. If you want to see how the actual future of driving looks like, you need to click the link in my description and check out VinFast now. Shout out to the good folks at VinFast. We forewent saying hello to everybody, so let's do that. Hangry wife, please shout me out real good. I hope that was as good. That's as good as I'm going to be able to do, man. Scott H, we got Yannick, we got Ronaldo, Wannabe Trader 13. Shout out to Tren X, Showtime, Buvin. Where have you been, Buvin? Now I'm happy. The G is back. Boomstick, all right. Shout out to Trader C, J, Z, Monarch, Job P. We got Mike PD Ryder and Bax 200. Shout out to Big 40 Nephew, as well as I Grow Fighting 2 New York Cents. You show that keyboard, Joey. Oh, seriously, it's gonna be that kind of day, huh?
It's been.
My
Yeah,
bad, bro. I didn't realize until right now. Derek Thompson, King Clutch 007. Why not? Why not? We got Kurt D. We got the commodity frickin' king. And who's this? Gucci Co Gains. Okay. The Profit Taker and Homeless God. I told y'all, man, God is omnipresent. Gamecraft Nico, Your Paradox, and Darwin, the OG. And he's calling out BGL. Darwin calls it out. I oblige. BGL, what is this doing, Darwin? Oh, my days. What is this? Bamboozlement up to 50 pennies, 4,999, now down to 438. This is BGL breaking out here midday. As you can see there, about 200,000 shares per 5-minute candle just showed up on the scanner. But the one that Neil was calling out, let's get down to work on that one because that's the big boy right now. It is absolutely ripping to the high side. I'm talking about FCUV. It is halted at $6.13. This is a really, really good-looking pattern, okay? Not the least of which is because it broke out subsequent to the pre-market. In fact, towards the later end of the implied balance open, right at 950, you got a boom, volume spike up, halted 389, did its little dance, right? It wants a zig, it wants a zag, generally held 4, which I do like as a key area of technical support. But it was ranging for I want to say about from 10 o'clock till when? 10:55 for about an hour. It was locked into about $1 range. For the most part, it rejected 5. And again, for the most part, it found support at 4. And then it just ripped up all sorts of strong into 613. We are halted there right now. So let's go ahead, pull this up on a trading screen, get a gander of what the tap as well as the open time will be. FCUV on the NQ, correct. So currently tap showing a little bit higher, 620, 623, 621, halt time, 11:25 on the dot, current time, 11:05:57. So this will be at least a 10-minute halt. It should have opened at 11:05:25. It did not. So we're going to see exactly how this cookie ends up crumbling, but we're definitely going to keep an eye on that. I see you, Tisha. I knew you'd be all over that, Tisha. I know Bub is going to be all over it. If Casey's in the chat, I know she's going to be all over it as well. So the small cap traders are going to do their thing, and hopefully we'll keep a close eye here on FCUV and we'll all make some money off it. As you see, though, on the position board, I am long CRMT. I perceive this as a more prolonged bull flag. For the most part, we find support at the volume weighted average price. It's up 18 2/3%. So by no means is it the leading gapper on the day. But this is the chart pattern that had me lured in here. Breakout at 930, did a little zigging and zagging in the pre, but the majority of the prints as well as the volume coming subsequent to the bell. As you can see, we got a bit of a hammer candle, bottoming tail candle at 10:05, which did breach VWAP. Then you got a double bottom again 1045 and 1050 right at the volume weighted average price. So my out is below this area low. It's simple as that. It's got to hold up the higher lows with a view to possibly touching that 3 4/5. I guess I'll hold a piece for the dream, possibly into 4. I'm talking about CRMT. There's a lot else going on. Joey, did you want to cover anything before I jump?
I can hop into seeing what we got going on here. NVDL, sure. This thing is not doing what we want, so we just abandoned it, right? We just threw it to the side. Listen, it's unfortunate that this name can't participate in some of these rallies. I don't know what's going on, and I said I got to try to stop figuring it out, because this is what happens, right? Like you get all frustrated, and there's no reason. Something that you have zero control over is to get flustered like that. So there's NVDA heading lower. I wouldn't be surprised if it breaks this pivot. Now, listen, it's probably the weakest out of the Mag 7, and it is down 3.6%. Right, and if you go back, SpaceX turning positive, now up 3% and looking like it's going to break out. You have Microsoft up 1 3/4, Amazon up 0.6%, Google still slightly, no, Google's positive. What am I even talking about? No, Google's negative. What am I talking about? Down 0.8, but a strong recovery in Apple positive, right? So, I mean, like we took our 2 stabs on this bad boy. We added another 20% on this for a potential bounce, but it looks like it wants to absorb some more. With that being said, we're going to have to hop out of IBIT. 50s was going to be seems like our final out. We're down 3 1/3 at this point. So we got up to 35.55, but then it just came back and just hasn't had the ability to, or buyers haven't stepped in. They don't like this underlying whatsoever, and that's fine, right? So it's unfortunate that some of these heavier tech names aren't doing what they want. And I'm not saying that Bitcoin's is that, because I don't believe that it is. Head over to the daily, and you can just see the weakness within the underlying asset itself, a gap down. And I wouldn't be surprised if we crack $33 at some point. But man, oh man, it's starting to get ugly. 4% down potentially. I mean, I should be prepared for this. Sorry, I don't want to continuously talk about the same names over and over again, but what we have here is a head and shoulders pattern forming on the daily here. And I think it's only a matter of time until we break through this low. And I'm going to say it one more time before, and this is going to be the last time. I just pray to the trading gods themselves that we don't fall into a Microsoft 2.0 with this name. I think the earnings reports are completely different, but what we're seeing from a technical standpoint, it's not pretty. Right? 8-month consolidation in NVDA, you wick higher. I mean, like, I get it. You go from 175 to 250, that's a pretty big jump. But the fact that you don't continue, you get almost 40% at that point. The fact that you don't continue and you give back the majority of that move heading back into this consolidation zone is slightly alarming to me. With this name being my largest of holdings, this isn't what I want to see.
NVIDIA, I'm liking how you're charting that, Yeah, you know what, Joey? Does it feel stair-steppy to you? Consolidate for a freaking year, then let me take a little bit of a level up. Let me use that former area of resistance now as support.
Hopefully. But what does this look like to you right here?
It doesn't look pretty, but neither does that big-ass year that consolidated at.
Right, but my issue is like, Sharif, this is opportunity cost, right? Like from August to 25 to where you break out.
Could have deployed that money.
But you think like, hey, lengthy consolidation, a little bit bigger of a breakout without as deep as a pullback. That's not what we got. And I mean, if I were to eliminate the names and go like this, you'll see the similarities within the actual assets themselves. Is like, look what Microsoft did for over a year. I mean, you know what I mean? So it's almost...
They have a tendency to do that, though, don't they?
I don't know what it is, man. I don't know what it is. So hopefully we get a rotation back and we see the demand step back in.
Well said, Joey. FCUV open. Here we go. It breached 7 momentarily. Let's now look to see where the buyers are stepping in. I see the supers, but we just got to let this trade kind of develop here because it's a halter. I want to see if this is going to clear 7. There is a buyer here, I want to say in the 60s and 70s. I didn't mean it like that. Are continuing to watch here. 60 buyer failing into the 50s, but getting bought right back up. I'm looking at the bid here, guys. I'm not even looking at the ask. I want to see if somebody's going to backstop me from this kind of crazy price action that could potentially drop down. So there's, again, a buyer here at 60. Let's see if we can kind of hold up, failing into the 40s. Back into the 60s we go. We've got 58, 70s. No continuation. Looking for a little bit more. I still haven't gotten anything on the 70s yet. Looking for that price. There it is. Nope, no continuation. Again, I'm not liking this. It's very consolidated, very equal, like basically an equilibrium here between buyers and sellers. $half buyer pushing this all sorts of volatility here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to stop out of that. Dropped into the 20s, can't risk more than that. So we'll give back a little bit there on FCUV. Let's see if it holds up at 6. Not immediately interested in picking it up at 6, but there is that halt level that I want to keep my eye on there, right around 610. That's where it found support. Maybe I should have given this a little bit more to 6, but I did see the buyer at the $half, so that's what I was gauging my entry on. So I don't feel too bad about that. We'll keep an eye here on FCUV. Not a bad name, up 200 some odd %. Let's see if it's able to get back above 7. I'm in CRMT. We just got the first print there to the high side. Long at 64s, wet the beak at 70. Let's keep an eye on this one. Shout out to my man, Jin Weiwei. He's dropping 75 new Taiwanese dollars. Hello, Sharif. Do you think we need to pay attention to the U.S. Treasury 10-year? No, you piece of crap. It went up. Yes, I do think we need to pay attention to it. Let me articulate as to why. Borrowing costs are basically based on that 10-year. The benchmark is used to set interest rates for these 30-year mortgages, right? We're talking about auto loans as well that are based on the 10-year. Student loans. So a lot of the market is based on that 10-year. Obviously, the stock market as well. High-year yields, or high yields, I should say, offer a guaranteed return from the government, like hovering around 4.5%, I think it is right now, give or take. That draws big money away from riskier assets. So the higher that yield goes up, the more money could find its way out of equities and into treasuries as, the opportunity cost, as Joseph was just talking about, increases. But it's also an economic health check, right? It reflects what the smartest investors in the world think about inflation and the future direction of the Federal Reserve interest rates. So I think it is absolutely necessary to keep your eye on the 10-year. Now, do I live and breathe by it? Not really, but I do factor it into my analysis. I definitely think you should. Shout out to my man Weiwei in the chat, Joey.
You got it there? Bring it over here, Randy. Let's see what we got.
What happened, Randy?
He's got all the fixings on and everything.
He's got the fixins.
He's got the fixings.
He's got fixins.
Let's see what we got here, my boy. How we looking in there?
Ooh, look at this.
Oh, snap.
Looks very healthy. Very, very healthy.
I like the cabbage, man. That's gonna be my. Listen, all right. Let's get into some stock talk here, guys, and find ourselves a high quality opportunity. Listen, down half a shut at this point. That's all right, man. It ain't a thing but a chicken wing around these neck of the woods for us to put on one solid trade. We just have to wait for this market selling to cool down a little bit. Head over to our watch list. The missed opportunity. DRAM. You know what? Full disclosure, though, I woke up with, yo, Soto, what's up, brother?
Miguel Soto?
No, Juan Soto,
oh,
man.
My bad.
Come on, man.
My bad, man.
Juan Soto. So this was the primary. Well, I thought you would get it because it is Juan, but it's the Asian one, not the Spanish one, though. Juan Soto.
And his name is actually like One.
Yeah, it's like Juan.
Like he won something.
Won. Okay, so we're saying it wrong. We've been saying it wrong then.
Yeah,
One.
well, I mean, we
All right,
we already got a gander.
Yeah, we got a gander on that one, man. I'm gonna listen.
Party, Neil. Yeah,
dude, I'm gonna have to go and eat that relatively soon. We've seen Randy; he's got his rocking and rolling. But other than that, guys, DRAM opportunity was bright and early this morning. Now, what we had, we almost rejected the top wick high on this specific name. There's nothing worse than trading and being hangry. I can tell you that for free. But anyways, aside from that, guys. What do you got? You got something going?
No, but the thing is, brother, we got a lot of food back there. Like we never have a shortage of food up in this.
No, but if anybody's gonna understand, it's you. It's when you're in a calorie deficit, you can be hungry at times, man, and that's me.
I'm proud of you though,
bro. Yeah, but you can see, like, I'm like one flick away.
He's gonna punch me out if I keep doing this.
No, like, dude, see, that's the thing, man. Not
He's
even
teetering here.
It's not good. Bro. Don't trade and do that stuff. No, but that's why you gotta laugh a little bit here. But we will eat something. We'll eat a little vegetables and stuff like that, just to get something in our stomach. And then maybe we could cheer up, Buttercup. But what we want to do is look at some of these memory names, like SanDisk is down 13%, Micron down 10%, Sharif down, DRAM down 13% as well too. AMAT, what the
happened,
heck? AMAT is down. I guess, well, it makes sense. Down almost 10%. What the hell is even that is right, Assassino? AMAT down 9.3% here on the day.
Assassino's going to be very
Qualcomm
upset.
down 10%. Yeah, I know. He's mad upset.
Well, he's mad that we're not sending it to Sia.
Well, okay. All right. Let's send it over to Sia and see what we got going on.
Quack, quack. Penguin. Quack, quack, quack. Who remembers the Penguin from the Batman TV series, man? That guy, shout out to Burgess Meredith, man. That dude had range. He could play Mickey, right, in the Rocky series, or he could play Penguin. I'm sure he played a lot of other things, man. Shout out to Burgess. Get it, Mike? You're good? All right, so we're good. You don't have to hear me pontificate about Burgess Meredith. Let's send it back to you.
Thank you so much. Sorry about that. Technical difficulties. Keep an eye out for the ticker PENG, Penguin Solutions. This is a Peng-related news, not NVIDIA, but I'm going to mention it. So just a couple minutes ago, we had a huge uptick. Currently, the stock was up 4% when this news came out, but it's reversing down. It's reversing all its gains. So it was named an NVIDIA AI Factory Specialized Partner, joining an invitation-only group with the NVIDIA Partner Network. Now, it's important to emphasize that this is not NVIDIA news. It's news regarding Peng Solutions. So this designation basically recognizes providers with experience in designing, building, deploying, and operating full-time stack NVIDIA-based AI factory infrastructure. And Penguin has cited that its recent work with Deepgram and SK Telecom, including the Hain AI factory in Korea. Just again, PENG named an NVIDIA AI Factory Specialized Partner. It was up 4% when this came out, reversing its gains. It's down 0.21% now.
Down. All right, guys. I'm feeling some kind of way today. I'm just telling you, I'm feeling very whimsical. All right, VKTX, shout out to the OG Nick. I did see Viking Therapeutics today on a big move up. It's already on the side chart last. It's putting in a plethora of lower highs. We topped out there, looks at 35.69, and then we tried to recover into 35, but that is your prototypical lower high bull trap that we've been talking for a number of months on. We make the big move, right? You come back in, you start finding a bit of a bounce off that area support, and you're like, all right, the good times are back. Here comes 40. Only to get lured into that lower high and then have that same lower high bar end up getting breached by the subsequent bar, and you ended up getting a breach of prior bar low. And that's exactly what VKTX is doing right now. In fact, it's teetering here, about to lose the volume weighted average price. So VKTX, not right for me at the moment, okay? Neil did mention INFQ as well as he should. This one caught a big move yesterday in the aftermarket. Look at that, basically bottomed out there, I want to say, at around 345. And since at that bottom at 345 till the last print there at 8 p.m. in the aftermarket, we moved up about 15% just on that aftermarket move. Love it. And we are already up on the day, quite frankly. The closing print, the real closing print, despite the fact that it moved in the after, 14 1/5, I believe, or a quarter, give or take. It doesn't really matter right now because it's trading at around 16. It's trying to hold up above that $16 area. But as you view this, what I see is this, the lower highs. So that $15 area looking good as an area support, but it's not being supported by the area highs. In fact, it's giving me, flat bottom break vibes here, INFQ, but I'm still going to keep a good look on it, Joey. BTQ as well should be in focus. Look, we don't have too many in the way of like triple digit names other than that FCUV. So the pickings are slim a little bit here in the world of small cap gappers. We'll try to take smaller moves with bigger size. So that's going to be my plan today, since we're really not looking like we're going to have, triple digit, high double digit winners, Joey.
All right, cool. All right, we'll go over these super chat, guys. Thanks for don't worry. You went over the 10-year there, Sharif. So we got Edward Paper Hands. All right, we like that one. Shout out to Edward Scissor Hands, but you got the paper hands there. Hey guys, ever thought about a dedicated separate show just for small caps? For those
Brendo in the morning, I could do it, but
run small. When
it would be in the morning because like they gap pretty aggressively in the morning, but I've got other obligations.
You got other things rolling on there. And then we have, thank you anyways for that. So there you go, Edward Paperhands. You got your answer for the separate show for small caps. Listen, I mean, we could trade them. Those guys look at them as well too, right? So don't forget, I know Sean typically likes to trade the large caps, but Neil's across the board. And if it's really in play, those guys will take a look at it. So here we go. Noah, we got a good super chat here, $5. Summer teacher trader here. What's up with HSCS? News, how do crypto-related mergers usually affect the stock? Thought HSCS was sold long-term. ¿Qué pasó?
¿Qué pasa?
What's going on? Yeah, I mean, did you want to take a look at HSCS? I know that's yours. I know you're going on for a ramble
absolutely.
for quite some time.
No worries, man.
I could take a brief look at it.
What is the ticker?
A little breather. HSCS.
You ask, you get, my guy.
All right,
HSCS.
121 million shares traded here on the day.
That's nice. HSCS. Okay. Let's take a quick gander at this one. Joey, this is the daily. Do not be afraid. Do not adjust your TV set or whatever you're using there. This is typically how the chart will look like on a small cap gapper. It's just the nature of the beast, right? That's why they're small caps. Otherwise, they'd be mid or large. Anyway, 5-minute chart. I did take this one off the side chart, Joey. I did see it. So it's on the side watch list, but it's lost its spot on the coveted side charts. Reason is, where's that white line?
Where's that white line?
Where's the white line at?
I don't know.
You see that white line right there,
Yeah,
right?
where's that?
Well, where's the
At
price action
at the
relative to the white line?
Below it,
It's
my
of
boy.
course, man. We're trading below the volume weighted average price here, guys, right at $3. So to me, VWAP here, despite the fact that I just referenced it, doesn't seem like any discernible area of support or resistance. In fact, it looks like more like a line of best fit cutting through the middle of the price action. So my first inclination, I hate when you do this, when you start giggling and I'm like deep in an analysis and I get distracted. You kill me with that.
It's Chetsy, man.
Of course it's Fernandez. He's always the culprit. No, but seriously, Joey, I see like about 260 give or take support there, despite, being below VWAP. So if you're, gung-ho and you really want to trade this, 260 area support at the extremes, you're seeing most of the time, it's a 310 to a 320 sell. You have these outlying areas here. I'm talking about the 745, 750 candles. And then again, right around 945, 930, 940, 945, 950, that triple top right there that did get through the 350 area. So HSCS, it's up 52%. But as I mentioned, it is very range bound and it does have a lot of resistance when you come to the extremes here at 3.5. I think you should be okay if you put your stop below 250, nary a print below 250. In fact, that the lowest candle there at 835 did defend 250 to the T. 250 on the dot is the candle low, right at that 850 bar. So have at it, man. I hope you print up storms, but it's not my cup of tea.
All right, brother. Good stuff. Juan, brother, I don't think, I'm not seeing anything from a price action standpoint saying for me to go long. I think you told me to go long the SPY here or something. Does this look like a long to you? I don't know. I just have the hunch that we're going to head towards the low of the day, and that'd be around 732. Just look at the momentum really start to pick up, especially if this bad boy decides to break to the lows. We're flat here on the day. We had a nice trade off the jump, but I was just aiming for a little bit higher here, looking for that 4-to-1 risk to reward. We hit that 2-to-1, and I'm glad that we got out of it, right? So there it is. We got out of this one. Take a 5-cent hit on it. Not too bad whatsoever. What's up, Fabian?
Fabian.
Yeah, there he is. So he's doing his thing. But other than that, guys, we're down 4% here on the day. Am I tapped in? Did you get a notification?
Sia's talking.
How come was talking to you?
Speaking to me directly, yeah.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, I just thought you heard, but I'm like, okay, I'm tapped in. But anyways, aside from that here,
Joey,
guys,
ATLN.
ATL, is it moving?
It's moving nice. Shout out to Bovin.
Let's see what ATLN is up to. 274 share. Oh, high at daybreak. Has my name written all over ATLN. Let's rock and roll on this bad boy. Let's see if we're gonna get.
No!
Yeah, right. Get that garbage out of here.
That's the way they are, Joey.
Man. Look at that high at the daybreak to a T. $1.33 and change.
Joey.
Boom. Came back immediately and I'm like, okay, volume starting to pick up here. I like the look of this one. Yeah, okay, AC Slater to that as it rejects aggressively within a 1-minute span. So a pretty ugly looking ATL and success. 583 million shares traded here today. $500 million. This isn't a momentum. Oh, Shreve, it just bolted down.
Yeah, well, they giveth and they taketh away.
It took away. So, okay, we're going to go back
Look at what your friend Luis said in the chat.
What's Luis saying?
Your good friend Luis.
Where is he?
I love, like, the Spanish people, the way they laugh in text is J-A-J-A-J-A, right? So he's like, ha, 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 but with his J's, right? He's like, you say, oh, no. I say, oh, yeah.
Oh, man,
Luis,
man.
We hate you, Luis.
What was that?
What
was that BS stock that we were talking about? Remember, we all have our numbers.
Joe?
Has that thing opened up yet?
Remember
when we all placed our opening prices? Remember, I wrote them down.
Yeah. What the hell was that?
What was that? What was that stock?
That halted.
Yeah, and it's been halting for
Luis will know. I knew Luis would know.
Are we open up yet on that?
I knew Luis would know.
INHD.
What a
Luis,
guy.
don't think I'm going to allow you to get away with anything. Whoa! It's back alive. I think we were all wrong
here. Has it awoken?
Sharif.
Where are we at, Joey?
Hold on
was
now.
The opening print?
I won.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
Well, let me see.
Yes, I did.
Prove it.
We
need proof immediately.
I definitely won. Ha ha. How about Jaja on that one, Luis?
How about Jaja on that one? Look who's in a good mood all of a sudden. That's my guy.
Brother, it doesn't take much to cheer me up. I can't stay mad for long. $1.36.
Dude, it's at opened $1.36.
Yeah. This is the daily.
Hold on,
we don't even remember when it halted,
I'm gonna
though.
do my own TA here, man.
Yeah. Pull it up on your
side.
side.
Own TA here. He's trying to claim a dub, Neil. He's trying to take a quick dub like that.
When
We're gonna have to verify.
We would have to verify. Anyways, I won regardless. So here it is, Luis. I'll send you my email. You can get me the plane ticket for Barcelona. $1.06. Sean had $0. Luis had $6.50. Your boy Joey O had $3.50. Sharif $7.50. So the price was right for your boy. There it is, man. Good
Joey, have you looked at the last day, brother?
What day?
It hasn't opened yet, Joe.
What do you mean?
Hover over.
Oh, it's June 8th. Oh, it's not even open yet. Oh, man. Oh, yeah. But I told
you I needed to verify that.
I'm mad.
Do you see this guy? He's asking for a plane ticket. He's declaring victory.
I already declared victory. I'm screwed. I'm screwed now, man. This
Joey.
Still been halted. It hasn't even been halted that long. Oh, man. That's not good.
This was nice. This was like a nice little segment there. Everybody saying ja in the chat. I love this. I love this.
Me, man.
Such good vibes.
Oh, man.
Yeah, well, it's still, Joey, we kind of knew that this would happen.
I just manifested W. And
that's why. You're gonna get the dub. You're gonna get the dub. You're gonna get that plane ticket.
And a plane ticket.
I can feel it.
All right.
Shout out to my man, Joe. All right, guys, let's get right back to work here. INHD still halted, believe it or not. If you go over, though, to the NASDAQ halt page, you'll be able to see the code, the explanation as to why it's halted. Typically, it's pending news, but you can go and check there. Just type in Google, NASDAQ halts, and you'll literally be taken to the page itself. Use your Control F feature if there are too many. Type in INHD, see what populates, okay? Shout out to everybody. Anurag, give him a slice of pie. Yeah, Anurag, he refuses to eat pie.
I don't refuse. I said I'll eat the peach cobbler. I want to try the peach pie, a peach cobbler.
So if I was to theoretically come tomorrow with a peach cobbler pie
I'll have
in hand,
I'll eat some of that, John.
There's a guarantee that you eat it live on camera?
Yeah, I'll eat that, John, man. Yeah, but you guys are...
I know you like it. CSS shall eat it too, right? Yeah, of course.
Yeah, man, I'll eat that.
Let me ask you something.
Yeah, go ahead.
When you were in grade school, and you brought in food or snacks or something like that into the class, were you prohibited from eating it on your own if you didn't have enough for everybody else in the class?
No, I don't think so,
I was prohibited.
Yeah?
Yeah. If you didn't bring enough for everybody,
you ain't getting
you couldn't have any.
Damn. Yeah, man, what kind of...
I'm not going to be able to forget that, Joey.
People don't forget.
People don't forget. Thank you very much for the $5 Canadian Super Chat from Career Crawlers. I was looking at ICCM. I went in at 583, but it went down. What did I miss in terms of indicators? What would you look at to determine long? I love the question, very pointed question, and one that's, it looks like you're clearly you're on your way here. So let's get right down to it. ICCM, shout out to Career Crawlers, dropping 5 Canadian in the chat. Let's go ahead, pull up that bad boy. So again, the world of small cap gappers is a tough one, and typically the charts do look like this. So do not let that sway you. These are intraday trades only. So he picked it up at 583. So you technically, brother, you're still in the money because this is trading at 588. But here's the deal. So you picked it up yesterday, I'm assuming, right? Because this one had a big move yesterday at around 7 a.m., but it sold off the entire day. Tried to do that again this morning at 8, right? But it sold off again. So somebody's quite convicted. Now, this one broke out initially on the 17th. The 17th, of course, was the Thursday. No, was the Wednesday, because Friday was a day off. So this was Wednesday's price action, consolidative on Thursday, popped up in the pre, yesterday, popped up in the pre, again today, both of which, those pops yesterday and today, failed. So immediately, what I can see over the last 2 days, career crawlers, is the rejection of the volume-weighted average price. You saw it yesterday, right at the opening bell. It tried to recover from below, failed. It tried again at 10:30, failed. And then it did it again this morning, right at 10:10. Tried to reclaim VWAP, failed. So I feel like a short seller is, taking advantage of the pop-up to, just basically push this below the volume-weighted average price. I don't think you got anything wrong. I'm not sure where you bought, though, because assessing what you did right and wrong would require me to know where you got in, what you were seeing at the time, right? Can't look at that just by looking over a period of days. So I got to tell you, I'm not a big fan of the chart as an intraday trade. However, it's not giving up the ghost. Look at that big move that we had on the 17th. We came from, I think, about $2, possibly a little bit south of $2. And here we are for the 4th day in a row, hanging out right around $6. So it's not giving up the ghost. But, it's not making any higher highs either. So you're in a bit of a stalemate here. Here's what I'd tell you, okay? If I were you, and I'm not, and so this isn't financial advice, this is the local area low, right around 485. So I'd give it to 5 if you can stomach that kind of a range, okay? That kind of a drop. Now, having said that, would I personally hold this? Not knowing anything else, just the chart. I don't know what the catalyst is.
Yeah, you seen that?
I personally wouldn't, because we're putting
The
a
one
lower
you just deleted?
right? And so this is kind of what I don't like about that. I hope you do well, brother. I hope you print up multiple storms on your side of the screen. Keep me updated as to how you do, Joey.
All right, man. Good stuff. Let's see what we got going on here. Who is it? Juan, brother, you're telling me to... pardon me. All right. Juan was telling me to buy the SPY. I'm like, yeah, why would I buy the SPY?
Our Juan?
No, Juan Padilla.
Oh, Juan Padilla.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think Soto would tell us that there.
Get it, Juan.
Yeah, exactly. I thought what time did we got the markets coming up? We got the Euro close coming up here momentarily with Juan. He's getting ready to go. He's getting ready to rock and roll. As we mentioned,
he's making his way up to the big desk,
Here
bro.
it goes, man. Get this guy out of here. The star of the show coming up momentarily. The moment you all have been waiting for coming up relatively soon. But Juan Padilla, my guy over there telling me 7. He's like, Joe, you got to buy the longs here. I'm like, no, why would I buy the longs? And then sure enough, he was right. So we'll hit the stone cold for you over there, my friend. Nice call out. A nice little pop anyways. Let's see what we get. Listen, I'm going to be sitting on my hands. I got a full day ahead of us here. So we don't want to get too carried away. I told you where we stand from a negative standpoint, which is totally fine. It's one trade away. It's one small cap away for us getting rocking and rolling here once again. And with that being said, I just don't like the way the market's looking at this point.
Tell the market, Joey.
Yeah, well, I wish I could, man, because and get your act together,
Didn't get
especially
a PAL
NVIDIA.
license for no reason.
Whoa, we don't talk about that no more.
There goes CRMT Joseph frickin' options through the high of the day. We packed the patience. We got 64s on Joey. It's showing 82. That is HOD. Here comes 85. The breakout's on. Give me my money. Let's go. 86. We're looking for more. We're looking for a 4 move. Let's cut the crap, okay? We're looking for a 4 move. You don't get this close. And then when I say 4, guys, I mean like 395, 397, 405, whatever, okay? I'm not talking about an exact level. I'm talking about general areas. So here we go, Joey, 389. We're looking for 4, CRMT. Other than INFQ and, okay, so ARQQ, INFQ, CRMT, all at the high of the day in the world of small cap gappers. Keeping a close eye on ATLA.
All right, man.
Sorry
Diamond Dallas Page, DDT.
Good guy, bro.
In there. Yeah, trying to
Like
turn
him.
things around here, man. It ain't a thing but a chicken wing. It's all a mindset, right? So we wait for that good opportunity to get involved. Market's slightly negative here today. So let's find that nice opportunity for us to get going again here. But guys, it's your favorite time of the day. We're going to be talking some Euro closes. Send it over to the big desk.
The time specifically is just after 11:30, which is, of course, when the European markets close. Thanks once again to One for being here to take us through that European close, as he does every day at 11:30 a.m.
Thank you so much, Adara. So basically, European markets closing and retreating from record highs, a global tech sell-off, and also hawkish central bank fears driving benchmarks to one-week lows. Now we see stocks Euro 600 down by 0.5%. That's basically on the defensive value lines. And even in Germany, we see everything going below 25,000. That threshold, that was dragged by weak electronics and also chips sectors. Even in France, local luxury conglomerates all going down on semiconductor supply as well. The only upside we could see over in the European markets was in the UK. That basically made a 125-point intraday turnaround to close in the green, which is a good thing. But most of the main headlines that are coming from the European market close, the tech stocks, of course, that definitely led market declines. We saw pan-European index, especially Infineon, dropping, 3.4%? That was like worst day since February. And we see a lot of heavy selling hitting hardware giants such as ASML, as well as Infineon, like I just mentioned. All the investors are basically reassessing AI spending and rising equipment costs. Upcoming inflation data come this week. Also, one thing to watch out for, hawkish Fed signals, basically a higher for longer rates. Those are basically making managers thinking about reduced exposure to high multiple equities. So those are the things that we see on the European markets, not really a good side.
Yeah, a bit of a rough look there for the European markets, joining that international tech sell-off. Stay here with us. 3:30, you'll see Juan again to cover the Asian markets, which, as we know, also got hit pretty hard. Back to the guys.
Thank you very much for that. There goes CRMT into 95. We went the beak at 95, and now I've got a liquidity tester right around that 399 area, okay? Now, I did see this one pull back a little bit into the mid-80s, but there was an aggressive buyer picking this up at around 82 or 83. So this has me a little optimistic here that 4 may not be the end of the move, right? And if that's going to be my thesis, then it probably behooves me to save a piece for the dream, perhaps even more than one piece, a couple of pieces. There it goes, 96, 98. Let's go, Kermit. CRMT, let's go. It's 98 seller. Can't shake the 98 seller. Probably wouldn't even get the print if it showed me 90 on the ask because it's got a cross, right? There's 98, big seller at 98. We're going to take it out there and we're going to cancel the 99. And I'm going to go 405 on that, showing 99s now on the ask. Now, I promised Career Crawler I'd look at his ticker, but here we go. CRMT above 4 into 404. The highway, shut it to the highway. If you're from Toronto, you know. Especially if you're from the east. If you're from the west, you probably think more about the 410, which I'm not. Shout out to my man, Neil. I know he knows about that life. He's not listening to me right now. So anyway, 404. Even when I don't think he's listening, he's actually listening, right? Shout out to my man. I love Neil, man. Let's go. 401, 403. It's zigging. It's zagging. There's no continuation right now, so let's let this one manifest. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw another order above into 411 should this one get a price spike up. But let's look at the ticker for Career Crawler there. So his entry is at 636. So it's showing 6 right now. Let me put this on the side chart here, ICCM. So here it is. This is ICCM showing $6. I got to tell you, I don't like this. I don't, okay? Here's why. If you were to kind of squeeze all this price action together right here, the one on my screen.
Let me tap into Unity there.
You want to tap in?
All right.
Let's do that.
Okay, so let's talk to me.
No, that's too wide, Joey. Let's go.
Okay, talk to me now.
Yeah, let's go like this. What does that look like to you? Is this Do you like this type of pattern? This is the 15-minute chart. This is a bull flag. I think we can both agree on that, right? Most give or take.
Yeah.
Right. It's a bull
I
flag.
agree.
Do you hold this type of pattern on a small cap gapper? Now, having asked you that, let me say something that it's held its level 1, 2, 3, 4 days. And that's a small cap gapper, right? Like this is, Joey, it's a $16.33 million market cap. I personally wouldn't, right? It's just, that's my personal opinion about holding small cap gappers. However, this is a good chart pattern. As I said to you earlier, I would get out if it lost 5. That is the local area low, but you're in at 636. That would require you risking $1.36 per share, right? What do you think about this? What's your suggestion on this?
So I think the longer it takes to actually break out of the bull flag, the less likely of that actually happening. That's right.
And are you made more pessimistic by the lower highs?
Yeah. Plus that, like that final wick, right? Like typically, I think some of the narrative and the rule of thumb being by the third test, you should expect a breakout, and I think that was the case there. CRMT looking good though.
We're looking real good here, Joey.
Man.
We're looking fantastic right now on CRMT. There goes CRMT into another area high. We just got 11s. We're still holding. High a day is 14. We've got 64s on now. I'm thinking $0.25. Okay?
What?
I'm thinking $0.25. Let me tell you something.
Ooh.
If we clear the $0.50, Tisha Perkins is making the call now. She posits, Joey, that we could see $5.24. Tisha, I'm going to need you to readjust that $5.24 into $5.25.
Oh.
Okay, because we're born $5.25.
And don't forget,
So we've got an inclination.
What about
to that
$5.26?
Yeah, shout out to Casey, 520-6, who's not in the chat today.
She's not?
Look like, I don't think so. I haven't seen her quite yet.
Yeah,
but,
darling.
Tisha. Sorry, Tisha. I've got an affinity for that number, man. No, but your point well taken, Tisha. There it goes again, Joseph. Options into another high a day. So CRMT on its horse here could see 50% sooner rather than later.
All right, man. Go then, Jesse. Really low key, man. All right, guys, let's head over to our scanner and our watch list to see what we got going on today. I mean, there's going to be high quality opportunities. We got Neil's lesson of the day coming up in approximately 15 minutes, and we're going to get a rating on some other things. But one thing that we want to focus on right now is the overall market. SpaceX actually at the top of the list. Okay, so we have 93 million shares traded, and this is my large cap scan, small cap, large cap, 2 different scanners. Okay. So here's SpaceX forming this bull flag. So not a horrible look, especially off that bottom. Who longed that 148 or that 149 level? That's a nice little jump. I removed my order, Sharif. I had an order out at 150 that I removed, and I actually placed lower at to 25.
That's the right move, Joey.
I think we can get 115 or something along those lines. 1 second before we send it over to Sia. Intel, how have you been performing? An additional bull flag. So if we do get a pullback to the volume weighted average price, then I might like this for a potential bull flag. Again, I'm not the best at trading Intel from an intraday standpoint, but if the setup is there, we'll take it. And it's unfortunate we're holding on to 200, but I think we just need to get it over with, absorb the liquidity to 195, maybe even 180 here in NVDA, and then hopefully we can continue on that path. With that being said, I'll be continuously buying more, and more. Sia, what do you have for us?
Get it, Sia.
Sorry, yeah, we're just gonna update you about this little, very, very tiny uptake, but the stock is still down 2.3% on the day. Blackstone BX, president and COO of the company, Jonathan D. Gray, saying that it plans to invest $30 billion in AI data centers in Japan over the next 3 to 5 years. Just a little bit of an uptick that I'm seeing on the chart right now. Blackstone president and COO saying that Blackstone plans to invest $30 billion in AI data centers in the next 3 to 5 years in Japan. Sending it back to you.
Thank you, Sia, for that. Also, Pakistani Prime Minister Sharif, MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, does not mention ballistic missiles. Iran does not want to discuss. That's the totality of the statement there. I'm sure it's removed out of context. Should we get more context, we'll update you on that. But that just leaked in right now there on the blotter. So something to keep an eye on. I love it, Mike. Mike, man, I haven't been to North Carolina since we ran with our tail between our legs, running away from Hurricane Bertha in Myrtle Beach. Summer of 1996, we crossed through North Carolina. We had to stay there because it's like a one-day, kind of two-day drive. That's the last time I was in North Carolina, man. But I do want to visit Raleigh. I do want to visit the state, the great state of North Carolina.
I want to visit the Carolinas, man. Me too, man.
Big Bertha. Yeah, no, seriously, the hurricane's name was Bertha. It didn't even end up being like that big. I think it was like a Cat 2 or, no, sorry. The higher the number, the worse, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like Cat 1 or Cat 2, something like that.
Oh, that's light, man. That's like a rainstorm.
Yeah, but my mom was panicking.
Was she?
We got the hell out of there. There was like a voluntary evacuation until I think after we left. We left when it was a voluntary evacuation. Like that's how Pero, my mom Dukes was, but
like,
she wasn't having none of that life. But
all right.
Stay away from the mega states to Chicago 1807. Brother, we gotta love everybody, man. Come on.
Bro, I don't need. Where do you think I'm gonna allow some political agenda
I like Chicago, bro. He's a cool guy, bro.
So do I, man. Yeah. But just because it's red or blue doesn't mean I ain't going there. If it's a nice place and it's warm, I'm gonna go check it out.
I go to California all the time. My sister lives
California.
there. I go to Florida.
California. Did you ever drive down what's the Pacific Coast there?
No, man. That would be a dream. So I have obviously taken PCH. Everybody has if you've been to LA, right? But we actually took PCH all the way down. I think it's called Carlsbad. It's just like right north of San Diego.
Yeah.
But we did take PCH.
What was that?
Pacific Coast Highway.
Yeah, no. I was gonna ask you a question. Like, there's this old Disney show with Jamie Spears on it, and they were at this like Pacific Coast like high school or something. It's a pretty good show.
I love that.
Totally.
It's kind of like Saved by the Bell. There was like was Bayside and Valley,
you
right?
Know what
Bayside's like Bayside and Valley, obviously.
And 90210. But the new 90210, not the old one.
Kahlua lived in Carlsbad. Cool, man.
Oh.
Come to Afghanistan, brother.
Who said that? No, I heard it's a great place.
Yo,
to be
man, I'm not going to hate on Afghanistan.
No, I heard
it's like, hear me
I heard they're pretty.
Yeah.
I heard it's not too bad. I'll go anywhere, man. Actually, I'll take that back. If it's cold, we're not going there. But yeah,
very
Jody,
mountainous, Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. Jody used to live off of PCH, which is cool. I mean, literally, I'll go if it's warm. Give me a shout out. I'll head over there and see what we got going on. But other than that, guys, what are you looking at? Put some names in the chat. We'll go over that. What happened?
Come to North Korea, brother. Yo, I want to say hi to my boy Kim Jong.
Yeah.
Kim Jong Un.
I go to South
Korea.
Korea.
Yo, you see his sister?
No, I've seen her.
Yo, she's apparently, a few screws short of a full set up there, Joey. Apparently, she's got a lot of power too. Kim Jong Un's sister.
I would assume so. Yeah, I mean,
you gotta be careful, Joey. Look at her the wrong way, you might get clipped.
Get locked up. Don't take any propaganda off the walls there, Sharif. You're looking at a life sentence there as well. I mean, there it is, right? Like AMD. There's a lot of people saying probably some crazy places to reach. I'll reach it, man. It ain't a thing. If there's a plane that goes there, I will attend. But there's AMD, guys, $515. We're waiting for a pullback. Now, listen, I talked about a couple of names that I'm looking to grab some more of. That's going to be Google. I think I am going to get involved in some gold here relatively soon. So it's Google, DRAM, and SpaceX are my next primary allocations, but I wanted to pull up the banks here because I know Jesse really likes the banks, and you have JPM up 0.7%, closer to 8 here, Sharif, and then we also have Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley over here. They're red, and JPM strong here today, red strong. But what we do have is Walmart, our guy Wally's World, up 2%. So we're talking about a rotation into strength and out of tech and into staples. Here it is. Walmart up 2%. Costco up 1.5% there. Straight Procter & Gamble 2.25%. And I was going to say Chewy, but I don't know why I don't have Target up here. But Target, I believe, was positive earlier here today. So the consumer defensive looking pretty good here, guys. Not going to complain about it whatsoever. And some of the financials are helping the SPY hold up a little bit stronger than what we got on the NASDAQ. Not by much, but we are closer to the volume-weighted average price in the S&P 500 than what we are in the NASDAQ.
I'm watching it, Tisha. It's struggling with the half dollar, though. Tisha's calling out FCUV. And let me point out something, Tisha. I'm actually quite impressed with how this is holding a former area of technical resistance. Specifically, I'm talking about that $5 area. Take a gander from 10 o'clock to the breakout at 11 o'clock, we were basically straddling 10, but from the south side. Now we're doing the opposite of that. We're straddling it from the north side, but we're having a lot of trouble clearing through the $0.50, let alone 6. And so you kind of look at the 1 minute chart here, and I'm seeing lower highs, Tish. That's the thing, right? So I do want to get back into FCUV. I think this one has the most parabolic potential for small cap traders. If that's your thing, it doesn't have to be your thing, right? But I wanted this to set up right. So shout out to Tisha. Keep me apprised of how you view this, Tish. But I'm definitely got it ready on a trading screen here. Look, it's above 5.5. Now it's below 5.5. That's the point I'm trying to make. It's a little zig and zag. But shout out to the OG Bovin. We all know Bovin's call-outs lately have been stellar. And now he's calling out Fofo. Fofo, do you love me? There we go. Let's put this Fofo on here. Now, here's the deal. Fofo's a little light on vol. We got 255,000 shares, Assassino. Only $27 million market cap, 255,000 shares, as I mentioned. You need to be alive, though, to that 520 area. Why? That 520 area has a high there of 378. That is higher than the official high day at 370, okay? And moreover, it had a lot of volume, relatively speaking. Of course, the biggest volume bar on the day was that 520 print. So be alive to that. I do like this stair step above in, but it's really lacking for volume at the moment. We'll see how this cookie is able to crumble. Joey, we got to throw it up to Adara.
Yes.
Because we've got a big interview coming.
We do, and I'm looking forward to listening to it here.
Excited to welcome Marshall Abbott to the show, CEO of Aero Exploration. You can find this ticker AXL on both the AIM and the TSXV. Good morning, Marshall. Thank you for being here with us today. If there's audio issues, we can come back to that. If he's here, in the meantime, we can begin this conversation. Yeah, just let me know if there's audio issues here. If not, we can certainly proceed. We'll go back to the guys in the meantime.
All right, no problem. I'm sure the production team will have that fixed in a jiff. We'll get Marshall Abbott, CEO of Aero Exploration, on momentarily, guys. Just be patient with us. Okay, so thank you for that. All right, let's see what other people are talking about here. I'm still holding here, Assassino, just for everybody following CRMT. We're still holding here multiple doji candles all around that $4 level. I could be a buyer again if this one dips into 380, seeing as 380 was almost a triple top, certainly a double top. Then we breached it on the third attempt. So a move down into 380 gets me back into the trade. While I debate that,
No,
okay.
no, we're not ready yet. I don't really get what you guys are saying, to be honest with you. Why are they?
Green Day, he says he's not a cat, nor is Escape Planet.
I don't know what.
I really like it.
It's a reference to Roaring Kitty's testimony for the House Committee. I am not a cat. I believe that's what it's a reference to.
Okay. I'm glad Jesse didn't say
Maybe
it.
because is AMC moving up again today?
Listen, are you kidding me, AMD, man? There it goes, breaking through. Now we're ready.
Down 25%.
Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, like, do we expect anything else? Like, Shreve, you didn't go and watch the Taylor Swift concert there? Meow. Yeah, whoa. Yeah, let's send things over here, guys. A nice recovery in AMD, a nice trend line break. Let's see if we can get involved in some AMDL. We're going to send things off.
ADTX.
Here we go. Sorry for the technical difficulties there, but not sorry at all to welcome in our guest. Excited to have Marshall Abbott, CEO of Aero Exploration, with us again. You can find this ticker AXL, that's AXL, on AIM and the TSXV. Good morning. Thank you for being here with us today.
Good morning. Pleasure to be with you.
Great to have you. Let's start right off with the info. Congrats on beginning the drilling process in the Ikako 2 exploration well last month. So what can you tell us about this exploration and the results that you've seen so far?
Well, Ikako is the latest discovery we've had in our block, in the Tapir block in the Llanos Basin, which is the most fertile oil producing basin in Colombia. We have drilled 6 exploration wells that have spawned success with 45 development wells, the most recent being Ikako 1 and 2. The Ikako has 4 potential hydrocarbon-bearing zones. We're focused on the 2 that deliver the most, the fastest. And these wells typically have potential to exceed 2,000 barrels a day gross We're 50%, we operate. So we've got quite a bit of running room just off that one play. Of the 45 wells we've drilled, we've only had one dry hole. So the hydrocarbon density of the area that we're playing with in our sandbox is fabulous.
Well, can you tell us about your forward drilling plans, including the IC4HZ well targeting the UBAC?
So we, 4 days ago, spudded our first horizontal well at the in the Ikako play into the Ubaki reservoir. That reservoir is over 100 feet thick. So with the advanced sensory tools that we have, we can drill a horizontal well 10 feet from the top of that zone to 2 miles out. And that has the potential to bring in multi-thousands of barrels a day. We've got quite a bit of running room. There are additional horizontal wells we're going to drill in there. Additional vertical wells we're going to drill for a shallower target that is a little lighter oil. So we've got some fun in this sandbox facing the company for the next 6 to 12 months.
So let's go what you guys have done so far. Can you provide us with an overall production update, I guess, like year to date, beginning to date production, which includes production from IC2?
So we're hovering right now around 5,000 barrels a day. We've got, I would say there's close to 600 barrels a day net that we haven't turned on yet. And with the drilling program that we foresee, I see us punching through 6,000 barrels a day quite easily towards the end of the year. And that's taking into account declines. But we've got a very thick book of prospects. Our prospect inventory has running room that spans probably 5 or 6 years.
So oil pricing has, of course, been in watch as of late, given recent tensions, as we know, in the Middle East. What can you tell us about your oil field realized prices? How do you see gas prices over the next few months behaving?
So from an oil perspective, our revenue reported last quarter was $97 Brent. So we're paid in Brent. We have an 8% royalty on the block. Our net backs are probably north of $50 a barrel. We're cash flowing fabulous monthly from perspective of actual cumulative oil production that we get is fabulous. That 8% royalty makes it one of the more beneficial fiscal regimes in Latin America. So we're in a good spot there. We're sitting on a ton of cash. We're cash flowing great amounts, and looking forward to expanding on the drilling progress that we've had. We're probably the second busiest operator onshore Colombia, outside of Ecopetrol, the national oil company.
So you mentioned the Tapir block earlier. Can you provide us with an update on the possibility of an extension of the Tapir block?
So the Tapir block has a 20-year shelf life, and that expiry occurs in 2028 in the first quarter. And that is a block that we have to negotiate with Ecopetrol, the national oil company. We have an ongoing dialogue with them. They've been impressed with the fact that we've spent net $127 million in the Tapir block. So again, it's one of the more attractive fiscal regimes. We're very confident that we're going to get an extension to that, as there is a lot more to do in the Tapir block in the Llanos Basin.
Excited to see what's next. Thank you so much again to Marshall Abbott, CEO of Arrow Exploration, for being here with us today. You can find this stock AXL in both the AIM and the TSXV. Thanks again.
Thank you very much to Adara and Marshall Abbott. Great interview there, CEO of Arrow Exploration. I was interested there. They get paid in Brent, huh?
I wouldn't complain. I wouldn't be complaining about that right now.
No, because Brent usually a little bit higher than WTI, right?
No.
There goes ADTX. This one is not permitted for trading on our system. I guess it wasn't doing enough volume until today, but there we go. It's ripping up here into 32% Assassino. And guess what, Assassino? This one has done over 1 billion shares so far. In fact, it's closing in on 1.1 billion. Very, very big move up here. We're going to keep a close eye on this one. Perhaps maybe somebody requested to get unblocked. We'll be able to trade it maybe on a pullback, maybe right into like 26 pennies, like that perfect area of support, 25 pennies or 2 pennies, sorry, 2.5 pennies. This is a yeah, guys, this is a 3 penny name, not 30 pennies, but 3 pennies. So ADTX in focus here up 67, 61%. But as you guys think about that, Sia will let you think about this.
Before we dive into the stocks and what's going on, let's take a look at the three major averages for today. We have the SPY in the red, down 1.18%. The triple Q is also sliding in the red. We're going to have a story about this later in the news segment, down very close to 3%. And the Dow in the green. It's been up in the green since yesterday. We are going to take a look at some stories. First ticker that I do want to talk about, well, it's a commodity. We're talking about gold and silver slipping today following those global tech stocks lower after the rate hike fears across markets. Since the outbreak of the US-Iran war that started on 28th Feb, gold's reputation as a safe haven asset has been a bit under pressure. Wall Street also changing its outlook on gold after several banks have downgraded their price forecasts on the metal following Warsh's first meeting as well. Additionally, in a note that was published today, Deutsche Bank has written that hawks are driving out bulls in the gold market, revising the price target to $4,300 an ounce in the third quarter if the Fed stays on hold, outlining the risk that 3 to 4 Fed hikes could take gold as low as $3,800 an ounce. Also, another ticker that we're going to take a look at is ROST. That's Ross Stores. Wells Fargo has downgraded it to an equal weight from overweight, despite strong performance over the past year. The analyst Ike Boruchow has kept his price target at $245, implying a 3.4% upside from yesterday's close. Ticker ROST on watch. Sending it back to you.
Are we though? We got the lesson of the day here, and I'm going to give a special shout out to Shrif on this one because he might have just mentioned a name I was going to go over. It's a special shout out to Daniel as well because Dan talked about, and Daniel Schlepfer around talking about market structure and, you know, where sometimes the better liquidity can be and how traders, oftentimes in real trading, will look to other maybe small cap symbols that aren't as heavily covered for better opportunities out there. But one of the important things when you're looking for opportunities is how transferable some of the skills that you're using can be to you. Now, I'm going to use NVIDIA as an example because I feel like this is about as good of an example of you see something happening in the chart or in the tape, and then a change of behavior in the tape is somewhat obvious. So that's where you could have the turn. Like you have your morning, let me zoom in a bit more. Like you have your morning volatility. All of a sudden you hit up just close to 10 o'clock and a behavioral change in the tape. So the long really starts to fizzle out. Right through VWAP, this is where you get the change. You go into this weird consolidation chop, and then the break of VWAP changes, acceleration to the downside, then go into some chop, and then back into more malaise. It's these types of moments that I think a lot of traders would look for. But you know what? When you find a similar pattern like this in something like ADTX, you could make the argument morning volatility, chop, 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 chop. Look at the volume, look at the distinct difference, and look at the continuation. Like it's showing you that something is happening here, and then it's breaking out the pre-market high on the third candle on a 3-minute. That's 5 or 6 minutes of extra volume and a pattern changing, and then the breakout. 27 to 35 with volume under here is like 24.5. Last I checked, and here's the ultimate truth. I said how Dan drops truth bombs, and that's so very true. I've known him a long time. The difference between 2.5 cents worth of risk to make 8 or to make 5 to 8 is no different from $2.50 to make $5 to $8. This has done 1.2 billion shares. If you think you're any better off trading SpaceX or Tesla or NVIDIA than you are taking an opportunity on this, I would venture to say as a day trader, you're wrong. It's all just about the risk to reward, right? Like it doesn't matter. Like if you're trying to take, and again, for it to go 2.5 to 3.5, that's a 40% move. It's done 1.2 billion shares. It's scalable. Like, what is the difference? I get it. You know, you get to go, if you happen to trade NVIDIA, and let's say you grab that off of that VWAP change here, you know, maybe you're short at 202 with a stop at 202.50 or something, and then you're playing it down in here to 201. So, you know, riff 50 cents to make $1 to $1.50. Okay, get your 2.5, 3-to-1 trade that way. Boom, you made your buck. Or I would venture to tell you that in terms of liquidity, ADTX in a lot of ways can be even better. It's actually still going as we speak. And when this changes behavior, maybe there's a short in there as well. I mean, it's not doing it yet. But it's just about the pattern. You see the extra volume. You can make the same 2.5 to 1 trade here as you can anywhere else. None of it necessarily matters. It's about the pattern recognition. It's about the liquidity and simply executing a winning trade with good risk to reward. You can go over there and you can risk whatever notional amount you want, but decent chance that you're actually able to deploy capital better for most traders in a penny stock. I'm not just saying that because I started out as a penny stock trader, but there's this weird thing where everyone wants to just be playing the more difficult games oftentimes instead of what can be a little bit more simple. And I'll give you actually a Danism, because I've said this before on the show, but it actually came from Daniel. The line that he used to use 2 lines. One of them is, if it was raining nickels outside, would you not pick them up? It's like, it's just happening. You can either get them or you can not get them. He would choose to get them. I think that's sort of obvious. But the other one, he used to give the best basketball analogy of all time. He liked basketball. And he would simply say, if I pay you for every single bucket that you get, you are getting paid for every time you put the basketball through the hoop, and you get 3 options. You can play against an NBA player, you can play against a high school player, he's like, or you could play against a random person on the street. And all you have to do is, you're gonna get paid per bucket. Which game are you gonna play? And the only people that are playing against the NBA people are the ones that don't care about money, but just want the prestige of being able to say they did that, which is fine too. Like, I think it would be cool to sit down at a poker table with Phil Ivey one day. That would be fun. I would lose my money. I would lose every penny that I put in, that I bought in, if I play the best poker player in the world, but I might have some fun doing it. But understand that oftentimes if you choose the higher stake, that's what's gonna happen. And if you get the opportunity to find a good pattern in some stock that isn't covered by a bajillion analysts and has all the crazy, has more dark pool trading and more market makers, if you have an opportunity to do it elsewhere, there's a reason why some of those things are more heavily traded at real trading and why people make their bones on them. And there's nothing wrong with that. So just find the game that works for you, and at the end of the day, you're just trying to get paid. No one really cares. I've said, like I said before, like for a prop trader, when you're cashing your check, you know, you settle at the end of every single month, you cash your monthly check, or for a retail trader, when you pull money out of your account that are winnings, I don't recall anybody checking to see what stock did you win that? Oh, you won that on ADTX? Oh, no, your money's no good here. Yeah, you can't buy that car. That ain't how it works. I mean, if it does work like that, then I'm sorry. But no, it doesn't work like that. All you have to do is get that bank. So find the patterns where you can. It doesn't always have to be in the big cappers. Good luck. This market wants VWAP. This market wants to go. IBIT's finally going, Joe. It's going. See you.
Yeah, keep an eye out here, GOOGL. Google will be requiring new advertiser verification for financial services in 24 markets in the European Economic Area starting July 23. Just a little bit of a downtick over there, going up right now. We're also going to take a look at a couple of comments. Sorry about that. Couple comments coming in from, oh my God, that's the wrong ticker. We're going to take a look. Apologies, Nils. We're going to take a look at a couple comments coming in from U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, saying that the Iran MOU will come up in talks with Middle East region. He's also saying that you cannot end hostilities in regions if Iran proxies are launching missiles. It's an issue that will be brought up at an appropriate time. He's also saying that peace in the region is impossible if Iranian allies keep firing missiles. Mark Rubio also stating that no country is allowed to charge tolls or fees on an international waterway. That's existing international law. Sending it to you.
Huge shout out to VinFast for sponsoring today's video. They just announced a massive partnership with AutoBrains and NVDA to bring level 4 agentic AI autonomous driving to life. We're talking next-gen intelligent tech that is completely redefining how we hit the road. If you want to see what the actual future of driving looks like, click the link in our description and check out VinFast today. All right, guys, let's talk some. Let's get back. I know someone said no more talking, more stocky. Well, we'll get into that. We can talk stock. We're like, say, yeah. I mean, hey, you got to take a little bit of a break at one point. Whoa, sorry.
What happened, Joe?
Yeah, exactly. AMDL. No, guys. In all seriousness, we're down 4.4% at this point, but a nice breakup. Like, the market is starting to find its way at this point. And I was talking about 35.70 here potentially on IBIT, and I've seen this volume spike. So I'm like, oh, okay, something's going on here. So maybe we wait for a pullback and then we look to get involved one more time on this bad boy. But it looks like strength is starting to step back into this market as we have the NASDAQ and the SPY both above the volume weighted average price at this point. And then we had a strong breakout in SpaceX. All right, I mean, it's just one day, so I'm not going to get too worried about anything and not think that my fill down here at 125 is going to happen. My order at 125 is going to get filled. I mean, at this point, this is still below what we've seen. We had the opening almost directly at our previous opening price, right, of $150. And then now we're starting to climb a little bit higher. Now, at this pace, I wouldn't be surprised if Bitcoin breaks through this 35.54 marker. And you can see we've established a new intraday high at 527 here on AMD. Man, the stock does not want to pull back aggressively. Every little dip gets bought back up, and that's what I was talking about earlier this morning. With that being said, let's head over to DRAM to see how this has been performing here, and if it's found its way. Sure enough, you have about 45 minutes of selling, a little bit more than that, and then now you're trading above VWAP. So not too bad of a recovery at this point, Sharif. Things are starting to look a little optimistic in the market here.
Yes, of course. It is very optimistic. Everything is very good. Did you have a look at Bloom Energy yesterday, Joe?
No, someone was mentioning it today, though.
Bouncing quite nicely. Tested 300 on the dot after making all-time highs yesterday of 350. Here comes 330. That's a gnarly $30 move, and that didn't give you much time, quite frankly, at all. Right at 9:30, it dipped in. It held 300 on the dot. $300.70 is the area low. 329 now showing up as the intraday high. Obviously, we closed out way higher. We closed out at 346. We triple topped yesterday at 350, but Bloom Energy has been the gift that keeps on giving. It was consolidated for a while, so you had to be a little bit patient with this one. Consolidation here essentially from the 29th of April. That was the last big move up until, quite frankly, a few days ago. The 18th of June. So Bloom Energy, obviously, one of the bigger swing trades that we've had on in a while, and I'm going to continue to hold that one. Look, I'm still holding FCell. I'm not very happy with the price action on FCell, and I get there's concentration risk there between the sell and the Bloom. But I was holding the sell for a different reason. It was just rocketing up, in my opinion, on sympathy with, these sort of, what are they called? Hydrogen plays, which aren't even really using hydrogen. Like when you look into Bloom, they're using gas turbines. Like they just don't care. They're just like, there's a crunch of power and we're going to get our hands on whatever power we can. In any event, we almost got back into local area highs yesterday on FCell. Got to about 236 and a third. But as you can see, there are a lot of resistance right around 27 bucks. No closing prints above 27 bucks. Here we are today trading at 22.33. I'm going to continue to hold the sell. I will hold it until it loses 14. So $14 will be my out on that one because it's the area low, right? And I don't want that area low to get tested again because that would be a lower low and a lower high, right? Because we didn't quite breach that area high back on the 26th of May. So still holding the sell, still holding the Bloom, looking for a bigger move on both of them. Look, I gotta tell you, my price target on Bloom Energy is 400 bucks. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's just the way it is, right? We're holding this from double digits. Let's cut the crap. So
cut it, man.
Yeah. All right, guys. INFQ triple top now, 1650. All right. Let me just move this out of the way. Area reject, area reject, area reject, and now a longer area of area reject. They were quicker before. So I'm starting to see a range form here on INFQ. In fact, it feels like 15 and 4/5. Let's maybe say 16 at times. And about 16 and a half to the, or sorry, 16 and a half to the high side. So it's a 50 penny range here on INFQ. So if your view here is a breakout trade, the methodology I would suggest is to get in at around 16. Now I have to close my position here on CRMT. It's bleeding its own blood, right? This is the area that we said, Joey. Remember we talked about 380 being a staunchy area of resistance?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna get in here. I'm in. And I'm going to give it to below 370, okay? So that changes my cost basis fundamentally. So I'll go 369 out for that amount. I think I screwed up that. I have to fix that stop. It probably did not activate. Yeah, just have to change that. So we're going to go 369 out on this one. And we'll see how this cookie ends up crumbling. But that 380 area was of import earlier. So despite the fact that it's been kind of putting in a whole bunch of lower highs ever since that 416 move, I'm going to give this one the old college try. So we have 381s on. I'm going to post at 88s, and I'm also going to post at 94s, okay? Just before we go to Dara, I do want to mention that ADTX is absolutely ripping. It is 110%, and it's at 4 whole pennies, okay? This one, not available for trading on our system, but we're always going to be able to cover it for you. And the volume here, to say ample is a gross understatement. 1.5 billion shares have exchanged hands so far on the day. In fact, correction, 1.51 billion, almost 1.52. So ample liquidity to get you going here. Be careful though, a loss of, I would say, 3.2, which is this consolidation area low, I think sends us back probably to 2 pennies. Trade this one carefully. Let's go to Adair.
Keep an eye on SpaceX here, guys. We'll pull up the chart here. SPCX. About a week after NVIDIA had a bond offering, which had a lot more interest than we were expecting. Sounds like SpaceX has done the same. I'm seeing that apparently they received peak demand of $89 billion for their first debt offering as a public company. Again, I was reading they were looking for 20 billion, nearly 90 billion in demand apparently for this SpaceX bond offering, their first since they went public. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. So I'm just, yeah. Are you a fan of the king? Of course, man.
Hey, man.
A very old friend.
My mom
today
used to be like one of his hysterical groupies.
Yeah.
No, I don't call my mom a groupie. That's crazy.
Very
But
old friend.
she was a big fan of hers, man.
Came by today.
Joey,
that his latest
are you seeing this?
Yeah, but no, I was gonna ask you this. Have you seen AT&T today?
T?
T. Brother.
What's it doing?
It's doing it.
Is it up 2%?
It's up bigly
That's
here,
a big
man.
name. That's
now,
a big day for
I
it.
wanted to read this because I like this here, Sharif. California regulators asked the
Bubba.
court and the Federal Communications Commission to reject the company's request to stop offering traditional copper wire phone service to new customers in parts of the state. The California Public Utilities Commission argues the carrier of last resort obligation is technology neutral, but says AT&T has not shown replacement options which would meet state standards for all impacted users. It's called fiber. Like everybody's
that's your world. I know you know that world quite well.
It's like, dude, what are you guys using copper still at this point? Like, I understand there's some things like larger cables.
Well, hold on.
Yeah.
Is it Rogers copper?
Everything's fiber now, bro.
So how come Rogers is slower than Bell then? Like at the extremes? Like
I don't know. It's the larger networking cables. Like I'm talking like so there's everything that's connected, right, is turned into it's like you still have the major networking cables, copper, right? A lot of them, but like to the home. So from the network, right? It's fiber, right? So let's see.
My understanding was the only difference between the two is one's moving electrons and the other one's moving photons.
Yeah, it's glass. It's glass. Yeah, it's one's a little faster than.
It's a little bit faster. That's why Bell always kind of likes to dunk on Rogers. Right? Guys, this is getting serious here. ADTX is now at 6 whole pennies. Neil, this was at 4 pennies.
Put the request in, Neil.
Neil's watching ADTX.
He said he can trade it. He said he could trade it.
Well, I wasn't able to, so it must be unblocked now. Let's watch. Okay.
Try it.
Hey, I'm going to. I just want to see. I'm going to go 1 share here. No, I'm still getting the rejection. I might be offsetting by too much. Let's see. No, I'm still blocked. That's okay. So guys, it's bleeding its own blood. This is an aggressive move down, but this is the area that I was telling you to look out for. 3.5 pennies. right? That's a long area consolidation. Now, it had buyers there before. Does it have buyers there this time? You need to be careful. So if you're going to get in at 33.5 or thereabouts, my suggestion to you is a loss of 3 gets you the hell out of there, okay? It's up 130%. We're closing in on 2 billion shares of volume, 1.76. Very aggressive move, see ya.
The IWM in the red, down 0.5% almost on the day. Let's take a look at 3 individual tickers. Nothing major going on, but some analyst commentary. That's it. VICR down 7% on the day. It's been maintained at buy by 3 analysts, Craig Hallam, Roth Capital, as well as Needham. We have VRNS up 13.42 on the day. Couple analyst comments here, maintained at buy. And AAOI, again, maintained at buy by Rosenblatt, down 11.3% on the day. Sending it to Adara.
Keep an eye here on the market. Interesting headline here. We know we already had a defense headline with Trump. We heard reported earlier yesterday and then again today that he's going to be meeting with some defense contractors tomorrow. Axios also reporting that he's going to be headlining the McCormick Defense Summit. I didn't know what this was, so I looked into it. It appears to be a summit hosted by Senator Dave McCormick in Pennsylvania. This will be taking place from July 14th to 15th, 2026. So next month, again, President Trump reportedly going to headline this summit. Now, this is interesting, too, because A, it has the defense connection to this meeting we're expecting tomorrow, and B, Trump's going to be in Pennsylvania today at 2:05 p.m. So a couple different connections. Maybe we'll hear a bit of an update here in the Senator Dave McCormick 2026 Pennsylvania Defense and Innovation Summit during these comments today at 2:05 p.m. Stick with us. We'll cover those for you when we get them in about 2 hours or so. Back to you.
Thank you very much. There's a lot to cover here, so let's get right down to it. Assassino, bold, BOLD. I don't know what the hell this kind of price action is, why this just gapped up at 755. I'm sure there's a news headline that I probably don't care about, but BOLD into high of day 267. The previous day high, which is not an official high, is 280. That's in the pre-market, and that's at 755. Shout out to Bovin. Great call out there on BOLD. There goes CRMT into an area high. What an ad there. At 80s, good look, looking for 399 next. I got to tell you, though, about BRBR. If you've ever programmed HTML, which I had to in high school, who knows what BR means? Put it in the chat, something for you. But BRBR, that's just giving me shades of HTML coding here. $11 double top, but here we go, breaching through 1107 high. Hey, you guys are great, man. You guys are quick with that. Ichiro coming in, AK, Brant, Hangry. All right, Sarah knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, we have a lot of coders in the chat, man. Fantastic. I love this. We code for a living, bro. How am I supposed to know? Brant, you're on the other side of the screen, brother. I got no idea.
Yeah, bro. How is bro supposed to know that?
Who's?
Your bro. How is bro supposed to know that?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, you're not gonna know that.
Well,
all right,
knows.
Sharif, hold on. I gotta cover something
Joe.
here, man. We're gonna be looking at the NASDAQ, the TQQs, for this break of this pivot at 76.56. Now we just need to be patient and wait for a pullback right back towards the volume weighted average price. This was our entry right there. I've seen it a little bit too late, but DRAM is starting to print what we want. A new high of the day on SpaceX, 163.76. So it's looking pretty good here. Joe usually assumes things. All right, man. I know I'm sick of you guys today, man. No, we don't do that anymore, Sharif. So there it is, the TQQs, man. Let's see what we got going on. Adam, hey, there's nothing wrong with that, my boy. I hope you're having a fantastic one. I don't know where you are today, but you said you're at home. So nice look, guys. Let's head over to the TQQs and see what we got going on. Pro shares, and see what we got. Now, we can post up, which I'm actually going to do, but I don't mind if we chase a little bit on this one. Then we can just add some more at VWAP. So, we love you too, Bearded fam. We mad love you. There's no question about that. But let's get in at 60 cents. And trust me, I wouldn't crash out. I don't think I'm a crash out. Sia, do you think I'm a crash out? I don't think so. There it is, $76. Where we're going to be posted up at here, guys. A nice little recovery here in the overall market. Let's head back over to our watch list and see if things have changed, if the narrative on today, like, remember we were looking at this bright and early in the morning and it was just red across the board? Well, a lot of that is really, really starting to cool off now. I want to head over to the top. The SPY and the NASDAQ, like, the NASDAQ's down 2.5%. Meanwhile, the SPY is only down 1%, okay? Oh, shout out to the TSX, though, holding on to positivity, which isn't bad whatsoever. So that's a pretty good look. IWM down 1/3%, and almost at all-time highs. And we have to take into consideration the fear of potential rate hikes. What sector is it going to hit the hardest? Well, the ones that have to enter the debt, and that's going to be the small caps. So IWM only 0.5% off of the all-time high. So not too bad of a look there, guys. The Dow Jones positive. The only out of the major averages here today, guys, is the only name, the Dow Jones, that is positive. Some of the largest holdings obviously being Caterpillar. With that being said, let's take a look at CAT. Oh, are you surprised by this? Neil, are we ever going to get a split on Caterpillar so us average Joes here can get involved with it, Sharif? Caterpillar's still holding up, and I mean, you're looking for. She's really good, man. She's doing really good. Well, I was saying the Dow Jones is the only positive major average here today.
Yeah.
So.
I could have told you that in the morning, Joe. It was only down 0.5%.
Yeah, you're going to hear that. And that's what I was just saying. Like, man, when you go over, let's do that right now, actually, Sharif, because we can.
Good call.
The DIA, we're going to look at the top holdings here, because I think that stuff's important. So you know what you're actually owning and what you're trading. Caterpillar, what did I say, man?
What'd you say, Joey?
It's one of the heaviest weighted names in the Dow Jones, 10.5%, right? Goldman Sachs, 12.4% right there. Microsoft, man. And think about how the Dow has been performing, and its third largest holding is Microsoft, a name that's still in bear market territory. United Health, been in the dustbin as well. Amgen in there. Visa, we like that. Home Depot actually receiving a downgrade, Sharif. And then we have American Express. We always know the wealthy do relatively well. American Express being the 8th largest holding. And then we have Apple and Sherwin-Williams in there as well.
Sherwin-Williams, man.
Oh.
And American getting cute, too. I was telling Brendo this like a month ago.
Yeah.
If you've got the platinum card or if you have... Like,
Amex you're referring to
yes,
here,
sir.
right?
Yes, sir. So that was, a lot of people were getting it and paying the yearly fee for the airport lounges, right? Because you would get unlimited amount of airport lounge visits. So if you want to pay $700 to some people, I do. I have black. But right here, my boy.
Let me see it, my boy.
Right here. Oh, it's got it needs my face, Joey.
Let me get that number. Let me
get that number, yeah, like it's gonna show it to you there, my guy. There we go. There. No, but seriously, if you've got that platinum, and you were wanting to pay $700 for the airport lounges, they're like, nice try. You're gonna get maximum of 3 lounge visits per year, unless I think it's either 25 or 50,000 you spend per year on the card.
On the card?
And then you get moved up to unlimited. So they were wise to that whole move, right?
Greedy buggers. Well, I told you what Aeroplan did, right?
What they do?
They points used to be in a dollar value. So you had 50,000 points. It would reflect $500 if you're going to use Air Canada Vacations or something along those lines. Now they removed that. They revoked the dollar value, and it's just strictly points now.
Do they? Okay, let me ask a question, a follow-up, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
Do the points equate to a dollar value?
Not anymore. Not anymore. So like everything is. So if I were to go and purchase a flight, so it's like, okay, you could go like.
Hold on. So the points can be completely disconnected than the price?
Yeah. So like you can go and pay for a flight with all points, but they won't tell you the dollar value of the points.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So basically, you have no idea how many points you have, like what the equation to the dollar is.
Yeah, unless you've been in it for a while, right? So like if you were to do a comparison between paying for a flight with Aeroplan opposed to the actual dollar amount, you'll see there's a little bit of a discrepancy.
That's interesting, man.
Honestly, Scotiabank is pretty good with their points.
But you have that's Avion, isn't it?
No, it's Scene Points.
C points?
Scotiabank, Scene Points.
Scene. Oh, okay, Scene.
Shout out to Scene Points. I used to collect those.
Did you? I've only ever had one. I've only had one credit card ever, and that was my Aeroplan.
That was no, I have 3. I have one of each. The Amex, MasterCard, and Visa, just because you got to diversify. Joey, we got to get to some supers.
Pull them up.
So Kim Jong Click Clack.
Okay.
What is happening? Look at the picture, y'all. Go and look at the picture.
Pull it up, man.
I got to pull up right now. Look,
What is,
look
what's
at,
the
look
click
at
clack?
Kim Jong click clack over here. Get it, Kim. I mean, it's fantastic over here, bro. I tell you, man. You guys got to research his sister, man. Watch out. I think he's the crazy one.
Pull it up. Pull her up.
I got 25K. What am I shorting? What are you shorting? I feel like this is a better question for you since I rarely go short.
Bro, what do you mean?
What are
What do
you
you
shorting right
mean?
now with 25 grand in this kind of market? If I was to throw some, is it going to be CRM? Is it going to be Zscaler?
Oh.
Who are you shorting in this market,
Oh,
man?
that's a great question, my brother.
You know, we've seen a lot of names beat down that haven't recovered.
Yeah,
Right?
You gave me two really good ones. What's another name that's just been absolutely hasn't been participating? ServiceNow, maybe?
Now, yeah.
Let's see what ServiceNow
That was
has been
a pretty
up
bad
to.
chart last time I looked at it.
But I mean, it did have a little bit of a pop there. Listen, if I have 25K, what am I shorting? I ain't shorting with that 25K. I'll tell you that.
If you have to, like, just
if
go with
I
it. Yeah.
had to,
Yeah, just go with it.
oh man, that's such a tough question. We're gonna head over to the watch list. We're gonna have a little bit of fun with this.
Here's what I'll do. You know what you could do over here, right? Just look at year to dates, like the ones.
Exactly.
You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like the
yeah,
year
yeah,
to dates. If
yeah.
you're looking for something weak.
A Netflix.
Music to my ears. Oh man, you just moved up.
Yeah,
a couple
Netflix.
spots
Did I?
In the old order condescendi.
Thanks. Well, I must be. I was already up at the. How much higher can I? How much higher can I climb?
Yeah, we're straight up, right? All right, let's mosey on up to see if she's got sector watch.
SPY in the red, down almost 8% today. Let's take a look at the sectors. We do have the semiconductors, sorry about this. We do have the semiconductor stocks that have been hit the hardest today. We have NVIDIA, MU, weak ahead of its earnings tomorrow, down 10.56%. NVIDIA sliding 3.14%. AMD, AVGO also bleeding. AMD down 5%. AVGO also down almost 3%. We have in tech services, we have Google continuing its losses after its worst day in over a year yesterday, currently down 0.63%. Microsoft up 1.64%, holding that bullish momentum from yesterday. They also announced general availability of the Azure Copilot Observability Agent today. Meta trading flat right now, even though the Meta AI glasses came out, but it did have a huge uptick after the news just broke. Oracle down almost 4%. The total workforce has declined 13%, or about 21,000 employees in fiscal 2026, as the company is restructuring its business, partly driven by the adoption of AI across its operations. In finance, we have a lot of green: BRKB, JPM, VMA, MasterCard, BAC, all in the green, up around 1%. We have producer manufacturing looking a bit down, LRCX, AMAT down 9% almost, and 9.08% respectively. Consumer durables, Tesla down 5.34%. The NHTSA is investigating a crash involving a Tesla Model 3 in which a car slammed into a Texas home and unfortunately killed a 76-year-old woman on Friday. So yeah, looking bad for Tesla over there. Consumer non-durables looking pretty good. Retail trade, Amazon, Walmart, Costco in the green, up almost 1%. Walmart up 2%. Health tech, Lilly trading flat at the moment. J&J, ABBV maintaining its bullish momentum again from yesterday. Energy minerals, a bit of a mixed sentiment. XOM in the green, up almost 1%. Other sectors like transportation, industrial, commercial services, communication looks pretty good. Health services and consumer services, a bit of gray and a bit of green. Disney up almost 1%. MACD is trading flat at the moment, and that's all for your sector watch. Sending it to the guys.
I got to tell you, on a day where the market is decidedly green, except the Dow, I expected to see more red on that heat map.
On the heat map there?
Yeah, there was a lot of green there.
Yeah,
man.
yeah. I mean,
Quite surprised
dude,
about
that's
that.
what I was talking about. Like after the open, let's pull it back up. I know we just went over it. We'll look at the top performing sectors here today, and then we'll run through that once again, because I mentioned like the South Korean market did tank the market at one point, right? But I think, okay, if these names are really strong, at some point we will get bought right back up. The comm sector is definitely on the top side of things. Financials holding on to positivity, and then there's the energy sector, right? So industrials and tech. best performing and usually the hardest hit, and aside from industrials, that is. So what I want to do is head over to our actual our heat map and see what we got going on here. And I know we just went over things, but there's the financials. We can head over to the communications. Google starting to turn things around in a morning where we're like, oh no, it's the red wedding. For those who know, no, Sharif, you don't know, man.
The red wedding?
Yeah.
Is that a communist wedding?
No.
Oh, my bad.
No. It's crazy. It's from Game of Thrones, which is everybody just gets.
I don't
off,
know,
man.
the Red
Yeah,
Army.
I know. I
what do you
see
want
what you're
from
getting
me,
at,
bro?
man.
Like-
You know what my favorite? I was gonna say, my favorite country. That's crazy for me to say. One of my favorite places on the planet.
Luis.
What do you say? What do Luis say?
Again.
Jaja. There he is, our boy.
love it, man.
Which country has a star, a red star?
China?
That I always talk
Vietnam?
about.
Hey!
There we go. We love it. We love a little demeaning here. But other than that, guys, like a nice turnaround and a nice solid recovery. We can head over to our watch list. And when Neil and I were going over things bright and early this morning, the majority of these names were red. Like, we still have some of the memory plays and the chip plays that are still holding on to
Bless you,
negativity,
Ram.
but that's totally fine. Marvell down 8%.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly.
It'll be up
Sharif.
15 tomorrow.
But that's the thing. ARM down 9% as well too. So for me personally, I'm just licking my lips looking at some of these names. We were down 2% in Google. Sharif started to recover. Now we're only down 0.6. So watch out. I'm waiting for 330 to add a little bit more. And SpaceX, come to Poppy. We want 125, and then we're going to add a little bit more there.
Man, we're loving you guys in the chat, man. You guys are great
What they say,
contributors,
man?
They're loving it. Game of Thrones says, yes, I got it.
Someone's asking me where I'm stationed in Da Nang. Brother, we're in Toronto. I'm not stationed over there.
Oh, stationed. That sounds very military.
Very,
right?
very
like
military.
you're stationed somewhere,
Yeah.
Joe. You got, I trust you heading out for lunch. So if you need me in between, let me know. Ozan,
Who
what
said
are
that?
you
Yeah, well, I
talking
love
about?
Ozan, man. Yeah,
He's
don't
so
go
good. He's like, I woke up. Did
Totally.
anything change? I'm like, we're bouncing somewhat. He's like, can we restart the show, please? I'm like, let me get permission. We got to check with Brendan.
I'll watch season 2, but the timeline on that one is pretty wonky, Fabian. I liked the Night of the Seven Kingdoms. That was good. It took a while to get going, but it turned out pretty good. It says
Season 3 of House
2,
of the Dragon. 3.
Oh, did I miss the second one? Oh, okay.
House of Dragon or House of the Dragon? The
Yeah.
Dragon. Yeah, well, we've got to make sure we address the dragon in an appropriate fashion. I'm in bold here, guys. We've got a couple of beak wetters. We're still looking for 69. It's got to have to hold 50. I'm getting in for the 60 dip. The 60 dip to me is a prior area of resistance. Moreover, it's the 10 EMA on the 5. Going to give this one the old college try. It's looking a little weak here, coming right back into my entry. So let's see how this cookie crumbles while we wait for that. Adair's got news.
Nothing massive here, but just be aware, guys, getting comments now from the president of Iran saying, quote, we will not compromise our defensive capabilities in relation to the issue of missiles, whether or not they were in the MOU. He also said, quote, Iran's missiles were not in the MOU and never will be. So again, it looks like missiles were not covered in that memorandum of understanding that was agreed to over the weekend. If I get more details, I will let you guys know. Keep an eye on USO in the market.
Great call out by the OG Bovin yet again. It's Bovin's world. We're all just living in it, man. GALT into the high side. Great look here for GALT. GALT. Not much other information. Here we go. 1.37 million shares traded on the day on a $237 million market cap name, up about 29, almost 30% here with a 363 high. Current bar lows right around that $0.50. 10 EMA on the 5 is 345. There have been zero closing prints below that 10 EMA, and there it goes again, Bovin, into another area high. It is now up into 367, over 30%, knocking the door of 31. Ram, did you see this? I don't know if you have the stream there on your chart. Trader TV, Ram. Can we mute Sharif forever? He broke my... Oh, come on now, man. Ozan, there'll be no show over here. Come on now. Yes, Ram is in the chat. Just tag her at Trader TV. She loves to respond back to viewers. So GALT, another area high in the 370. I told y'all she loves to respond back to viewers. You ask, you get, Ozan. So GALT should be in focus for you guys, as well as BRBR. I was trying to point this one out. during the break. Double top at 11, loses the entire trend, drops back down to 2/3. Not an area that I would have earmarked, but it looks like a hold up off VWAP. And now it's all gas, no breaks with an 11.25 high. I wouldn't mind this one dipping in, let's just say between 11 to 11.10. And the reason I say 11.10 is because the 10 EMA on the 5 could be support here, especially if the price action develops a little bit more and it moves up from 11.07 where it's at into 11.10. So a buy area for me on BRBR, that whole dollar, give or take a few pennies. So that is something to be alive to as well. Looks like Bold is holding up right around 260. We'll have to see how long that lasts, I should say. So there it is there. Let me just unblock some comments. Yeah, not much else. ATLN was one that you guys were looking at earlier. I don't hate this chart. Now, it is giving kind of shades here of a double top into 1 1/3. Take a look at that 930 bar on the 5, right into 133, and then again at 1125 into 133. So that is a strict 133 double top on both. But you have support here at the volume weighted average price, right? And that volume weighted average price is also overlapping with the dollar. That's something that I like when you get that double area of support. But we have been suffering with a lot of lower highs and really no trend change since putting in that second attempt at 133. So ATLN in focus for me, but I don't think it's quite right to set up on this one just yet. So that is something that I'll be keeping an eye on. Get it, Joey. What's going on over there, man?
Dude, let's pull this bad boy up here. Assassino, we're posted up at 76, and then you get that clean VWAP bounce right off of the volume-weighted average price there, guys, in the TQQs. I mean, we're still down 3%, or this is 3 to 1, so we're down 2%. We're going to get breaking news here momentarily. I'm not tapped in just yet, so as soon as we get the green light, Shreve, give it to me, or I'll put it in there. Bang, we're now plugged in. Let me know when we're going over. Bang. All right, so let's be patient. We're going to get in there. Let's send it over to Adara. I'm going to get involved in this. What?
Meta pushing to the upside here. New York Times reporting that Mark Zuckerberg, CEO of Meta, has directed the company to create a prediction markets app. This is going to be a separate app, not part of Facebook or Instagram. So, of course, we have to look at the sympathy plays, or rather the antipathy plays. What could be trading opposite? DraftKings on watch here, pushing lower, though trying to already bounce back. PENN also on watch, much less of a move here. Again, guys, Meta and some of these other market-related plays on watch on reports that Mark Zuckerberg has directed Meta to create a prediction markets app separate from Instagram and Facebook. Back to you.
Prediction markets now available in Canada, man. Did you see this? Kalshi or Polymarket or something like that?
Yeah.
I thought that
How do you feel about this?
I don't need anybody babysitting me. If I want to spend my money on something that I feel so inclined to spend my money on, however frivolous someone can view it, that's my dang prerogative.
I'm referring to Meta here.
Oh.
How do you think of it?
You know what? He seems to do this a lot. Like, remember, the whole Threads thing to take advantage of the backlash towards X, right? And Elon Musk and stuff like that didn't take off. He seems to react a lot of the times, right?
Instead of being proactive.
So Canadians can actually access Kalshi prediction markets through a dedicated platform called Wealthsimple Predict. If you guys are in Canada, it's a joint partnership launched in Canada. It's with Wealthsimple. That's kind of like very similar to our Robinhood, not exactly the same, but similar. And they have a partnership with Kalshi. I didn't see Polymarket. Let me just check Polymarket Canada. Canadian prediction markets. Oh yeah, so Polymarket's already in Canada. Look at that. Polymarket.
Yeah, man, I've been using Poly, man. I remember we've been going over this a long time ago. I never personally traded.
So you haven't executed, but you got an account.
I haven't traded on.
You got an account though.
I have. I'm signed up.
Yeah. Okay. That's good to know. That's really good to know. I didn't know that. Yeah, man, I like this, and obviously the beautiful thing about these is that you're betting against other people. There's no house here.
Yeah.
Right. Look at this. Olivia Chow is going to win the election, 52%.
Yeah,
can you imagine another 4 years of that woman?
Well, no, I can't imagine it because, Sharif, get prepared for your property taxes to continue to increase. Also, what's increasing right now is the TQQs going without us. But get prepared for your parking ticket infractions to get increased. Be prepared for more lanes to be shut down on the major roads here in the city. Get prepared for more.
I'm not prepared for any of that.
Well, I mean, there it is. DeepCheeks AI in the chat. Peloton to make a prediction app too. Yeah, exactly, dude. You know what? I think it's a little late to the dance. Hey, if he wants to collect some of the transaction fees that was a big part of growth within some of these brokerages, Sharif, right? Let's not get it twisted. Robinhood prediction market transaction fees, IBKR transaction fees, big parts of the fundamentals at this point. It's a growing segment, right?
No question about it.
I just think Zuckerberg, this isn't going to distract shareholders or Wall Street from how much money you've spent in CapEx in this AI build-out, but yet haven't had any form of big ROI or return on it. I'm not saying that's going to happen anytime soon, but I don't think this is enough just yet. But we do know that Mark Zuck has that vision of WeChat, so maybe this will be another step in that direction. Not gonna lie, I have absolutely no idea what they're talking about, but I'm here for the energy. Yeah,
that is the best super chat I think we've ever gotten.
That is, man.
I love it. Shout out to Benner, man. What's DKA? Danish kroner?
You got me beat, man.
Benner. 44.93. Shout out to Benner.
So, like, dude, you don't even, like, do you not understand
stocks, Benner. We talk stocks.
But he's here for the energy. It doesn't even matter at this point for this guy.
We love you,
bro. We love you. Benner, if you were curious, I didn't catch a fill here at $76 on the TQQs, and then we would have had a nice little bounce up there, brother. Just to give you a little bit more idea of what we were talking about, or what we are talking about, is we talk stocks, investment vehicles, and other things as well. Other than that, man, couple of missed opportunities here. I don't know how I feel about this Mark Zuckerberg thing. Maybe I shouldn't feel too much, but as a shareholder, I'm not too happy with what he's been doing as of late. I don't understand. Listen, he said that
I feel like that company is lacking in direction at the moment. They're scattered.
They're very
scattered in everything. But this is something we've seen successfully executed by some of their competitors. Google, Amazon have no qualms about putting their hand in new cookie jars.
Yeah.
And they do it successfully, mind you.
Yeah.
I feel Meta is a little different in that regard. I don't feel like every, area or sector they get in, it's an automatic success story. Sort of like, what did Google know about, Waymo and all these things?
Nothing.
Exactly, but they do it successfully, right? I don't know. I don't know how.
And I mean, the evidence is there to back it, right? Like, we know that the metaverse was an absolute botch job. Look what happened to the stock, okay? Like, look what happened to the stock when he was spending all of this money on the metaverse. Now, look what's happening to the stock right now when he's spending all of this money on compute. So I'm not like, I mean, I know I'm comparing the two. They can be two completely different scenarios, and I think the structural change is completely different than VR headsets, because that's what he essentially spent all his money on.
Apparently, they're doing pretty good in sales.
Dude, apparently. Reality Labs is.
Yeah, I'm
Reality
just saying,
Labs,
Joey. Like,
I know what you're getting at, but listen. I'll bet my bottom dollar right now. Reality Labs comes in and at another net loss.
Oh God, yeah. There's no question about that.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not going to even argue that.
And I mean, like, okay, I understand the fact that, like, when you've been doing so garbage, there's almost really one way you can only go when you spent that much money.
Well, yeah, there's another thing, right?
So
that's the other thing.
Is up.
Okay, we're getting an area defend here on BRBR at 1110. Now, it didn't quite make it down into the 11 area. I missed my entry at 1110, but it's showing me 1115. So we're going to get in, and we're going to give it the current bar low. So better hold up above 1109. We'll see how this cookie ends up crumbling. We're still holding here BOLD. Let's see how that cookie crumbles. And while we wait for that, Adair's got news.
A lot of people ask about DraftKings. DraftKings moving on that Meta story from earlier. Again, New York Times reporting that Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg directed the company to make a separate app for prediction markets. That app is going to be called Arena. At least that's what it's called internally. But here's the other thing that is just coming out as well from this New York Times report. Meta has not ruled out eventual use of real money betting. So they could also have a real money betting aspect. Now, obviously, even in prediction markets, you're going to have some competition with DraftKings, but real money betting, much more direct competition here with DKNG and PENN. Back to you.
I love how these credit cards, eh?
I like how Bella said stop talking ish, but I'm like, I never knew I was talking ish.
You talking ish? About what, Meta?
I don't know. I guess so.
Maybe someone's got a big position. They don't want to hear that. Like, I mean, I would.
So do I.
All right, Ginger Robinson. Take it easy there, Mr. Ginger. Are you actually a Ginger?
Maybe that's just his name.
Get it, Ginger.
Yeah, you know what
Maybe he likes Ginger.
I'm kind.
Are you a Ginger liker?
I like it, Ginger. I like tea.
You like ginger tea, huh?
Yeah.
Nice.
Ginger tea.
It's okay.
That's good for you when you're sick.
Yes, it is. Very good.
Yeah.
All right, guys. In a position here on BRBR 16, showing me 15, so we're a penny out of the money. This ends if we lose the trend. I'm looking for a hold up at the 10 EMA. I viewed this as a possible good area entry right in between 11 to 11.10, as I articulated earlier. Career Crawlers is telling me BLZE is moving, so we're going to take a look. Let's bring down the chart over here. BL's not bad, actually, Career Crawlers, man. Ooh, this is actually pretty good. What is this? Just Blaze, oh baby.
Ooh.
Back Blaze. Cloud storage, 2 cloud service segments. Okay, good, good. Keeping an eye on this one. This is good. GALT is also moving up. So be on the lookout for that, GALT. But there's BLZE or ZE. Shout out to my American friends out there who don't like when I say that. 1116 top. This has very similar pricing to BRBR. So it's going to get a little confusing here. But BLZE, shout out to Career Crawlers. Great call out there, trading near the high of the day. I don't know how I feel about this trade anymore on Bold. It just broke down. Yeah, this is going to end the trade for me here. And now I put my stop at 50. But I'm not liking this 60 penny breakdown, especially if we don't get an immediate retracement. If we get an immediate retracement about 60, I'll think of it as a liquidity grab, but I'm probably going to move up my stop on this one, not really liking what I'm seeing. Also, for those traders that were looking at ADTX who felt, a little slighted by this one, as it did do a big boy retracement. It is on the way back up again and could be above 4.5 here momentarily. Just took out 4. It's putting in higher lows. I'd be looking for a move above 4 3/4. That clears all the previous area local highs and just puts that 6 penny area in focus for you. So ADTX, an aggressive sell-off earlier on, don't get me wrong, but one to look out for there. So yeah, I'm continuing to hold my positions. We're holding BRBR here with 3 pennies out of the money. And we're holding BOLD. We're 4 pennies out of the money on that one. No, 3 pennies now. So we'll see how that cookie crumbles. Ozan, I am getting picked up by a C8 Corvette for lunch. What do I do? Kill the...
I already read it.
Come on, bro.
I was going to let you read it.
What is happening over there, bro? Like, is this what you're going to do with your friends? There's no way I'm staying at your place, then, man. You're going to kill me.
Well, he's in Texas, though, isn't he?
Yeah, but he invited us to stay, and apparently he's going to stay at your place.
I'm staying at Jesse's place when we go to Texas.
Randy says, take it from him, go over to the Porsche dealership, trade it in, get yourself a nice Porsche. So that's Randy's advice there. Never financial advice.
You know what I would do? I would just take it.
There's Randy right there. I don't know if y'all can see that, but there he is.
He's got the best spot, man. You already know what I would be doing with that, Shreve. I'd be taking the car, getting some cash, half stock, half cash, take the other half, go to a Casino Rama, put it on black. We're either rolling or we're coming back home.
The drive of shame?
Yeah.
The drive of shame.
You know how many times I've done that, man? All right. Hey, man, listen. It only takes a couple of rock and roll guys. You got to understand my sarcasm. Do not ever do that, please, please. I'm only joking about. You know who says that? The English. No. I'm joking about. Stop messing about.
Yeah, well, there's British people.
We're British, yeah, English.
Of course. You having a laugh?
You having a laugh?
You having a laugh?
You having a laugh?
Right? Like,
and those guys, I love them.
Are you like?
Yeah,
Are you an idiot?
Are you taking the piss?
Yeah, exactly. They're the same thing.
I never really understood that. Not financial advice is correct. Guys, there it is. We finally got something rocking and rolling for us, and that's that dip buy here on the TQQs. Listen, we're going to have some fun here today. I mean, hopefully the market can find its way. Yeah, exactly, as we typically try to. What I want us to do, if we can pull up our top supporters here on the day, I don't feel like we paid enough attention to those individuals. And who's paid the most. So we got Nick W at the top, Ian Rispetto, and then Adam James, usually one of our best supporters. Looking forward to when you come to this city, my guy. But other than that, listen, the NASDAQ, it's definitely been a tougher trading session. Blicky Spears, you know how many times we've been in that scenario? He's like, man, I've been watching this stock for the past couple of days. The minute I take my eye off it is when it decides to take that next leg higher. That's how it works. Welcome to this beast. Welcome to the nature of the beast, all right? and expect more of that. You got to keep your eye on these things. They're like a puppy or a child. You have to keep an eye on them 24/7 because you never know when they're going to make that move. When you hear silence, Sharif, that's usually when something is going on. And it's the exact same thing reflected in the stock market. Now, I like the indecision prints right at the volume weighted average price on the Qs and the SPY. I'm going to be looking to get involved in this. We're saying short service now, but it's almost at the high of the day. I don't know how good of a play that's going to be. I want to see what this this name has been up to. I almost called it something, but it doesn't deserve that. No one deserves that, not even NVDA. 202. Finally holding on to that $200 marker. I talked about it heading a little bit lower, and we're going to be prepared to buy a little bit more here if it does crack that 200 and hold 195, 190. It's going to be some more adding to my portfolio levels for that specific name, brother.
All right. We hope you print up several storms on that position, Joey. Obviously, goes without saying. New position.
Dude, I told you, the condo that I sold like almost 3 years ago at this point now, $50K less than what I sold it for.
That feels good, though.
It feels great.
It feels great, man. You got out of a position that was, on the way down, quite frankly. So
50K less. Don't tempt me with a good time.
That's money in your pocket, so. In GALT, G-A-L-T. If Katina Man was here, he'd go like this. New position alert, GALT, getting it in off the $0.50, which is overlapping with a 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. I'm looking for another attempt at 70 pennies. We'll see what this one does. I'm giving it to the mid 40s, so we'll risk about 10 pennies. I'm not pleased, though, with my trade on BRBR. It is holding up at 1110. The problem is, though, it's given shades of flat bottom break, right? And that's not what I'm looking for there, right? Because we've got the 1125 high, subsequent candle, lower high, lower high, lower high, all the while that 1110 is holding up. So it does concern me a little bit here that we may not get the bid that I'm looking for on BRBR. I've given it to the mid single digits, so we'll see how this cookie ends up crumbling. But it is looking like maybe 1125, at least for now, is the top. We're going to pause for a second. We're going to Adair.
More details on the SpaceX offering. SpaceX apparently filing for offering of 5-year, 7-year, 10-year, 20-year, and 30-year tenure senior unsecured notes. So we knew they were going to do an unsecured note offering. Apparently, again, that is 5, 7, 10, 20, and 30-year tenor senior unsecured notes. If I get more details, I'll let you know. But it looks like we do have some more details on this filing. Back to you.
I had a feeling this was going to happen, to be honest with you. I just knew that $75 billion was not going to be enough to raise. It costs so much money. Because look at what they're doing. They're doing rockets and data centers. Like some of the, I would say the two biggest cash-heavy or investment-heavy spaces, right? It's just like you have so much trial and error with space, right? That your stuff blows up. You got to do it again, get it right, and then the data centers, everybody else and their mother wants your components. So they're all competing for the same stuff and prices are inflating. RAM's shooting through the roof. So they're going to need more money.
I'm really looking forward to the reports because now we can actually dig into them, delve into them.
That's actually a great point. We'll finally be able to see it, right?
Right, like because if you see that CapEx number raise and there's no real revenue generation aside from Starlink coming in, then you might be like, hey, what's going on with Colossal and Grocket?
I do like, though, as I mentioned this morning, what he's doing. Right, and you and I talked about this. Right, the fact that he's renting out compute, got another deal today. Again, but I think it's indicative of a bigger issue, which is Grok itself, which he built this for, doesn't have the demand, and therefore the subs aren't there. So.
Well, it's almost like the same boat that Meta's in, right? Like these guys are spending but we don't talk to them how.
But they're not renting out anything.
They're not renting out anything.
Quick Elon is able to maneuver, and Zuck is not able to.
I don't understand why. But it's like, dude, like. Why is it that you and I, just some blokes sitting in a chair at the end of the day, like, hey, I mentioned this a long time ago. Why doesn't Zuck start cloud compute?
Yeah, you did call that.
I just didn't understand. Well, like, listen, there's obviously much smarter people behind the desk, but it just doesn't make sense when you're looking across the board against some of your hyperscaler competitors. Look at the revenue that Google was bringing in. Look what Amazon was bringing with AWS. And then if you talk about the lower tier one, Azure, and it's like, hey, how come no light bulb came up here, Randy, and was like, hey, why aren't we doing this as well too? What are you saying, brother?
Randy, we need answers, man.
We need evidence of the growth of data centers Check out EQIX.NASDAQ.
Wait, let me get that. EQ.ix.NASDAQ.
Look at the last 6 months of price action on this stock.
Ooh.
What are these
Go
guys?
back 6 months. This is Equinix.
You want the 6 months. Oh.
What is Equinix?
Equinix is one of the biggest data center providers on the planet. They don't get a lot of headlines. Private cloud, public cloud integration. I know them well. Look at the price action on this in the last 6 months.
It's fantastic. I can't make this bigger, but yes, you're absolutely right. It looks fantastic.
Holy
$800
smokes.
and it's doubled almost, 1122. I'm assuming
6 months.
6 months. Yeah.
Like kaboom.
47.5%
Not
in
a
6
bad
months.
haul, but this is the importance of, again, footprint and cloud.
Well, there you go.
They have their power and stuff under control. Been in lots of their big data centers. They've one in just outside New York City. It's called NY4.
Really?
It's 1.1 million square feet.
Wow.
We call it the Death Star.
I was surprised they built that in New York.
They called it
actually
the
in New
Death
Jersey.
Star.
In
Jersey.
In
It's
Jersey.
in Secaucus, New Jersey.
I see.
It's an unbelievable building, and of course there's one right next door
Huge,
called
huh?
NY5.
Yeah.
But this is the importance. These guys have been around for like 25 years. This is the
Do
importance.
they shift their kind of like their move into data centers?
They've been doing, again, internal and external cloud and growth and integration with all the platforms in AWS and the Azures and all the rest of it. But they have their own.
They have their own. right?
Their integration is unreal. And again, long-term play, but this underlines, again, the growth and the importance of the data center footprints. They're just massive.
Crazy.
One of the biggest providers on the planet.
It's going on the semis. I got to start creating my own sub watch list here because my semi watch list is just getting ridiculously big. 47% year to date. Thank you, Rainey, for pointing that one out. Didn't even know that existed. Good look. All right, guys, we're still holding 3 positions. Couple of prints on one, break even on the other. Bold, though, is, well, we'll see how Bold ends up doing. It's right back at 60 after a bottoming tail candle. If this moves back into 55, that ends the trade for me. But if the buyers step in, push this back above 60, we'll take it. We'll take it north. ADTX simultaneously is making new intraday highs. It's right back into that 5 penny territory, 4.9 pennies. Here comes, I was about to say, here comes 5, and here comes 5 pennies. Again, shout out to my man Bovin. High a day, though, 6 pennies. So an entire penny away from where we are, but you're going to have to go through a lot of volume to get to that 6 pennies. Let me tell you something. 2.57 billion shares traded on the day on ADTX, up 155%. Obviously a penny stock, guys, but we don't invest in these names. These are intraday trades only for the newer viewers.
See, someone's saying CIIT is moving here today. Right now, anyways. I want to, again, I want to beat this a little bit more. Like Zuck, the fact that some of these Bitcoin miners made a pivot as well, too, before you did, I don't know. I think that's a little alarming. That's it. I'm done.
No, man, you're absolutely right. It's just, I feel like he needs to maneuver
quicker,
a little bit more swiftly into the right areas. Like he does maneuver. Like look.
Oh, I'm not counting the man out.
No, I'm not counting him out either. But like,
I don't know. He made a mistake. It's just because Sharif, it's like an ongoing occurrence now, kind of. This is number 2, right? Like Reality Labs being number 1 and this kind of being number 2. I'm not going to count him out or anything. We're out. Clue, I'm out of the TQQs as it's moving lower. Again, it's just paper cut after paper cut at this point. The chart was clearly short and you went long, my brother. Well, if it was clearly short and I went long, then that's my fault now, isn't it? I should have won. If it was so clear, I would have just hammered the long, the short. But you're not wrong, dude. I was just looking to see if we get somewhat of a balance. The market did recover back to the volume-weighted average price. If everything was clear as mud, then this game would be a lot easier than what it typically is. SpaceX to the top side there, guys, and IBIT double top. I think if anything, this is a potential short, and we are below the volume-weighted average price. Listen, I'm not going to discount what you have to say here. You're not wrong. Failed high, and then now you're starting to sell a little bit more here on this bad boy. So, and not too bad of a look. NVDA probably going to crack this 202. I want to head over to our watch list one more time and see what we got going on. Samuel, Joe, and Sharif. Is SpaceX reversing, or do you think it's due for another pullback? That's a great question. I'll let Sharif answer that one.
Man.
Yeah, I know. What's the last thing Zuck has done right/well? Whew. I mean, Instagram. You can't discredit Instagram, I don't think.
Bro, can I say something?
But that is a pretty good question.
Yeah. It's a fantastic question. It is. Instagram, though, WhatsApp I have zero issue with. There's nothing that, interferes. There's no ads. It's a direct messaging app.
Not yet.
Yeah, exactly. Not yet, right? So I have no beef with WhatsApp. But Sia, feel free to chime in here. I'd love to, because I know Joey doesn't have Instagram. Are you noticing that there's like way more ads, especially on stories? Sia, it used to be like one ad in between the stories. Now you can get 2 and 3. You notice this?
It's becoming more of like a monetization platform, and it's funny because there's people. There was just this app that I saw yesterday that a Canadian page was promoting. It's where you can hop on that app, you pay a certain fee, content creators, and just when you share a story, an ad story, you get paid just for sharing a story for an ad.
No way.
And usually these things are a scam, but I checked it and it's pretty legit.
Interesting.
Yeah. So just for these content creators to share any kind of post, put it on their story, have it up for more than for a whole day, that's 24 hours that Instagram has it, you get paid a certain amount. Now that could be based on what kind of an amount of followers that you have.
You know what's here? There was like an interesting report, you as well, obviously, that came out, I think about a month ago, that said Zuck and Instagram and Facebook in general were saturated in terms of how many ads they could actually post back to back. The only way for them to make more money was to increase the per ad advertising rate. And so that kind of puts them in a bit of a situation where they're going to start increasing prices on their clients. Do their clients oblige? You know what I mean?
To add to Sia's point, I mean, you've seen that already through some of the other social media platforms, but more or less with physical product, right? Like you would see the same influencers like displaying this face cream or this or this tool or whatever it is, right? With physical products, and then get a little bit of.
I feel like Facebook itself is more cluttered than anything. Like it's full of garbage, honestly. At this point.
Can I say something, Theo, to you, Sia? I really helped when you go to feeds on the bottom, and I just go to my friends. I don't want to go through a whole thing of people and things that I don't even know. You know what I mean? It's just not engaging. But the feeds thing, he specifically took that off though, Sia, and he put it back begrudgingly because people kept insisting that they have it. Because like, there's no way. I was even showing Assassino. Remember this one, Assassino, on the top? You go here, following at the
it's so much better.
He's saying. He wants like the old one. Yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying with that, brother. But beggars can't be choosers, and we're begging right now. Come on, Zuck. Come on, right? Give us something.
No, but
the old Instagram was gorgeous. I love the old.
You can just pay, and then you don't have to watch any of those ads.
No. I paid for that. I did a 30-day trial, and there's plenty of ads. Yeah.
But you got the minimal. You got the lower tier.
Yeah.
Right. So you got to pay for that premium tier. Right? Like, think about it. In YouTube, think about it. You could just put on a bunch of songs and you'd hear it. Now, before I even get to watch one video, it's 4 ads.
The thing is, it's not even some of these ads that come on Instagram. I've seen most of them aren't even being pushed by the app itself. It's more of these content creators that are partnering with companies that have these ad campaigns. So that's how you have these advertisements getting pushed on the app as well. And that's more of what I see. I won't even see a company promoting their products. I'll see creators promoting companies' products, influencers.
Because you can get more of a user base, right? Like you can you have a more addressable market. What are you doing up here? Why are you pulling that up? Oh no.
He scored, bro.
Did he score?
He scored.
All right.
Get it, Ronaldo. Okay, so apparently Ronaldo has scored. We're about to put the game on.
My boys, that's in Houston, right? My boys there right now.
There we go.
Are we doing news? Let's do it.
No. We're going to find out what the score is first.
Okay, well, we could get Sia set up.
Yeah. Sia, let me know if you're ready to go there, huh? She's ready to go. Okay, Assassino, let's get down to work.
Let's talk a little bit news now. We're going to start with the triple Q sell-off that we were watching this morning now as well. The global equity sell-off with the tech stocks leading the decline after weakness spread across from Wall Street into Asia as well as Europe. South Korea's tech-heavy Kospi has also plunged around 10%, with Samsung and SK Hynix that had fallen more than 12%. China's large cap ETF as well falling as much as 2% currently, which was at a 52-week low. European semiconductor names also ASMI, STM Microelectronics lost more than 7%, while NASDAQ 100 features had dropped around 2.7%. Semiconductor stocks have also been hit the hardest. We talked about this and I covered it in the Sector Watch segment, like NVIDIA. We have MU week ahead of its earnings tomorrow. AMD and AVGO also. So Alphabet also having a day. Google continuing losses and its worst after its worst day yesterday after a year. With that, the NASDAQ, the triple Qs that is, down 2.63%.
So one thing that I wanted to point out that I keep my eye on a lot, especially when we have these huge negative days, guys, is, Joey, do we get bought up off the open? And here's the point that I want to make, Assassino, if we can go to the screen possibly here. So on this column right here where I'm pointing, so right there, this is the change percentage. That basically is from 4 a.m. onwards, all right? The column next to it is change percentage since open. And that means what we're up or down on the day since 9:30, since the market opened. Look at this, okay? Look at the left column, the change percentage from 4 a.m., and look at the green column here, the second column. So why am I pointing this out? Because I want to see if we're getting bought up the open or we continue to bleed. I think that is an important indicator, especially to be able to tell, is this a dip buying kind of situation, or are we going to continue to bleed in a more aggressive way? I'm not saying that the sell-off is done, but I'm saying this is one factor to look at.
Absolutely. I 1,000% agree with you there. We were taking a look at the emerging markets here this morning, but to add to Sharif's point, that was the first thing that I thought, Brighton, or like as soon as these guys mentioned it, in the back of my mind, I'm like, okay, is it actually something structural, a fundamental change, or it could be potential just profit taking? And that was the narrative. South Korea, you have SK Hynix and you have Samsung. Those were the heaviest hit. Now, that's going to also drag down some of the ETFs. We know that DRAM has SK and Samsung within that. But also we have the Microns and the SanDisks of the world. I'm like, there's no way that they deserve to be hit that heavy, okay? So when I seen this, I didn't think we were going to have that full-blown recovery, but we did immediately see buyers step right back in. We didn't have that gap down and go scenario. And for me personally, that's a sign of strength. Look what AMD is. Like on the bigger picture of what we're looking at, this pullback in the NASDAQ is minuscule. The pullback in AMD is just not enough for me personally. So that just shows you and displays the absolute signs of strength within this market. And that's why I'm going to remain bullish on these. I need a little bit more deeper of a pullback to get involved with some of these names. But I think this is going to be the ongoing occurrence, Sharif. You have that. If you're fortunate enough to get a 10, 12% pullback, I think that's the time that you are, sorry, 15%, because that's what we got here today, like 15%, anywhere closer to bear market territory, I'm looking to buy a little bit more.
Okay, so Stevern 7440, great question. How do I put that information to use? So one kind of piece that comes to my mind immediately is this, Assassino. Let's go ahead and show them the chart here or the screen if we can. Take a quick gander at Intel, right? Why am I pointing out Intel? Because Intel is technically still down about 5% on the day. But look at that column right there, 3.5% green since the bell rang. So what am I trying to refer to? What I'm trying to say is what I like to look for on these big red days is which names are being bought up, the most aggressively after the open. That gives me an indication of what the market's appetite is for that name. Case in point, let's look at ASML. Barely green since the open, right? Down 7 2/3, right? Knocked on the door at $2,000 yesterday, but it's barely green. So the market at this moment doesn't have the appetite to buy ASML given the circumstances and given the news. However, it does very much have the appetite to buy Intel to the tune of 3 1/3% since that morning. And the opposite is also true. Take a look, for example, at ON or NXPI. those ones are down on the day, but they're also down since the open. So the market is saying to you there, well, indirectly, of course, that there's no appetite to buy these names, at least not yet, and not at these key levels. And, so this is a very sort of indirect way that, and a read-through almost, that you're able to make educated guesses on negative days like this, looking at how aggressively the names are being bought up or not being bought up in the case of NXPI and some others, Joey. So that's the point that I want to make there, Steverin. I hope that helps. And we're going to go up to Adair.
So there's no move on this, but just so you guys are aware, in case I saw some chatter about this earlier as well, according to a court document, Alibaba has sued the U.S. Department of Defense over its designation as a Chinese military company. We know that China apparently had already tried to respond to this as well, the government in its own right, but the company itself, again, Alibaba, reportedly suing the U.S. Department of Defense over its designation as a Chinese military company. This is from a court document as reported by Bloomberg. We also have comments from President Trump coming out saying, quote, "We're making a deal with Iran. We'll see how it goes." It's worth noting he is speaking in Pennsylvania in under an hour now at 2:05 p.m.
Thank you so much for that, Adira. We're going to move on to our next story. I really like this story. I'm also going to dive a bit deeper into it and give you guys a breakdown. We're going to take a look at Meta's new AI glasses that have been announced today. So they announced a new set of smart glasses called they're right on my screen, Meta glasses with new designs starting at the price of $299. So that's at least $80 less than the price of their original entry-level second-gen Ray-Ban Meta glasses. So it's aggressively marketing its smart glasses, as you can see, to consumers because it's seeking its own hardware platform in the new AI era. Now, Meta glasses come with new designs and they're built in partnership with Ray-Ban's parent, Essilor Luxottica, but they don't come with the Ray-Ban or Oakley branding on it. We also saw right over here the Snap Specs, which was a pair of $2,195 price smart glasses that CEO Evan Spiegel positioned as the successor to the smartphone. So Meta has also now, a quick look here, partnered with Kylie Jenner, where she put in a bunch of touches to the Meta's AI glasses that they announced today, which will be now called Kylie glasses. The market seemed to like this story. But just for fun, I do up a comparison. Snap Specs are designed to replace the need to look at a smartphone, so they operate entirely as a standalone computer. They run on a custom Snap OS, which is a Snapdragon dual processors, and allows users to interact with the hand tracking and AI models from OpenAI and Google's Gemini directly on the glasses, whereas these Meta glasses are meant to act more as a hands-free bridge to your phone. They also use your phone to process information, stream on social media, and also provide voice assistance just like Apple's Hey Siri, but Meta's is Hey Meta commands. So that's why there's a little bit of a difference. Don't compare these two. It's a very big difference here, and also the difference in weight as well.
2-0. Ronaldo feigned like he was going to take the shot there, and then he let Nuno Mendes take it. Portugal up 2-0 over Uzbekistan. Assassino, if we can. Yeah, these look pretty good. So you're getting different shades, you're getting different styles as well.
Yeah.
I don't mind this at all. I'd like to see a little bit more in terms of usability features. Like you've seen a lot of the dictation. Yeah, I know. That's I guess that's coming up next, right? I think they already have that though.
No, I'm afraid. Don't forget, you have the Neuroband.
You have the Neuroband there.
Yeah.
So I do like this. I'd like to see some more use cases, of course, other than just recording and live translations and some of the features that we've already talked about. I think Meta is leading in this space, whether we think so or not, or whether the price action reflects it or not. It's just the question always becomes, when Apple throws their hat into this ring. Is Meta still going to be on top? Because, Apple has a way of really dominating the hardware space. I really like Meta for leading the charge here, but as Joseph's pointed out, their reality labs continues to bleed money.
Yeah, absolutely. And I said this bright and early this morning. I think this Kylie Jenner collaboration is a nothing burger with extra nothing sauce, to be honest with you. Again, congratulations. He's already had some big partnerships, right? If you got to look at corporation-wise, all of the UFC fighters, I know I talk a UFC book, but it's the Meta Apex, right? He has all the fighters wearing the actual sport version. And don't forget, they're actually kind of lagging within the technology because you still have to wear the Neuroband to move in and to record and everything along those lines with those specific glasses. So, I mean, hey man, Sharif, you do have a very solid point. Same with you, Sia. He is leading within this industry, but one thing that I wouldn't be surprised, I don't think it's going to be too much to play catch up. And who am I referring to? Is Apple with their Vision Pros. I wouldn't be surprised if we have something relatively new coming out, especially we have a new front office change, right? A new CEO. He's going to be looking to spend a boatload of cash because they're sitting heavy on cash reserves. And with that comes new innovation. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see some big things via glasses. I don't know if that's the next thing. Like, how much, like, is it a product that's going to catch us by storm and say, hey, I need to get this? I don't know if it's been out long enough, and I just haven't seen that popularity really step in. I don't know a single soul that has the Meta glasses. Or like the recordable glasses. I don't know anybody. And like something that just caught fire was the iPhone. The iPhone 3, when that hit market, everybody needed to get one. iPhone 4 came out. It's like, you have anything other than an iPhone? Like, who are you at this point? And I just don't see that with the wearables just yet.
Agree?
I don't see it. Let's send it off to see it.
Let's talk Tesla facing the federal probe after the Model 3 accident. So the NHTSA is investigating a crash that involves a Tesla Model 3 in which the car slammed, unfortunately, into a Texas home, and it ended up killing a 76-year-old. Very sad. The driver had told local authorities that he was using the Tesla's partially automated driving systems at the time of the crash in the Houston suburb. But the quick fact over here is that the NHTSA has opened more than 36 Tesla special crash investigations involving the company's partially automated driving systems since the year 2016, so it's been 10 years. CEO Elon Musk has gone on the defensive. He was saying in a post on X that the crash makes no sense. The FSD drives slowly through neighborhood streets, and this was a high-speed crash, he also added. He referred to his company's partially automated driving systems, marketed as the premium full self-driving supervised option. This all happened today. These comments came in today and yesterday on X. Tesla is down 5% from earlier in the day.
Yeah, so I want to build on your point, Sia, because Elon was arguing that FSD would not drive that fast in a neighborhood. Ashok, who's like the VP of AI, I don't know how to say his name, Ulaswamy, butchering that, I do apologize. Say again? Ulaswamy explicitly claimed that the driver manually overrode the system and reached 73 miles an hour by flooring the accelerator and keeping it pressed even after the impact, according to some of the reports. Don't forget that Tesla does have access to vehicle data, right? They collect that data. Technically, it's supposed to be anonymous, but, you know, I guess you guys know what I'm trying to get to there. So, look, Joey, he said, she said, or he said, we'll have to wait and see. But this is not the first time, of course, the NHTSA is investigating Tesla for some of these FSD accidents. The case is, and here they're arguing over whether it was FSD or whether it was a driver.
But you want to know my issue with this here, Sharif?
Go ahead, Joey.
Is think about it. Imagine there was a headline for every time there was a human, just a regular vehicle crash, right, and a death involving it. Your news feeds would just be littered with it. There's thousands and thousands and thousands.
You mean because it's Tesla? It's FSD?
That's exactly what I'm getting at, right? It's a new technology. Like, listen, if you were to say how many individuals are using FSD, and the fact that you have this one headline and then all of a sudden it's like you're almost trying to blacklist the technology, I don't think that's the right thing to do, because I bet my bottom dollar that there's more human-caused error accidents and death accidents than there would be from this technology standpoint.
Can I be fair here? Because I'm an Elon fan, but I want to draw the comparisons here because I think Tesla rightly gets some flack here for FSD because it's such a nascent, unproven technology. But so a lot of people are quick to make the comparisons. How come Waymo doesn't get heat from the government? How come there aren't media articles about, Waymo blocking emergency vehicles? No, there are, okay? There are. You just got to be on X, right? There's plenty of videos of Waymo vehicles doing this, that, and the other. The thing is, though, Joey, that differentiates the Tesla mishaps from the Waymo mishaps is we haven't had anybody die yet.
in
a Waymo car. I'm not blaming FSD and saying that FSD caused accidents. That's not what I'm trying to say.
Is it fair to say that you know of?
Yeah, of course, of things that we know.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah. It'd be crazy to say if we don't know, right?
But there is a difference within the technologies, and you and I talked about it, right?
Big
Like
time.
opposed to just using camera systems and LiDAR. So I don't know how much of a factor, but yeah, I think as you said, I think it's just because it's Tesla and the new technology, he's going to catch a little extra heat and flack. There's nothing wrong with the fact of stating, hey, this is what happened, but to try to to just like disregard the technology and say, hey, this is solely an FSD issue, I don't think is the right thing.
Yeah, and I don't like as well when people say FSD is not good, because it's really good. And most of the people who say it's not good have never used it, never been in it. They've seen a couple of YouTube videos, perhaps, that swayed them one way or another. But when you're in this thing, and especially like I tested it the first time on 13 point something, 14 point something. I think they're 14.3. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Now, exponentially better. Exponentially. And I showed you that video where there was a lane closed. And the officer was diverting. It was basically one lane traffic, right? The Tesla understood the hand gestures of the officer, right? On a camera only system, mind you, right? So I do see both sides of the coin here, but
all right, so we got to. Our favorite guest is back in the chat stream.
Who?
I have to read this.
Who is
Forrest Gump? All right, Forrest.
He's
states,
back.
He's back. Forrest states nobody's hating on Elon. Nobody's hating. Did it get deleted? Okay, no. We probably should delete it.
Nobody's hating on Elon. Nobody's hating on
FSD. FSD is less safe because of Elon. Stop something him and be realistic. Okay. All right, Forrest.
Hold on, Forrest.
Yeah.
Be honest, Forrest Gump or whatever your name is. Have you ridden in an FSD? And I know you're just going to answer yes, but at least try to be somewhat honest.
No, you can't ask him a question that you know he's going to lie in. But no, to add to, listen, we actually had somebody here on the show. We're not going to mention his name. He said that he was driving. They do the test drive in the Juniper. You know who I'm talking about. And he hit Mad Max mode. What was Mad Max mode doing?
Who? What was his name? Give his name.
We can't give his name, but if you know, you know. Pops it into Mad Max mode, and Mad Max was doing 60 in a 40.
Yeah.
Right?
That's not good.
Well, it's Mad Max, right? So if we're obviously referring to Sean, we're not gonna. So yeah.
Give his initials, says Kyle. We all know who it is.
We all know who it is.
All right.
Let's go over.
Let's send it back to Sia for the next story.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little MU. It's reporting earnings tomorrow. Not looking good for the stock right now. Overall, AI and semiconductor stocks, as we do know it, are selling off today, but Micron is reporting tomorrow. It's currently down 11% on the day. Investors are reassessing the AI spending assumptions. There are also growing concerns that are surrounding growing concerns that are surrounding all the facts that the hyperscalers may eventually push back against these rising AI costs, pressuring margins also throughout the semiconductor supply chain. The sell-off is, like I mentioned, and we keep saying it in the show, a bit broad-based. It's not just MU, it's NVIDIA, AMD, Broadcom, Marvell, TSMC, ASML, Lam Research, Applied Materials, all of it. It's a sector-wide de-risking, but not just an MU-specific issue, but it's not looking great since they report earnings tomorrow.
Well, we saw sort of the overnight move in the Korean market. The Kospi was down big. I think it hit limit down at one point for volatility. A lot of the reason is, of course, it feels like some profit taking here on these memory names. Why don't we just have a look at the data here, if we can, Assassino? SNDK. I'm gonna test you here, okay, Joey?
Yes,
we're just gonna do a impromptu test.
Okay.
Micron up year to date, what percentage?
200 at this point, 215 to 20%.
Excellent guess. Wrong, but 277. Okay. No, it's good. I mean, like, it could be anything.
Is that funny,
though, right?
Is that funny?
277. Let's go on, Joey.
Yeah.
SNDK, please. Give me a percentage year to date.
Year to date?
Yeah.
130%.
Try 737%.
Oh, man.
Let's go on to Western Digital. Give me an idea year to date what you think WDC is.
I'm failing this test, man.
You did pretty good on the first one.
Let's go Western Digital, 245%.
Very close, 290. Yeah, but that's pretty good.
Yeah.
The point I'm trying to make, guys, is you don't get moves like this and then not expect some profit taking along the line. Now, the profit taking is going to be directly proportional to the move up. And if the move up 737%, then you're going to get a 12% correction on a day. Now, that's the ugly thing about stocks, right? We always say this anecdotally. The old adage is you take the escalator on the way up. Sure, you have 5-6% days, but very seldomly are you going to have a 12% day up on SNDK. That's a $300 billion market cap with this 12% correction. So you take the escalator up, you take the elevator down, but put it into perspective. These names are up big. I don't see the analyst changing their tone on demand, on supply constraint, on price increases. I'm talking about RAM specifically here. Yep. So I don't see the end of the good times coming.
No, again, and we talk about the bottleneck almost on a daily basis. It's just not going to dry up like that. You're not going to have this free-flowing all of a sudden, supply is met up with demand. That's not the narrative, right? We're starting to see the price increases, and you're seeing these companies really start to pass that on to the consumer. So what I'm getting at here is essentially, Sharif hit the nail on the head. Profit taking and rebalancing of portfolios. When you have SanDisk up 700%, 290% on this name, 200, 300% over here, eventually you're going to have that big time participant remove some of his liquidity and start to sell some. And that's what happened here. The bottleneck, in my opinion, is going to be for the next couple of years. You're going to see it. You already have the iPhone Pro Max, $100 more at this point, the higher products, something where we're like talking about long-term agreements. Well, a lot of that's coming to an end, and that's going to have to make these hyperscalers pay a pretty penny, and you're going to see that premium passed on within the products itself. Now, we talked about NVDA with the ability to hold on to their margins. They're going to have to increase their pricing as well. So there's a lot going on, and I think this is just a healthy aspect of the market. Limit down, I understand. You can hit panic mode, but when you see these names start to pull back, you better start salivating because this is going to give you a good opportunity to get involved.
Okay, can I show you this? Yeah. This is Kylie wearing the new Meta glasses. I think this is a move. I don't dislike this move from Zuck, especially teaming up with someone like her. And he's changed the shape of the shades to kind of really, give it a bit more feminine of a look for that specific frame. You know, I don't mind this. Joey. To be quite honest with you, I think this could be a good move for him.
Listen, I'm gonna. It's not gonna hurt.
Yeah.
Right? It's not going to hurt Sharif, but I'm going to put it in the exact same category, in the exact same realm of the Sydney Sweeney jeans. It's one thing you're hot, like,
I don't know.
It's not
Kylie Jenner, bro.
Dude, like, I mean, I understand. She is a heavyweight. You have Kai Cosmetics. Yeah. I just don't think it's. I don't think, dude. To be honest with you, you have Kylie fans. I understand that, but I just don't think it's a structural or massive fundamental change just to get Kylie Jenner involved. That's my opinion.
Okay,
that's my opinion, man. Right? That it may have that temporary effect, but are we talking about the Kylie Jenner Meta glasses a year from now, 6 months from now?
Maybe there's a Kylie line, bro. I don't know. I like the comment here from Blicky Spears. If you'll wear Meta glasses, you'll wear a wire. Shout out from the guy with Blicky, right? Like, you get that? You'll wear a wire because you're
a narc.
You're a narc, right? So.
I don't know, man. Like, listen, I don't think it's a bad thing. There's only really upside from it. I think they just have too much power and influence, but I just don't think it's something that has a long-term effect.
I respect that.
What will have a long-term effect is the quality of the product, right? You can put whatever face on
utility as well.
Yeah, exactly. In utility, you can put whatever face you would like on it. If the product is garbage, it doesn't matter, right? Dude, it's true.
He's absolutely right. Let's go back.
Well, that is the power of marketing, Joe, though, honestly. You never know. It might stay It might stay in trend, it might not. Let's go back to news.
American Eagle, Sydney Sweeney, I understand it had a short-term effect on the actual stock itself. People are all excited, and you see a slight bump in sales, but it's cyclical. It's not something that you're talking about. Oh, the Kylie Jenner line 4 years down the road is something that's driving the stock. I'm not gonna.
Absolutely, I understand.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm more envious on the fact that.
It's the same with every celebrity that's repping any brand, right? Like it just fizzles out. Just like
Exactly,
that. Let's go back to news. Oracle has cut roughly 21,000 jobs over the past year, reducing the headcount by nearly 13%, and explicitly cited AI adoption as the key driver for its workforce reductions. The company Adara has spent $1.8 billion, I'm pretty sure you do know about it, on restructuring, up sharply from $374 million from a year ago, highlighting the scale of this transition. So Oracle, as we do know it, continues to invest in AI infrastructure. CapEx is surging 162% to $55.7 billion. Free cash flow, however, fallen a little bit to $23.7 billion. It's negative $23.7 billion. Management is also balancing the massive AI spending with cost controls as investors are pressuring the company to improve these kind of returns. I'm not seeing a pretty look on your face right now. I'm very intrigued about what you have to say about this.
Like this, okay, here's the thing. I was trying to think about what I wanted to say about Oracle, because you know what to talk about Oracle. But there's just so many things to say, and I think this really feeds into a lot of my bear case for ORCL, and I think the biggest thing here is the increase in spending. So if you look here, $1.8 billion in restructuring. This is just something for you to look at to distract from me talking, something pretty to look at. This is Oracle Q4 26 revenue. But either way here, that restructuring spending is a massive increase, and this company does not necessarily spend money well. Now, what am I talking about? Adara, what precedent do you have for that? What I have here is a massive over budget and multiple years longer than expected contract with the Department of Defense, which Pete Hegseth later called, and I'm going to be misquoting slightly here, paraphrasing because it's been a while since I've seen it. He was like, this is a gross use of money, taxpayer money on this, again, massively over budget contract that took multiple years longer than it should. Like Oracle just has a bit of a habit with this. This doesn't surprise me. It does disgust me. And I think for people being like, Adara, you hate Oracle, you're so mean to Oracle. Like there are reasons for this. I'm not bullying a company. I did research on this. I think that my thesis has merit, and I think every time that we see these moves in Oracle and this news from Oracle, maybe just remember, like, people aren't hating on this company for no reason, and I'm certainly not the only one doing it. There are legitimate concerns here. They have massive, tons of debt issues here, the spending versus the amount of cash flow coming in. There are real worries. I will continue harping, I will continue waxing poetic, and I'm not gonna stop until this company gets their act together. I thought they could have with that Q4 report based on that teeny tiny baby beat on cloud infrastructure revenue. That wasn't enough to save the stock. It's not enough to change my opinion of the company either. That's my thoughts to you.
Thank you for that raw, giving it to us raw. Thank you so much. We're gonna send it to the guys.
All right, thank you very much, Nick. Yes, QBTS does look good here, Assassino. Look, it's about to take out the volume weighted average price. I think that's what you're asking me, Nick, intraday. But I want to point out that high 25 area on QBTS has failed multiple times. It was a former area of support, give or take 26, 25.90. You need to really get through there because that lower end of the bull flag, the consolidation lower end of the bull flag is now being used as resistance. And you've seen multiple failed attempts. In fact, 2 previous ones. We're on the 3rd right now. If we fail again, it'll be the 3rd of the reclaiming of volume weighted average price. So thank you, Nick. Appreciate the $5 super chat. Look, QBTS, these quantum names, you're getting the U.S. government now throwing their weight behind quantum. We'll see if one of these ends up doing better than the other, but we didn't retrace to pre-election levels. Recall, pre-election levels for QBTS were like $1, right? We're certainly not at the highs that we were at, 46, somewhere in between 25, 26 currently. I would say, this is one you're probably holding for years before you see like a big return. Maybe not. Maybe you see it quicker than that. But I like the quantum space. Full disclosure, I have no quantum in my portfolio. But we'll get to the cheese in the chair super in a second. Hilarious, by the way. Love the comment. Let's talk a little Oracle, though, okay? $1.84 billion is how much they're spending on severance and exit costs in all of 2026, because they just cut 21,000 jobs, which account to about 13% of their global workforce. This is one of the most explicit, though, public confessions of an AI-driven displacement by a tech giant, because they made no qualms about this. They got rid of these employees because they need to redeploy the money that they were going to spend on their salaries into AI CapEx. I think that would probably rub a lot of people the wrong way, okay? Especially with these billionaires really being in few here. But the cuts were not even throughout the different areas of Oracle's operations. The cuts happened here disproportionately. On a percentage basis, Oracle quietly eliminated roughly a third, or about 1,000 workers, give or take, of its physical hardware engineering division. The analysts who are analyzing this, are signaling what they perceive to be an aggressive operational shift entirely away from what they're calling the legacy physical server systems into more AI niche. So looks like, they're either going to be rehiring or doing away with them altogether. However, with these layoffs now fully implemented, the company expects to save, let's go with that, $8 to $10 billion in annualized cash flow. So that's not a one-year thing. It's annualized, so it's recurring. So if you look at it on a 5-year window, that could be $50 billion in savings that they could redirect to CapEx. Again, hate to put this in the form that I'm putting it in because somebody loses their job, but this is real life. And also, Sia, I know I don't mean to point you out, but I know you're from India and you always like to big up India. Local operations in India, Sia, sadly, were decimated. 10,000 jobs alone eliminated in India. That represents a severe 20% of all their employees in India in one fell swoop like that. A bit of a tough look. I don't know if you want to comment.
It is pretty big. It's pretty big, yeah.
What are your thoughts?
All right, this company goes from 162,000 employees to 141,000, as Sharif just mentioned, 3-0 Portugal. Not only did this company have to lay off a bunch of employees, now they have to pay them, but they actually had to sell assets. Now, my question to you, Sharif, is this. Does Oracle's success fall in the hands of OpenAI? Why do I ask this question?
Concentration risk, man.
Concentration risk. The majority of its RPO, remaining performance obligations, fall within OpenAI.
I 100%
all right?
agree.
But listen, now let me caveat that. Everybody forgets, for some reason, we don't talk about TikTok US. These guys are at the front of TikTok US from a cloud standpoint.
How are you valuing that, Joey? Like, what's your move here to value that contract?
Dude, well, think about it. Think about how massive of a player TikTok is. You were talking about eliminating it from US cell phones, right? So, I mean, I think I can hold a bit of weight onto that.
I don't disagree with you. I'm just like, my question to you is not the importance. Yeah. Obviously, it's important. But how do you value?
How do you, exactly? Like, that's a great question. I can't give you that, but it's going to be implemented. You wouldn't be the cloud provider of that specific app if it wasn't profitable at the end of the day. Is it going to be that absolute needle move? No, I don't think so. But my question is does the success of Oracle fall into the lap of OpenAI? I think right now, because of the remaining performance obligations, the answer is yes.
But extend your argument even farther out.
Okay.
So a lot of concentration risk in OpenAI. You and I can agree on that. The facts support that. Are you comfortable really relying on a company who, in my opinion, is past their prime?
Okay.
And that's the thing.
Okay,
ask me
that question one more time.
So, would you feel better? Let me put it in a different way. Would you feel better if Oracle's concentration risk was with Anthropic rather than being with OpenAI? Or would you still not like it because it's strictly concentration risk?
Okay, so let me answer it this way. 900 million monthly active users on ChatGPT.
Yes, sir.
We're seeing a fraction of that of Anthropic. So now if you want to go from a monthly...
Oh, a consumer. Oh, yeah,
You know what I mean? They don't have that many.
No, they don't.
But it's on... But
You're right.
This is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Who has more room to grow? Anthropic, I think, at the end of the day. But considering if Sam Altman plays his cards right and monetizes ChatGPT correctly, I think that they can have as much equal upside. I understand they lacked in the enterprise side of things, but 900 million monthly active users is nothing to be. Like, think about it. We talked about when we were using YouTube, no ads. Instagram, no ads.
And then all of a sudden there's ads everywhere.
And then you can't do anything. That digital ad revenue, I think, is going to be the key to unlock the mass potential from a monetization standpoint for OpenAI. Does that mean it's the best? I
like this argument.
Does it mean it's the best tool? Absolutely not. But first in class.
Money. We're talking about money.
That's money. Being first in class gave them that head start and gave them the ability to obtain that many monthly active users. And if you monetize it correctly, you can be an absolute giant.
That's great take. Great take. See ya.
Yep, let's talk our next story. IBM's OpenAI partnership. It's currently up 5.3% at the moment. IBM has joined OpenAI's Daybreak Cyber Partner Program, which is bringing frontier AI capabilities into enterprise security workflows. So IBM is building onto its project Lightwell, and it's launched an application security service that basically uses OpenAI models to identify and validate software vulnerabilities a bit faster. The company is embedding its advanced AI directly into security operations to improve detection, response, as well as risk reduction. So the announcement is definitely strengthening IBM's position to be in enterprise AI and cybersecurity, and two areas are the ones in which management does seize a certain long-term growth.
So this I have a bit of a different take on. I really like what IBM is doing here, okay? So a lot of companies don't want to embed some of their proprietary source codes for a lot of their services with these AI companies, and we've spoken about why. These AI companies will take your product, they'll do it, and then all of a sudden they're competing with you in 6 months. IBM was very alive to that eventuality. So look what they did. They were worried about what they're calling in the industry source code ingestion by OpenAI of IBM's proprietary source code. To circumvent this, IBM custom engineered an execution wrapper, apparently that's what they're calling it, within the IBM Consulting Advantage, which is the department that this is being done in. The tool operates strictly on a read-only access for client code repositories, so inside the client's local environment. So you're not going to actually be able to see any of the proprietary secret stuff, secret sauce, Obi would say. Shout out to Obi, for IBM. And this is something that we really see businesses doing now because they're worried OpenAI, Anthropic, Gemini is going to be their competitor in 3 months. And we've seen this in so many different ways. But they're also trying to prevent single vendor reliance. Joseph just talked about this, right, with respect to kind of concentration with Oracle and OpenAI. So what they did was they built it under something called Project Lightwell. That's a $5 billion infrastructure commitment. It's backed by Red Hat and IBM. By embedding it into this Lightwell, IBM is purposely running OpenAI's capability alongside other frontier models to, again, prevent that single vendor reliance. I do like that as well. And then last but not least, the point that I want to make here, this is ChatGPT 5.5, which is being, I guess, named Cyber for its cybersecurity advantages there. It's packaged as a trusted access for cyber. It's a specialized model, if you believe the reports, that strips out all the consumer chat abstractions and focuses strictly on the structural code reasoning as well as the attack path tracing and the automated patch testing. So my understanding of how this typically worked, the models would go in, say into legacy software, it would try to find all the vulnerabilities, and then it would present sort of a ledger back to the engineer with all the vulnerabilities that it found. The problem was there were so many false positives. It ended up inundating these engineers with all these false positives and kind of taking them away from their work. Apparently, this 5.5 Cyber is supposed to kind of get around all that. So we'll see how it works in reality, Joey.
All right, I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm some quantum physicist, Sharif, but what I do like about this stuff is Donald Trump, IBM, $1 billion. Here you go. That's an investment there. So as soon as I hear DJT and him investing in some of these publicly traded companies, you can't help but not to like it. Now, what they have working for them right now, the largest fleet of 100+ qubit quantum computers. IBM. Now, Neil and I were talking about this earlier this morning, that I wouldn't be surprised if we're looking a couple of years down the road and some of them don't even exist. There will be a winner within this market. You've seen some of the other names like RGTI getting 300 million, and the other names D-Wave getting another 300 million as well too. So a government investment. This is a sector that was hot for quite some time, but then you come to the realization that the technology isn't there yet. And if we want to talk about quantum computing, there's that fear within the crypto space as well too. I don't think it has much of a hindrance on what's going on in crypto land, but don't forget, it definitely had an impact when one was moving higher and the other one was moving lower. I think it was more or less just a headwind within between the two. It could destroy the blockchain. You can have more hard forks, et cetera, et cetera. But I like the government investment within IBM, and that's what. I mean, I'm not going to be buying this name, full disclosure, but it's never bad. We've seen what happened with Intel when the government takes stakes in things.
Yeah, seriously. I got to call this out. Above and special, EHGO. Just rocketed up there through a flat top. I submit to you, flat top in and around 425 to 430, rocketing up into 475. That is the high of the day. It's up 13.4, $9.33 million market cap. 2.75 million shares traded on the day. Looking good. Pullback would be interesting to me between 425 to 430, Sia.
Thank you. Let's hop on to our next story. We're going to talk a bit commodities, gold and silver, falling on the rate hike fear. Silver's down almost 5% on the day, and gold is currently down 1.5% around, to be precise, 1.47, I think. Gold and silver are slipping today following these global tech stocks lower after these rate hike fears have sent a worry across the market. Since the outbreak of the US-Iran war as well, gold's reputation as a safe haven asset has been under pressure. Definitely, Wall Street is also changing its outlook on gold after several banks have downgraded their price forecasts on the metal following Warshaw's first meeting. And additionally, in a note published today, Deutsche Bank also has written that hawks are driving out bulls in the gold market. I mentioned this earlier in the show, revising its price target to $4,300 an ounce in the third quarter if the Fed stays on hold. So while outlining the risk that 3 to 4 Fed hikes could take gold as low as $3,800 an ounce, I'm going to send it quickly to Adara.
Yeah, I'll be quick here, guys. Keep an eye on Johnson & Johnson. I'm just seeing this circulating social media now, about 38 minutes after it was initially released. But earlier this morning, again, less than an hour ago, FTC filing an amicus brief to protect consumers from pharmaceutical monopolies, quote unquote. This is targeting Johnson & Johnson. They're alleging that the company illegally maintained a monopoly through anti-competitive conduct. So antitrust-related investigation here into J&J from the FTC. J&J, as we just saw, is trading at intra-session highs, so not being too affected by this catalyst. Back to you.
I don't have a lot to say, sadly, about silver and the precious metals, other than I think gold continues probably to run a little bit higher into the future, not because, you know, it has any exact use that you need, but simply because I think that there's going to be diversification away from the US dollar as, you know, the currency of choice by all these central banks. And there's a lot of reasons for that. We saw the Russians get kicked off SWIFT. There's just a lot of reasons why people or countries don't want to rely on the US dollar as the hedge. I think it will remain the hedge for a while, but you're going to see central banks try to diversify a little bit. And I think this is going to be quite bullish for it into the coming years. But with respect to silver, I don't really have much to add.
Yeah, I mean, like, listen, we talk about sectors and names that were just hot, and then eventually you're not, which is unfortunate. Full disclosure, guys, when we're having the conversations in regards to Kylie, I personally like it. I just don't think it's. Anyways, aside, I like her personally. I just don't think it's something fundamental.
You like her, huh?
Yeah. You don't like Kylie Jenner?
I don't know anything about her.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I mean, she's really good looking.
I know she's a billionaire.
Yeah, exactly. She has, and she has a successful makeup brand. Like the girls would know a lot more about it than I would.
Is that what
But
she sells?
Yeah,
She has
Kai.
makeup?
Yeah, Kai. It's really successful.
I didn't know that.
I don't know if Sia or Adara uses Kai, but I know it's everywhere. Do you use Kai or no? Kai makeup brands?
What is it called?
Kai.
Kylie Jenner? Kylie Jenner.
K-Y.
Oh, KY.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, okay. All right.
Does Selena use it?
No,
No.
I don't think. Well, I wouldn't know,
Really?
man. Come on, I don't even. I don't even know if I'm coming or going sometimes. Let alone.
I think I only have like one brush and one lipstick in my collection.
All right, you gotta go. But listen, Sharif, like we talked about it. I remember we were having the conversation, the fact that you were looking at some of the Asian markets and they were front running silver. Like they were buying prices. Yeah, exactly. They were buying prices high. But guess what? That run is now over. You're 50% to the downside almost at this point, guys. I still like it. It's just unfortunately that the pullback is a little bit deeper than what we were expecting. We talked about the decoupling and the de-dollarization. Brendo sent us a link actually a while ago, quite a bit ago, when we were on a run in gold, is just how much the Chinese were hoarding this stuff. I don't think that's been thrown absolutely out of the window. There's just sectors and spaces that are a little bit hot. It got too hot too fast, and now you're starting to see a cool down, which typically lasts a little bit longer than the run up. That's where I stand with some of these precious metals. I'm going to be a buyer of gold, not so much silver, as we're only down 1.5%, but I do like gold more than silver in this.
I have to agree with that. Just before we go back to see it, thank you very much, Career Crawler. He's dropping another 5 nice ones there, Joey. Canadian nice ones there in the chat. Sharif, if trading BLZE today, where would you continue to move up your support as price increases? Also, what time chart? So typically, Assassino, if we can, I chart on the 5. I'm loving the $11 level here as a key area of support. Let me explain why. Look at that area high right there. That's the 940 high. So let's just say the implied balance open high. 1090 is the high there. You fail, right? You fail VWAP, but most notably, you hold 10. So right away, I'm seeing support and resistance respect for the whole dollar. Not something I'm surprised by, of course, because that's normal. So right now, I'm seeing support at 11. If you're asking me intraday, my support here moves up to $11. In fact, I would probably be a little bit more aggressive with it, and I'd put it below this area low. I'm talking the 115, 120 bar, the low of which is 1106. You can leave it at 11 if that fits your risk profile, and then you're looking for 12. Right? Because now there it goes through 1150. Current bar high now, 1156. So 12 not looking like it's that much of a target. So I like 11 here as support. I think you move it up to the whole dollar level, especially how it respected 10. And, you know, I hope you print that 12. Let me know how it goes. Shout out to you. And thank you again for the super.
Do you want to pull up Lululemon? People in the chat have been asking about Lululemon.
You know what, man? It breaks my heart to crap on this company. Joey, you know, I wore, you know, I bought a couple of shirts and a few, and I just wore it this morning again. Quality stuff, man. Quality. The way it sits, the stretch, you know, especially if you've got, like, you know, if you're
got
muscle,
man.
You know what I mean? Like,
you could have just
right?
said it, man.
Neil, you're always making me laugh. No, quality stuff, dude.
Yeah.
It breaks my heart to see them get crapped on like this, but that's what it is.
It was up today, though.
It's up today. It's up looking real good here. Flat top break, Joey through 11 3/4. Sorry, 107 3/4, pardon me. That level was tested multiple times. It could be a 107 to 107 1/4. As you can see, we kind of consolidated south of the $0.25 there, but once it broke through it, it started using the $0.25 as support and rocketing up now into 109. We could see 110 by the end of the day. That's the good news. Should we flip to the bad news?
Yeah.
This is the bad news,
dude. Okay, before I head over back,
hold on, Joey. We got to do it. I know you love to do this, Joey.
Look at it.
I know you love to do this, Joey. So let me just do this.
You're doing
this has lost 80% of its value since all-time high.
Yes.
80.
So, okay, let me ask you this question here. What do you do if you're these clothing brand companies? Like, what are the chances of recovering? I don't know if you ever, like, you can never financially recover from this. I will never financially recover from this. Like, it doesn't matter. What do you do if you're Nike? What do you do if you're Lululemon? What is your next best bet? Going private?
I don't know, Joe. I don't know.
Like, what do you do?
Don't know,
What do you
bro.
do?
Like,
What do you do?
I don't know that their products are not bad. I like their products. I like Nike, for example.
Yeah.
Let's switch it to Nike. They're great, man. I like their stuff. I'm buying some Shocks, right?
Yeah.
I love the new Shocks TL. So they kind of took the old Shocks design from the mid 2000s and they kind of switched it around a little bit with this TL model. Loving
I've
these
seen
ones.
that. Yeah, I've seen that.
They're kind of funky looking, right? They're $225 Canadian, so I never buy them at that. I'll buy them on sale always, as I usually am. But that puts it probably at 175.
Yeah,
American, maybe
175.
150. That's not a bad price.
And
people.
it's not bad, man. But I just feel like they lost their identity for a bit and a couple bad moves.
I have no idea.
Like, listen, we can talk about the tech trade. Like, you come out with a new hot piece of tech, you're back right into things. What do you do if you're these apparel companies who have lost 90% of their value? How do you come back from that?
I can say all the anecdotal stuff.
Nah.
Cut costs.
Go
right?
e-commerce.
Go DTC. Shut down brick and mortar. Right, consolidate your product line so that you have less overhead inventory.
Yes.
Like, I can say all that dumbass stuff, right? But you don't think they know all that? You don't think they've done all that already? Like, it's just, I know,
man. It's really tough. Like, I don't know. Yeah, it's really, really tough. Hire Sydney Sweeney, says Vancouver Island. Listen, American Eagle already did that.
Yeah, I know.
Pull up the stock before I head over there.
Pull up. Oh, yeah?
Yeah, American Eagle. Pull it up.
Yeah, my bad. I forgot you have to go. Oh,
Yeah.
It's 2 o'clock already, Joey. Neil. I love Neil. I was like, nah, you're good. Look, we're somewhere in between here.
Okay.
Right?
So
Like, look.
it's not as bad as the other names.
Do you remember what it was over here, Joey?
Well, yeah, I remember.
Those were good times.
Yeah, they were
excellent
great
times.
You are a lucky dog.
I see a bit of an inverse, a bit of a head and shoulders pattern starting to form here.
Pull
man.
up, before I go over there,
$15 loss here could be trouble for
Let
American
Sharif
Eagles,
eat
Joey.
Neil, man. That is mad disrespectful.
What did he say?
He said, "Let Sharif eat."
Eat?
Yeah, because I had to give you I had to e-transfer you money. We'll take a look at Urban Outfitters, guys. You're gonna see me momentarily over at the other desk. Fantastic news segment. Thank you, Adara. Thank you, Sia. Thank you, Sharif. I know where you're going probably right now. You don't got to tell anybody.
We're gonna hit the gym.
There you go.
Yeah, it was way too many off days last week, man.
Oh, don't get me
because
started.
the World Cup's causing all sorts of problems.
But you hit the heel toe express and you put in those steps, right?
Right.
That's all
right, man. We had a great time. Thank you guys for joining Joey and I. We're gonna send it over to Neil momentarily. Let's just go through a quick market check. Give the boys an opportunity to kind of set up here. Let's go through this. Tiffany, Uber down 2%, Netflix up half, Meta flat on the day. Microsoft is the best performing Mag 7 name on the day, up 1.8. Apple in third place, up 0.75. Google red again, not as bad as we've seen the last couple of days. Amazon also up, but Tesla on the back of that NHTSA investigation absolutely getting clipped, losing 400 and also down 5 2/3. SpaceX recovering somewhat over here, not at the high of the day by any means, but up 4.5%, up 7%, I think, since the open. So that means this one started negative. As you can see there, my semis and microchip watch list is a symphony, a sea of red, as these names all got decimated in the morning after SK Hynix and Samsung got really hit hard overnight in the Korean and the Asian session. It was not any different over here, quite frankly. So semis, single-handedly, why the Qs are down almost 3%, yet the Dow is green, up 0.16. Also, the IWM Russell 2000 ETF not getting hit nearly as hard, down 0.6, and then the SPY just about 1%, a little bit more than that. So there is really more of a concentration on the tech-heavy NASDAQ as that's causing a lot of this market rout. So hope everybody had a great day with us today. Joey and I will see you guys back tomorrow on the midday show. Same bat time, same band channel. Take care, guys.
Thank you, Sharif. And I clarified to Joe. When I'm in the chat, I'm like, yo, let Sharif eat. It had nothing to do with, I was just talking about he's on a roll. Like, this is not broadcast TV. We don't have to roll over at exactly 2 o'clock. Like there's some kind of a rule or a law. That's absolutely not how it works. You give the people what they want, and you don't have to rush any thoughts. You're allowed to chill. You're allowed to complete your thesis. Joe, you literally haven't eaten, which is
they were in calorie deficit. No, that's not true. I took a couple of bites of the sandwich and I had 2 oranges.
Okay. So I thought it was pretty. It came on in the middle of the day and I didn't give my my rating. It was actually it was I had to throw out the bread, but the pulled chicken was.
Oh, it was a
delicious.
brochet bun.
Yeah, but brioche. But it was like
brioche. Yeah, brioche.
But it was like a little soggy by the time it gets here, and whatever. So I just tossed the carbs out because that didn't.
Mac salad.
It was legit. The mac salad was
top of the line.
Legit. The coleslaw, legit. Like that's a solid 8.4.
Brochet is crazy. Yeah, no, broche. That's
Solid
crazy.
8.4.
Yeah,
So I realized something. I said this morning that you might see me dabble in the Toronto SpaceX. It's not SSR. There's no short sell restriction. You can hit the bid whenever you want. It doesn't do as much volume. There's a couple million shares in volume, but it's not showing on the position board. But I'm pretty close to getting out of it anyways. So I went over to the short in this on the topping tail candle. Just found like there's little moments where you have a chance to execute and sort of get in with like tighter executions. At least that's what I was finding, but it's not showing on the board. I am in SpaceX again and TO, so like off of this high here is basically like the 164 short, like the 164 short, and it's bouncing off 160. So I'm trailing this. I don't want this to get past the 20. It went about a 1.5% on the money or so, and still like that VWAP where you can see me bidding. I'm in IBIT as well. This is a reversal because I was in the long off VWAP, went up for the walk, came back, and still had my stop in, broke the stop. Now I'm just going to short this underneath the volume weighted average price. The market, for all of the, gusto that it had in the morning, if that's even what I want to call it, early on, the NASDAQ made its high at 1020, and we've been fading ever since. So it's been a pretty decent fade, lower highs, still down 3%. 3% down day for the NASDAQ. It's been a minute. It's not like we don't do this every single day. No. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, hold on a second.
Hold up.
We don't do this every day. We literally did this, what was it, on the 5th. So the 5th was pretty nasty, and we had another sort of like big day on the 9th to the downside. This is all gap down. This is not trade down. This is gap down. We have had trade down significantly more than this. But we'll see what happens with earnings. Small earnings tonight, Cerebras after the